No, I didn't hear you. What? I'm about to roll a spliff and smoke one and talk to Slow and then go do some garbage. Why? All right. Oh fuck, you're already up there. And I'm already live. Holy fuck. Shit. My bad.
What's up? What's up, buddy?
Not much.
Everybody just heard you talking to your wife.
Yeah, I figured that. I didn't think I ever hit the button yet.
Oh shit!
Oh, you all right?
No, I just filled the wrong pod with the wrong juice. For fuck's sakes.
That's fucking. You
What's
went
going
live or
on?
what? You went live last night? How did it go?
It was all right. I was fucking tired. I was falling asleep.
Yeah. Yo, we gotta close the live stream after when you're done.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah, no, you did. I'm just saying, we can't leave it running anymore.
Too many mods.
Yes, and I woke up with like fucking 15 people blocked on the channel.
Really?
Yeah, so I just went through it. I unblocked everybody, and I'm fucked.
Who was? Did it say who was blocking them? Crafty, turn on your camera, please.
No, it doesn't say who. No, it doesn't.
Hello.
I would have to rewatch the stream, and they'll probably let me see it.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Crafty.
Hey. How you doing, Slow?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. I'm good. Epic, how's it going over there? Hi, Nude. What's up?
Good.
You know that thing is up, right? What's up? That thing is up. Just so you know.
What's up, girl?
Yeah.
The eyes are probably watching you.
Someone was fucking around, eh?
Sorry, I'm back, guys.
I understand yesterday was like Halloween and stuff, but people are really going for the nasty.
For the what?
Hi, Kay Stevens. People are kind of doing stuff that is just nasty, like being rude to you. Slow. Why would I be rude to you when we're on the same team, right?
Yeah. Right.
Hell yeah. Who do we got in the chat? We got New Guru. We got Stevenson. Holy
Melvin.
Fuck, Stevenson's here.
Hey, can we figure out a way that Nude can be like have the same power? I think you can give it to two people because he stays up later than I do. So
Yeah, I could give it to you. I told him already, but he never goes live on his own. So I was like, fuck. Yeah, for sure. If he wants the power, I could give it to him. Obviously.
Yeah.
Do you want the power, Nude?
No, but like if I start it and then like I crash out at 2 o'clock in the morning,
and he can finish.
He can take over.
But the streams, they can't run more than 9 hours. It's the only thing.
Well, I thought it was 12 hours.
No, well, it's actually, yeah, it is 12 hours. You're right. It is 12 hours.
11:55.
9 hours, you can't edit them. And 12 hours, it gets cut out. Right. So, like, we'll cut it down at like 11 hours, you know?
Yeah.
So we're saving,
anything before 12.
Yeah,
I had it, but I logged out, so we can set it.
Can you hear his grinder?
Yeah, I'm rolling one right
it's
now.
It's like guess that noise, okay, Nude? Wait, he's probably munching maybe on some. Not yet. It's probably too early for lettuce.
You know what? You know what else I see? I see Melvin causing some trouble in between panels. Like he's going back to Dirty Mike and, well, you should go and do this over there, Mike. And he's like being a bit of a shit disturber. I would have kicked him off the panel last night if I would have known what I know now.
Yeah, hey, really, eh?
Yeah.
I said that at the beginning and nobody believed me, but
Blue Steel.
That's why he comes here and puts sheeps in my chat.
Yeah, not no more. That's not happening. Melvin, if you're listening, that's not happening no more. You're gonna.
He's in the chat there, brother.
Or you're gonna fucking be gone. Because the only sheep here is you. What's up, Slash Eye?
Slash Eye. I seen that. There's your fox. Slash Eye. She was funny the other day when I Hi, Crafty. It's Slash Eye from the chat. Like, there you
If you
go. You
go,
got a meow.
we don't mind. I don't mind if you go to Dirties, but like if you're gonna go back and forth and start shit like that, then we're just gonna cut you off. That's all.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck where you go, but it's not. It's what you're doing. Posting
Just
links over here and doing that over there. Like fuck that. You're not. No. If is he a mod here? Take his mod away. That's what.
no, he's not.
Not here, no.
Melvin is not.
He asked me for it, and I had a doubt because he's always over there, and he's always, I don't. You got to be careful.
It's
Last
like
night,
welcome to Canada right now.
He was on the panel. He never said a fucking word.
And I have 15 people that was blocked from my YouTube channel. So somebody, right? If you guys didn't see it in last night's stream, then it was one of the mods that went in previous panels and blocked everybody. Blocked a bunch of people. Too.
Melvin wants to come up.
I thought the link is there. Sorry.
He knows where the link is.
Yeah, the link is right there. So just don't be blowing my head off, okay? Yo.
Just know that I can go to Dirty's channel and bring up stuff right now that you said that's not cool. So posting his shit and other. People don't want the Mike's link in their panel. Like hippies panel here. Like, why are you trying to start trouble?
I definitely don't want a Mike's link here, ever. I don't want nothing to do with Mike. I don't want his link pin on my panel, on my channel.
I read what you were doing, Melvin.
Or Tony. You don't want trouble. That's for sure.
Show me your face quickly. Show me your face quickly. Sheila, show me your face.
Slash eye.
Oh,
No
Sheila.
space, no space. Same for you, Malvin. No face, no space. I see green. That's all I see.
I just got a text message says Melvin is definitely stirring the pot.
Here, Melvin's coming up.
First thing in the morning.
Sheila, you're good? All right. Sheila, you're good.
I did.
All right, let's let Melvin speak for a sec, guys, please. Go ahead, Melvin.
Hi, Sheila.
Go ahead, Melvin.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, hold on, I gotta mute. Sec here, I gotta mute my thing. Okay, there. Yeah, I know what he's talking. I seen it was Known Justice or something like that. He had Dirty Mike's avatar or whatever. It said Dirty Mike's accountability. He's written on. I thought it was Mike, and I said, "Post a link over there, Mike, since you're over there." But then I realized it wasn't Mike.
No, Mike's not allowed. Well, he could come here. He's not blocked from my channel.
Mike's not allowed anywhere, pretty much.
No,
like,
well,
listen, Melvin, listen. Melvin, listen. Melvin, listen. I don't care you go there. Honestly, that's to out everybody in the chat. If you guys want to go there, it's fine. I'm not going to judge you guys. I haven't been judging you guys. I just don't want his link pin on my panel, or I don't want people start blocking people from my channel. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't want no shit. Here's a peaceful panel. We chill, we smoke, we get along. We just don't want problems. Go ahead.
yeah, that's why I came up to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's bringing up that because I saw Dirty Mike accountability in your chat, and I said over Dirty Mike accountability.
Yeah, that's somebody else. It's a clone account.
I thought it was Mike, and I said, "Hey, why don't you post since you got Blue over there? Why don't you post a link?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "What the fuck?" And then I realized.
Well, we had the same problem with who else was it last night that didn't realize about the clone shit.
There's clones going around, Melvin. So, you know what I mean? You got to be. No Justice. You'll know who he is because he's got the HTTP YouTube.
Yeah,
you can't steal his name.
That's why he changed it. Exactly why
That's
he changed
it. Yeah.
Clone and stuff. And listen, guys, that's what I was trying. When I got distracted the other night, when I was reading
you. That's right. It was you.
Yeah, when I was reading the chat, I saw the same stuff that you're talking about.
Right.
You don't want that. You don't want that kind of distraction in a peaceful chat, just like a peaceful protest. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
that's right.
You don't want troublemakers at your peaceful protest. So this is
No.
the same for me here. Why come
Yeah.
here and try to distract peaceful people with the drama and the bullshit? So that's why I called them out the other day, and a couple of people had got a little upset with me for calling it out. But I'm like, yo, you're distracting me because I'm looking at the chat trying to see if somebody's asking a question, if somebody's saying hi. You know what I
Who
Right.
got
mean?
mad? Who
You try
got
to
mad
make
at
it
you?
flow.
Who got mad
Huh?
at you? What are you talking about?
Somebody, no, not that's not on the panel. Somebody in the chat had got like, Sheila's trying to tell us how to read, how to do the chat or
It
some
was a
shit like
clone
that.
of somebody though,
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
shit.
yeah. But
And
I
if you
didn't
know the
know.
person that they're cloning, you would know that they never would talk
Look
like
at this
that.
person here. Okay,
And that's
Sheila.
yeah,
It's
and
people like Tony.
that's what I had
And
to do with Ellie, because like they was doing it to Ellie, and I was
Mhm.
saying, listen, guys, if it's Ellie, because Ellie is the sweetest person. She wouldn't
Right.
go in nobody's chat starting
She'd
No.
shit.
rather leave than start trouble. I assume.
Hold
Exactly,
on,
She
hold
just
on,
exactly.
guys.
goes.
Let me say what's up to the people in the chat there. They've been chatting for a
Any
bit.
fan, what's up, buddy?
Slash Riot,
I'm
Blue
trying to
Steel,
get you
any
up.
fan,
I'm Sly
Stephen
Shy.
Ken. Everybody, welcome. Good morning, everybody.
Hey,
I'm
Epic.
Sly
Caramel Cat.
Shy. You hear me?
Sheila is
I'm
Fly Shy.
okay. Yeah, I'm Sly Shy.
She's a fox. Watch out for her. She's
That's why
sly.
that's why I
Good
don't know
morning.
why you don't just put your nickname on your avatar.
Yo, I
Because
heard NE fans back with Dirty Mike, man. I would like to see what he has to say with that.
No,
Wait a
he's
minute.
not. Where are
I-
you hearing? Like you're hearing a lot of shit because you told me something else the other day too, and it's not true.
What's not true? Tell me about it. Tell me all about it. I want to hear it.
yes, Kyle, it was.
You said, I think you said NL was back over there.
NL
I
is
think you
back at
said
Dirty
you
Mike. I
He
said
have
comes
to
to
prove.
Toronto
Go
for
check.
the goods.
Go check the last stream before you start judging me,
I
brother.
did.
And NL is there.
I didn't see him once.
NL was typing in the chat, and you even hear Dirty say, "What's up, NL?"
Hi, Annie fan. How are you doing?
But we had just said we weren't going to hold it against anybody to go wherever the fuck they
No,
want to go.
I'm not holding it against somebody, but when you go over to other people's fucking
Ellie.
channel and you cry about something, I just don't want to hear it anymore. You know what I mean? I don't want, if Dirty Mike does them wrong again, I don't
Hi,
want to hear
Heather.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
He was
Trust me, I
literally
get it.
2
Okay, let's
minutes,
stop talking about Dirty
a week
Mike.
ago, not even a week ago, this week.
I'm feeling
Hold on.
dirty.
Yes, cat. Yes,
No,
cat.
this is a new week.
Sorry, guys, but
Oh,
man, I
hey,
can't even talk.
Epic. Any wants an apology right fucking now.
Fuck that, man. He goes to fucking Dirty Mike's. I know it. If I'm wrong, then you'll come up on panel and come
He can't come
fucking
up. He can't come
set
up
it
on
up.
panel. He's at work.
I heard they're best friends now again.
No, man, you're fucking crazy.
Yesterday was Halloween, so there's a lot of tricks going on still.
How was everybody's spooky night?
Well,
I missed the panel last night because I was so tired from being up with y'all for 24 hours. Well, between y'all and Billy, I was up for damn near 24 hours. So I was so
Holy fuck.
tired. I missed last night's session.
I
Oh,
went outside.
Billy can't come here drunk anymore, man. I can't stand the guy.
No,
No,
he
the
can't come
panel
here.
cat.
Really?
The panel cat.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't want anyone drunk on panel anymore.
No.
No.
I was saying I missed the panel last night with you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was flying around.
If you have a
Um,
couple drinks, that's fine. As long as you can fucking still have a conversation.
Still function.
Yeah.
Then that's fine.
Hibby can't function, man. He just keeps yapping and yapping away. So
If you're gonna get inebriated on fucking panel, then you're gone.
I told y'all what he did to us, right? I told you what he did to me and Peachy.
Yes, Annie.
Yeah.
She's
took
got
his
seniority, buddy.
He took his pants off.
Who?
That fucking idiot, drunk guy, took his pants
Billy
off.
pulled his pants down on his own panel?
Yeah.
He pulled them off. He took them off while he was flirting with me and Peachy, and he took his pants off.
What the fuck? He wanted you. That's what's up.
I know.
Okay, I've started my own panel and pay us to hate us, okay? And if you want to take your pets, we can play like a game with this. No,
Bro,
no, no,
you
no. I'm
not-
going to be thinking about this one walking slow.
And
Seriously.
he
Yeah,
and he
Heather,
was
Billy
drunk,
did.
falling over and everything, like trying to cover up his little thing and his butt and all of that at the same time. You know,
He's
it
my
was
ding-a-ling.
just pitiful. Yeah, I almost started singing. You can ring my bell,
My ding-a-ling.
ring my bell, ding a ling, ding a ling a ling. Yo, he was tripping, man. We left him right there by himself.
That's fucking weird, man. If you ask me, that's weird, and I don't need him to start taking off his pants on my
Nude.
panel. What is he? Is he Canadian, this guy, or what is he?
No, he's from the
No,
United
he's
States.
Texas. He's Texas.
He's from
Texas.
Texas?
Austin.
He's from the land of the free. No wonder.
Hell's bells.
Well, I don't need to listen. Y'all can keep all of that first what is it? Freedom of speech, freedom
You
or
know
whatever.
you're well on it.
I don't need to see all your goddamn freedom. I'm sorry.
Don't be dumb in your free. I know it's free, but don't be dumb. Come
He
on.
cornballed himself.
Yo, he was trying to get me on the bike and Peachy on the bike. I was like, yo, dude, that's not why I'm here. I'm here to try to help you.
Wow, and he finally, why are you telling me fuck you, Epic? What the fuck?
He's only joking, man.
He's joking around.
What is
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on, and you fine?
No, take a breath, you.
Yeah,
Take a breath. It's
Yeah.
where you are. You're in Ottawa.
Epic's joking back now. That's what you didn't get. there.
Okay. Epic's like, what the fuck?
Listen,
I see.
Fucking-
all of this drama has gotten everybody all up in arms.
Oh, no.
Brothers in
I
arms.
I like to
Breathe.
troll people sometimes.
Do it no
I like to
name,
troll them.
dude. Get your crochet and just get the hook in.
Get the
Get you
vodka.
some-
Happy hooker. Yeah.
You know what
I
mean?
have that
Like,
over
just be
here.
a happy hooker, because you know what I mean. Like, what else can you do?
I used to do match hooking. Okay.
But one thing I wasn't trolling about though, Slow, was NL. I wasn't trolling about him at all. That was real shit. But
Yeah, he can go where he wants to
fan
go.
and Ashame, I was trolling them.
Yeah. Because I went looking, and I didn't see NL either. So
I could video record it and put it as my 30-second thing if you want.
no, I don't really need to. It's fine. He can go where he wants, man.
Yeah, of course. I just don't like the whining and crying. Have thick skin if you're gonna go.
But you also have to understand too, guys. Some of these guys come in these panels to spy, to hear
Yeah.
and see
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
We got them. We got them here right now. What do you think? What are you talking about?
Yeah. What she's buying and bringing back.
We got
They bring
YouTube
back the
Secret Service
information,
sometimes.
right?
We got YouTube Secret Service on the channel.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
And-
but seriously,
and-
guys, I woke up with 15 people blocked off my panel this morning.
The really funniest thing is I woke up and I got a notification for somebody I'm not subscribed. It said I wasn't subscribed. So overnight they did a little trick or treat, and of course it's you see what you see.
Change
And
your password.
Everybody's had a little bit of issues with their phone. I noticed somebody else said, "What just went on with my phone?" And they were in America.
No, we can't, Blue Steel. What's up, AC?
Where's Blue Steel one?
Blue, where you at, man? Good morning.
Blue Steel says, "Can't we all just get drunk and get along?"
I don't drink, man. I can't
Smoke
drink.
You
one.
gotta
All right,
start paying me to
smoke
drink.
one.
No, but he
Can we-
means drunk like weed or booze, whatever. Just
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. When I mean drunk, like obviously, if you can handle your liquor and
Graham.
you're not stupid on
No.
panel, then yeah,
Graham.
go ahead. But
Graham
if you're
B's in the
stupid like
house.
Billy, forget it.
Authority check, mate.
What's up, Graham?
Animals in the house, y'all.
Yeah.
Who?
Animal.
Graham.
I call Graham Animal.
He is.
Oh,
He is
you
an
call him
animal.
Animal?
Hey,
Like
He's a
from the
beast.
Muppets?
Hey,
Isn't that
listen to
animal?
this. Epic used to call him Graham.
I still
Graham.
call him
Yeah,
Graham.
I've heard so many
Graham.
people say that, and it's Graham. Like, give him. His
Graham.
name is
Oh my
Graham.
God. Yes,
I
my
call him
dog.
When they
Graham.
say that, like, "Hi, Graham," and it's like,
It
I
sounds
am
so funny,
Sam.
right?
Sam, I
My
am.
my name is my dog name is Graham Cracker.
Oh yeah.
Cracker.
Yeah.
Carl Stevens in the house. What's up, buddy?
Good
Good to
morning,
see you.
Kyle.
Fucking lightweight. We got a fucking
You're a lightweight. Nee, it's not about it. No, you're not. No,
He's
you're
a
not.
fucking
Don't say
lightweight.
that.
He is a lightweight.
I'd like
Well,
to see, I'd
at
like
least
to
he
see
has
Annie-
talent.
Yeah,
I'd like to
exactly.
I'd like to see Annie drink about 6, 7 Canadian beers. He'd be on his ass.
That's what we'll do, Annie, because I don't drink. So, can you imagine? We'll make him laugh and make money and give it to donation. How's that? It's like, no, you want to see me? Okay, you said the word. That's it. It'll be one of those things. I'll put it on my own stream. How's that? And you'll get an invite.
Well,
That way
actually,
the
it's very
trolls
nice.
stay away.
Myron, yeah.
Yeah, Myron. Myron. Myron.
Epic has a little bit of French to him, like when he talks. There's some French in there for sure.
Savannah. Fermin LeBouche.
No, but like just the pronunciation.
Well,
You know-
he
you
will.
know
He's
that,
over
right?
there.
You know that, right, Epic?
Sorry, I wasn't here. I was talking to the wife. What'd you say?
I said when you speak, you have like a French pronunciation. Like there's some French in you. Like you say the stores or.
Who the fuck just brought that up? Any fan, right?
No, I did.
Oh, okay. Who the hell is that?
Happy November 1st.
I don't drink, but I smoke too much, and it's love to be lightweight again. A lightweight again. Yeah.
It's called taking a
I'm
break.
sorry. I was getting ready to text her, right? Ain't no way in the world you smoke too much, honey. You probably don't smoke enough.
Okay, guys, are we gonna burn or what? Let's smoke. Let's get our
Wait,
smoke on.
oh,
Who's
shit.
smoking?
That's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to have been rolling one, but wait, I got a substitution. Hold up.
What is it? The pipe?
Oh yeah,
Nah.
guys, let me. Yo, Slow, can you let that person up? I'm going to post my new channel link. Get everybody to subscribe.
Oh, your new one. Okay, cool. Hi.
Good morning, y'all.
Morning,
Good morning, Blue.
Blue
You
Steel. I
right,
thought that was your voice. Morning,
you right
y'all.
on time, Blue.
Oh, I see it.
You right
I
on
just hit
time.
a dab. What's the flavor?
This is OG 18.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I don't know. Those carts never get me high like a joint does, or a fucking.
What? Do you know
Yeah.
that these have more THC than the bud?
I know, but they
Really?
just don't do it for me.
Yeah.
They don't do it for me either, Slow. That's old school. That does. I don't know. I keep asking what these things are.
You know
Right?
what? That will help me get by, but that won't get me high.
No, get by, cannot get us high, right? Come on. That's like a teaser to us, some of us.
Well, I be silly as hell when I be on these panels with y'all smoking on this shit.
Well, that's fine. We like silly as hell slash high.
There's new people in the chat. Nikki, happy little life. How you doing? Authority
Free
check.
zombie
Good
land.
morning, homie.
Oh,
Good
there's
morning.
Francine there. Hey, Francine.
Yeah, Zombie Land Canada. How you doing? Good morning. Thanks for coming in. Graham. All right, guys, I'm gonna post my new link for my new channel. If you guys
Okay.
are not subscribed, go subscribe to it.
Is this a third channel? Hey, what's up, big boy?
No, this
I-
is the new channel there. Same one.
Okay.
Cop Watch Transparency. I'm just trying to get the subscribers up. So by the time I actually start posting videos,
Got it.
it'll be up
Done.
there.
Done.
People are telling me they're subbing when I'm doing the live panels, so you should be getting some subs.
Yeah, I'm close to 100 subs. I just opened it about a week and a half ago, about. and I'm close to 100 subs. Thank you, guys.
Well, I'll
Appreciate that.
fly around and share that too, okay, Epic?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. You know what I do. I just kind of come in under the radar.
You're the best.
Ah, thank you. I try. I'm going for a walk though to the river.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna go across the river this time. So,
Are you
I'm going
taking us
to-
with you?
I'm going to the lake.
well, yeah. Well, you're just at the lake all the time. I'm not there.
How's the weather over there, though? Slow and
It's nice out here. It was nice yesterday, wasn't it? Slow. But you see, this is where I walk the trails, and some people around here don't know where to go. So, like with the kids, I tell them, "Here, come this way for, instead of going on the bus." See, where Slow is.
Sorry, Slow. I guess we're doing it at the same time. Any fan says Crafty Sweet wrote a song about Tony. Come
Sweet.
to Hippie. Come to
I wrote a
Hippie
song.
tonight for the premiere. I hope you enjoy.
I will, and I helped Hippie with his. I didn't know where you were. He was
Oh yeah,
nervous.
guys! I forgot to tell everybody. We're gonna have a special coming up type podcast. Hopefully, Slow will be able to join with us and ask some questions as well. We're gonna have Jersey Watcher coming on the channel, and we're gonna ask him some questions about because we all know he's running for mayor.
I fucking
If
love
there's-
that guy, man. He's awesome.
If there's any way, shape, or form we could help him to become a mayor, hopefully us and the supporters could help him out. Get him his signatures. I think it's 25 signatures he needs. I think he already got it, but to have more, the better, right? So,
Who's this?
Jersey Watcher.
Jersey Watcher.
Jersey Watcher. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm working on something. It's like
Can
Slow.
someone, can someone post his link?
I'm
He's the
sorry.
best. He's the best in the game, man. He's number one.
Slow, wait. I watched that video this morning and I could have cut that damn cop's throat. He showed the body cam footage of that cop spewing out all his personal business about his family, all of this in front of people, man. I could have, and that's not good to say. And hopefully I don't get in no trouble for just saying that like Kathy Griffin did. But that cop was dead wrong. He was wrong.
Fuck the police. Fuck the police.
Hi, AZ.
What's up, AZ?
Good morning, brother.
He put New Jersey Watcher stuff New Jersey Watcher got the body cam, but he got it just to expose how dirty and corrupt those police are.
Yo, AZ's auditing airplanes now. I see that he's auditing airplanes, choppers. That's pretty sick, bro.
Are you really? You're just like going right up there and. Okay, cool. All right. I give these people props when they want to do that, especially down in America, where you are.
I'm just fucking with him.
Kat, where are you?
Huh?
I'm near Slow.
She's in Toronto.
He's got one side and I got the other.
Okay.
I think Jason's from this side too.
Yes, Melvin. Time to smoke again. Yes. I'm with you. Cheers, Melvin.
He's still in the chat.
No, we don't sleep, Charles.
We sleep when we're dead. We just take little interval cat naps.
Little naps.
Because that's part of your routine. Like, where are you going, Charlie?
We got somebody new here. Charlie Norris.
Just
Chuck
wondering.
Norris. How about we call you Chuck Norris? There we go, Chuck Norris.
Yeah, that's good. Do you have another Chuck?
Don't you ever sleep? Yes, actually, we got a panel holder for nighttime, and we got a panel holder for daytime. That's why it's running most of the time. But we're doing good, though, for real. We're doing pretty good. People are coming in more. It was actually good like that.
Hang out, man. It's great.
What?
Nikki's funny.
It gives people a place to hang out.
Yeah, of course. And when I was running my panel at the beginning, when I first started doing panels, it was doing good until I stopped. Once I stopped and started again, my panel was doing shit. So
People
now
went
it's getting
elsewhere.
now
They
it
found
yeah
a-
exactly
They found a
everybody
new routine, right?
yeah exactly now people are starting to get back into the groove. So I appreciate it.
It's
Thank you.
it's all
And
about,
it,
you have to be there. You have to be there all the time because people depend on
Forget.
you to be there. If they turn
I
on their
love you
internet,
all the time.
they probably check for you first, and if you're not live, then they go somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
wait, I was waiting for y'all to come up live this morning. I was sitting
You
here.
probably were. You're probably like, where is
bored
Epic?
as
Where is
hell.
Epic?
A lot of times I
Canada,
can't.
wake up!
A lot of times I can't go live. So if anybody's looking to run a panel during the day, morning time, or afternoon time and on, I wouldn't mind giving somebody that power. But I need somebody loyal.
Thank you so much,
I need
sir.
I need
You need
somebody
truth,
loyal to
hope, and
do it.
courage and loyalty. Yeah.
Yeah, because Slow does it at night. I trust Slow to the max. He could go live whenever he wants.
Yeah, slow's good.
Mhm.
Did you read what Annie put there?
I did. Don't look back in anger. I
I'm a
heard
big
you say.
fan of the
You better
epic
have
and slow.
alligator hide if you're gonna be a damn run a panel.
I don't know. I just want to keep throwing any music in his comments or bloody hell, put your email somewhere
I'm always
in
sharing
your about
hippies.
section.
I always share hippies. Not hippie. Any fans videos.
Yeah.
He's really good. He's really talented. I really like the way he sings and plays guitar. Like
Well,
he's
he's the
actually
one.
good, man.
I saw somebody last night dressed up
Hey.
as Tom Petty.
Chuck Norris, who are you then? If we don't know who you are, who are you?
I live in Gainesville, Florida, where Tom Petty is originally from.
They don't know who
Oh,
I
do
am,
you?
Heather. Honestly,
Uh,
we don't care. We don't care who you are. To be honestly, Charlie North is whatever the fuck your name is. I don't really care who you are as long as you're nice and you get along with people. That's it.
brand new day. Yeah.
You could be my worst fucking enemy. I don't give a shit. Just saying.
You're welcome, honey.
We just
Anything,
don't
Joe.
want you to be
So,
hypercritical.
Exactly.
do you know this
Big
song,
Joe.
Annie? Don't look back in anger. It's Oasis.
Even if you're dirty, Mike.
Say,
Even
Yeah,
if you're
sorry,
dirty, Mike, I
please
don't
not
care.
today.
What?
I like Oasis.
I
Guys, I
wonder
got a
if it's
Sent
dirty,
Annie a
Mike.
fan there. A song a while ago, but I haven't heard him play it. I was hoping he would, but
I got a question.
What's
Can
the
anybody?
question?
Okay. So on my other phone, I'm trying to see the chat, and for some reason, this phone will only let me see my chat,
Huh?
and
Oh,
I'm just
that's because the FBI hacked you.
Wait, hang on. Where is she?
I want to be Stinky Hand Mike.
no, seriously, I cannot see anybody else's chat. I only see me, the people that I spoke to. Graham and Kinsey, stop it. I
You
only
want to
see-
be or you are?
No, I'm saying on my other phone, I want to chat.
I'm not talking to
the
you.
people. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking to Charlie Norris. He said he
Oh,
Yeah,
wants
we
to be
do.
Stinky,
Nikki, you're right.
Stinky Hands Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to chat on my phone to the chat on the thing, but I don't see the chat on my phone.
Oh, okay, so Nikki's
understand what
saying
I'm
look
saying?
at the chat
It's saying-
filter.
Yeah,
Are
it's saying
you in
that you don't
YouTube
let
or are you in
nobody watch it.
StreamYard?
All right, so on YouTube, I'm live on your StreamYard. I mean, I'm in your StreamYard, right?
Right.
Yeah, but you have another phone.
On my other phone, I should be able to pull up your live, go in your chat, and chat to people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to chat in here like I can if
Now,
you have another
yesterday-
device, but you can't see the chat.
Wait, yesterday I was able to see everything, y'all. I'm just saying. Yesterday,
says
I
Chuck
was able
Norris,
to
peace,
see
buddy.
everybody's chat,
No, sometimes
everything that
it's
was saying,
different.
and I was able to communicate in chat
Yo,
while I
Flo,
was
I have
on
a
the
question
panel.
for you. Sorry.
Now I can't do that.
Can I see your camera? Oh, was that you, Epic?
Yeah, it
Did
was
you
me.
see
Yeah.
that?
I
You
got a
want to
quick
make something? I
question
ain't no
for you.
flip phone. I don't have no flip phone. I got an Android.
Yeah,
This is
that's the thing, right,
I
Sheila?
got a question for everybody. I want everybody's opinion. Like everybody knows, I woke up this morning at 15 people blocked. I think it was 14 people blocked, to be honest. How should I do it? Should I take everybody's ranch away and have a couple ranch, like 5, 6
I
mod?
think.
Or should I mod
You know
everybody?
what though? The problem is when you mod everybody. It happened to Hippie the other not too long ago. What happened? The guy, he got in as under a different name. He got modded,
Yeah,
and then he changed his name.
that's right.
What did he do?
Last night it happened where I was, okay? The guy came in and nobody understood. But I'm not going to name names because I'm not doing that. And I'm thinking this guy keeps, you can't see him in the chat. He's not there. It would like be me taking a wrench, taking my name, running away, coming back, and using my other account and really screwing you up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those types of people you don't want. They're causing trouble.
Yeah, but how do you know what type of people you're modding, right?
Well, you have to trust. This is
So,
where you trust is coming in with like you and Slow, and
so,
then
so the
You
question is, should I unmod everybody and only have 5 mods, or should I mod everybody?
this is how Direct D did it, and Gilbert the bystander does it.
Right.
He mods the people that he can trust.
yeah,
Now,
it's a trust thing.
if the person comes in without their wrench, the only way they can be the real person is if they have their wrench or they change their account, like No Justice did. Now that's how I got in trouble with No Justice. We were in you people's live stream chat or whatever. I don't know what went on, but you people kept saying, nah, that can't be the real No Justice. That can't be the real No Justice because he's talking shit about me. So I know that's not the real him. So when
Yeah,
he
'cause
said
No
that,
Justice won't do that. Yeah.
no, but wait. So when he said that, my mind clicked. Oh, this is some more of that fake.
Hey, Chuck Norris, turn your camera on, please.
This is
No face, no space.
Can you show me 2 fingers?
No, I don't want to see your kid, brother. Fuck, I want to see you, man.
Okay, shut your camera off. Turn your camera off.
And same with the notifications.
So who
It's
are
also
you, Chuck
taking-
Norris? Chuck Norris, who are you?
I just want to be your friend.
Who the fuck is that?
you let him in like that.
I
Really?
recognize the voice. No, he showed us a picture of himself. Well, yeah, whatever. But I recognize the voice.
Oh, Chuck. Is that Chuck Bronson? No.
No.
Who the fuck is Chuck Bronson?
Oh, it is Chuck
It
Bronson.
is Chuck. You bastard.
Fucking Charlie Norris
Go ahead,
didn't give it
Kyle.
away, really.
Kyle,
Chuck Bronson
Kyle.
and Charlie Norris, and you didn't know?
My word, I didn't even know.
Listen,
What's good?
when Carl said Brunson, I said, "Oh, Chuck Brunson."
I was like, who gives a fuck who you are? Because there's so many fucking people that are trolls in the chats, right? So you're like, yeah, I don't know who they are. They don't know who I am. I'm like, who gives a fuck who you are, you know? My bad, yo.
It's all good.
Epic's like, who gives a fuck?
So what did you guys
And
all
1
think of
minute
that?
he's, who do I mod?
What did
Who
you
gives a
guys think
fuck?
of that NE fan song?
About which one?
The
Which
latest
one?
one, or at least the latest one I seen with Dirty Mike, about Dirty Mike. I thought that
Oh,
shit
it
was
was
good.
good.
That was a really good
Oh.
song.
All
Wait,
of these songs are
The
good,
one
bro.
you people did, or the one No Justice did?
No,
Any
Any
fan.
fan. What are you talking about? Known Justice. Any fan. Chuck Bronson. That fucking song was A1. Was perfect. Any fan's a fucking. He's amazing at what he does. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody
beats
sent
are
that to
good.
me last night. I don't know, probably on Facebook or something. So I don't know. That's the first time I seen it.
Are you on Facebook?
Can we get Annie's link up on the screen, please? Somebody?
Sure.
Chuck B,
What's up?
I'm Sly Shy 58 in the chat. Or in
Oh,
your live.
really?
Yes.
Okay.
So now you know, okay?
Now I know. Sweet.
All right.
She's a
Yeah.
fox. She's Sly Shy.
I know, Sheila.
So let's ask Chuck. Actually, Chuck, how do you work your mods, man? How do you mod people? Well, not how you mod people, but how do you go upon your mods? Do you mod like 4 or 5 people that you trust, or how do you do it?
Man,
Last
I've
night
tried
we-
it so many different ways. I really would rather have no mods, but then
Okay.
there comes a time when you kind of need a mod.
Yes.
And so then, but I don't like, I hate modding people because I don't want some people to come in and think the other people are better because they got a wrench
Feel
and that
left
kind of
out.
shit. You know, just
Yeah.
dumb shit. Yeah. So then I tried, fuck it, I'm going to mod everybody. I tried that. And that was kind of cool too. And then, but then it's a hassle. You got to constantly stay on top of that and add people every time they come in. And while you're trying to live stream, sometimes that gets tough.
Yeah.
And so, because otherwise, then they feel left out. They come in, everybody's blue but them. If you miss them, then that pisses that person off, and you'll never see them again. You know, so it's just like it's tough. So it's like when I redid like my Chuck Bronson live, everybody's a mod. Charlie Norris, nobody's going to be mods. My big Chuck Bronson, basically my members are mods. So if you become a member and join, and basically, you know, I don't know what it costs, $3 or something, but then then you get a wrench basically.
Nice.
Nice. That's actually smart, because if you get out of your way and you pay to be a mod, obviously they like you. They're about
I think
you.
so.
That's
I
actually-
think so. I mean, there's no guarantee with that, but still.
Yeah, but you have more now. You have more pull on them because you know who they are, because they pay to watch you. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right.
You know exactly who you're modding. So that's
So
great.
far, it's worked out really well.
So you had the same problem as I do right now. Like this morning, I woke up with 15 people blocked. I don't block anybody from my channel, right?
Yeah.
And when I woke up this morning and I had 15 people blocked, I was like, fuck, how do I fucking do this? Do I unmod everybody or I mod everybody? You know?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
conflicted.
I've been there, done that.
I could see that.
And then one night when I was live, when I modded everybody, I modded some troll, and every new person that would come in, every new person that would come in and comment before I would see him, he'd have them hidden.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
happened last night. Okay, exactly what you're saying about last night. A little troll. Okay, I call him a troll. He was after somebody else that was on the panel. I'm gonna guess. And of course, it's one of those.
Ruin the whole
All right.
panel.
Yeah, you see what I know what's going on because I can smell them. It's one of them. No. Because I was in somewhere else. And it's just one of them. No, he's taken the wrench. He's changed his name. We can't find him in the chat. And he's sitting back and he's playing 2 characters.
That's right.
Right? He's playing this one character. So I have to go, like I would go slow, you know this. I'd come in the back chat and I would tell you exactly what was going on in the chat room and what's going on the panel and why you had to blow out. All it takes is one little snake to start kaboom. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, Chuck, I haven't spoken to you on a live stream or anything, but congratulations on the baby. I know I'm kind of late, but how's the baby doing? How's the wife doing? Oh, so you just showed him. Yeah, you're right. That's you, man. Fucking look at Mini Chuck. Mini Chuck Bronson in the house. Say hello. Hello.
How you doing?
Hi.
What's up, handsome?
He's a redhead.
What's up, dude?
He might
Chuck,
be.
That's
I
what's
don't
like,
know.
yeah.
I don't know where that red's coming from, but
Are you the redhead or she's the redhead?
neither. So I don't know.
Oh, it's
Are
the
you sure it's
mailman's
not in
baby.
your genetics?
Yeah,
Is it the mailman's baby?
maybe. That's what I'm wondering. Hell, I ain't got no red hair.
Hey, boy, how you doing?
Oh, he's
My
so
son
cute.
does.
Can't grab it.
You know what? You know what we need to get, Epic, is that thing that hippie got now that you can check to make sure that that person is who they say they are. They can actually click on their name, and it'll
Yeah.
take you to their channel.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a little app. Yeah, I know. He was telling me about it.
Yeah,
That's how
that's
I
what.
knew it was the real. That's how I knew it was the real No Justice. I clicked on, went to his channel.
You have
And
that extension?
No Justice did.
No, yeah, No Justice does, yeah. But that's if you're running panels, you should have that. We should get that.
I think there's a setting when you set up your YouTube account too, to where you can make that visible or not.
Yeah, it's in your extensions. It's in Chrome. If you go to Chrome, go to settings, go to extensions, and it's right there. And you can click to confirm, or I forget what they call it. Do you know what they called it?
You know, so even if you know when you let somebody up on panel, when you actually click on so the guy comes up, you click on the two little bonums at the bottom to let him up, and then you click on the little square where the guy is that's trying to come up. If you click on it, there's another page that says add to stream or whatever, right?
Yeah.
On top of all that, it tells you who the actual channel is. I've never realized that, but it actually tells you if it's the actual real channel or not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on top of it, yeah.
You see, because so many people make channels, right?
Right.
And when you were watching the politics, they're going around, and if you're not using this channel, you'll get an email like saying, if you're not going to use this, we're taking it away.
That's why. That's how YouTube knows who's on your panel, I guess, right?
And can tell who's doing what as well on YouTube, right? So if I have a dead account, then I'm taking up pretty much their space.
You know what would avoid all these?
MCC's in the house. What's up, buddy?
You know what would avoid all these fucking clone accounts? If YouTube would start charging a couple bucks to have a channel on YouTube, people wouldn't be cloning so much.
We got some heavy hitters in the friggin' stream today.
It's just right now. I can see it right now because this is where they'll get their frustration out.
Michigan, AZ, come on up, guys.
Michiganders here?
No, Michigan Constitutional Crusader.
Oh, sorry.
There's
so many
I gotta say it again, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta say it again. MCC / 58.
We know who you are, sir. It's like, don't worry, we know who you are.
I have to let people know in the chat. Certain people don't know in the chat. When I'm in their chat, I'm / 58. They don't know I'm Sheila Ray.
She's trying to hide or something. I don't know.
Oh, are you trying to hide undercover?
Oh,
no. I put /shy there yesterday. She said, no, I want to put it back.
She can also put it into her little chat, but that's up to her.
But that's why I let people know that when I visit their chat room, so when I'm commenting or if I watch their video and I'm commenting, they can know exactly who I am. You know what I mean? I don't have nothing to hide, really.
No.
Except from these shady people on YouTube. But
it's like when the truth camera comes around and that's when you turn your camera off, okay, sweetheart? Because when the truth camera comes around, you just don't want to be on it because then you're always attacked. Right, Slo? Go look this morning. I'm going to Epic, take care of that side. We'll take care of this side.
So I heard long ago that YouTube wanted to do like a Netflix kind of thing where you had to pay to watch.
I can see somebody on my TV that y'all don't like, and I don't like him either.
Why are you whispering?
Why are you whispering, man?
I don't know, because it's Biden. What if he hears me like Google? They're all there. I can see the Union Jack.
YouTube already charges what, $8.99 or $10 or something for the premium?
With premium, yeah. Without commercials, yeah.
What's he lying about? Let me go check. Hang on.
Who is this?
They're at the UN. I'm gonna go check
No,
what
no,
they're
no, I'm talking
doing.
about Chuck.
I can see it from my.
I'm talking about Chuck.
When you get premium on YouTube, it's actually pretty sick, man. You get no commercials, no nothing.
Is it worth the charge?
Yes, it
All right,
is.
listen.
To me,
Yeah.
anyways, it is. Yeah.
It
Okay,
is.
no, I'm just asking because to each their own, right? Like I do 2 iClouds, so I could say get off my cloud, right? So it's
Yeah.
one of them things. It's about being smart of what kind of things I want to invest in.
Well, if you don't have cable TV, it's kind of like Netflix too. They got YouTube Red,
No, I
Yeah.
have Crave.
and
I have
so
Crave and I have an antenna.
it's like
And I
that. I mean, it's just more. It's more stuff to watch too. So it's not just YouTube regular, channels.
Options,
Chuck,
right?
Can I whisper? Can I whisper?
Yes, you can whisper.
Get your
No, that's creepy. Don't whisper.
Get
Speak
a-
up.
Cause you know she
Whisper
said Biden. She said Biden was listening. Look, get a fire
Yeah.
stick. I watch
Biden is
everything.
listening.
Go put it on your TV.
Get a fire stick. I watch everything. I watch football. I watch basketball. I watch everything.
That's a
from my
Canadian
fire
game.
stick.
Oh yeah, so guys, last night we were passing Halloween, right? When we were passing Halloween, me and my wife look at each other and we're like, why is there so many fucking bylaws? I didn't even click in right away, right? And then I seen one to get out of the car and going to see the parents of the kid. Because the kid fucking said trick or treat too loud at the door, he got a fine, guys.
Are you
yeah,
kidding?
Somebody said
The
that.
fine,
Yes.
the parents got a fine of $25.
What?
Yeah.
See, that's so
Couldn't
stupid
believe it.
because when I went out last night just to check, and I've been like, this place was always active with the kids and nothing. It was dark, slow. It's same way where you are.
$25 fine. Imagine that for speaking, for your kids speaking, not you, for your kids to say Happy Halloween or trick or treat.
That
And
almost
notice-
doesn't sound real.
That's some
It is
fucking
real.
Trudeau,
Believe
Trudeau
us.
can
Nazi
go fuck himself.
motherfucking bylaw fucking agents, eh?
Trudeau can go fuck himself. That's what I think about Trudeau.
Hang on. That's where they're all at right now. They're playing right behind our back. So
Hey,
it's one of
fat
them.
boy.
Hang on, let me see where our enemy and what they're doing.
Heather, I got you on the fire stick, yo. I know exactly what to do and how to make it work. I don't know how we can.
Your camera's too high, bro. We can't see them.
When are you trying to show?
Nude.
Heather, it's a way to deal with that fire stick. I've had mine for like maybe.
You're not a good cameraman, bro.
and
Horrible.
There you go.
Horrible. You should, if you would audit, you fucking.
There you go. There you go. Back up a bit. Back up.
He's high.
You're
He's
too
high.
close.
He can't follow directions.
That's funny. Hi, cooking with Lulu.
I'm
Yo,
trying to
Chuck.
look at the fucking tablet and I can't see it.
Yo,
You don't need to answer questions. You could say I don't answer questions, but I got a quick question for you. How many times have you been arrested during your cop watching or auditing?
0.
Fuck, man, you're lucky, man. Fuck.
Well,
you've been doing it for a long time,
it
right?
depends how you look at it. There was one time where they said I was arrested. They gave me a summons to appear. It was for recording during the pandemic, and so of course it got dismissed. I showed up to court and they're like, the courthouse was closed because somebody vandalized it. Contact the prosecutor and they'll reschedule. Well, I never contacted anybody and nobody ever rescheduled. So
Yeah, really, right? Fuck.
it's like if they want me to appear, they can contact me. I'm not contacting them. That ain't my fucking job.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna
For
contact you.
filming
so I
during
get
the
in trouble,
pandemic. You're kidding me.
No, swear to God.
Well, it can't be as worse as me filming a COVID testing site on a public property and get arrested for it. But
Yeah.
that's fucked
Just
up.
so you know, we're at
Yep.
climate change.
I
But
cannot get these motherfuckers to arrest me for nothing.
Yo, that's
I mean,
good. bro.
I go out of my way not to break the law, and that helps. But still,
You never want to break the law.
they still pull shit on everybody. People get arrested every day for not breaking the law. So
Exactly. Yeah.
Turn your camera on, please.
I got her. I left her up.
There, she fixed her name.
No, I
I
had to
didn't
fix
do
it for her, so she
it. I
doesn't have to
didn't do
say
it.
it.
So I
Fuck
tried.
you.
Slow burner did.
No, I didn't do it this time.
No.
No, it
No,
wasn't
I
me.
did it, Sly. So like that, you don't have to keep repeating yourself.
She does it
Okay.
all in caps. Did you put it all in caps? That's how she likes it.
All
Yeah,
right, I'll
she
do it.
likes it that
Well,
way.
as long as everybody knows who I am now by now, I'm good.
Yeah, that's why I did it, so you don't have to keep repeating yourself all the time.
Good morning, Lulu. Good morning, good look. Good morning, Lulu. and
Guru. Good morning, Guru. Lulu Guru.
Googly Roo.
Google, Google, Google. No, I wanted this pool. We're in Scotland at the moment.
When AZ? Did you guys just get that last night, or the police brutality at the absolute worst? Nice. Yeah, cops are fucking gangster as hell, bro. These guys are like next level gangman. It's the worldwide's biggest gang is the police.
It's Gangnam Style.
Yeah.
That's what I said last night too. Gangnam Style.
Wasn't he Korean or Chinese?
Well,
or
it's
something?
an Asian thing. I'm reading right now. It's like Prince Charles wants you to save the world, and this is going right back to 2015. I'm looking at the UN flag, going, "Wow, that's the world right there." And get on with the bloody show. Let's go. It's
Yo,
just so funny.
he's probably the only auditor that's never been arrested. And yo, Chuck Bronson's been doing this for fucking a long time. How many years now, Chuck? 3, 4?
Yeah, it's been about 4.
And you've never been arrested. That's amazing, bro. That's you've got luck for sure.
Hey, Mr. Chuck Bronson, how many
Yeah,
times
man,
have you had a weapon pulled on you by the police?
Oh, many times.
Yeah, several. I don't
Many
know.
times.
Not as many as Omaha, but yeah.
Yo, Omaha is the number one. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says or thinks about Omaha. I fucking love Omaha's auditing. Does it push it a bit? Yeah, it does. But who gives a fuck? It's not illegal. He can do
Listen.
whatever he wants, and he gets the most fucking action is in Omaha's videos. Straight
When
up. Best content.
When I first started watching him, I was saying the same thing that his people were saying at first. He gonna get himself killed. Don't they know how they do what they do?
He will. No, Sheila, that's lie. Don't change that. He will. You know, and I'm not saying he will, but it's he really taking a chance, but I still love him. I don't
Unreasonable
care.
cop might shoot him. You're
If
right.
you go
Some
to the
unreasonable
barbershop
cop
enough, you'll
might
get a
shoot him.
haircut.
Is it
You
dangerous
sending the
what he's
baby to
doing?
get
Yeah,
a
of course.
haircut already, Chuck? God, what kind of father
No,
are
I
you?
said,
Yeah,
that
go
wasn't
ahead,
Chuck
AZ,
Bronson,
post it.
that was me, Blue Steel. Hey, if you go to the barbershop enough, you will get a haircut. I hear what you're saying. Those people have guns.
Wait a minute, Chuck. No.
Graham.
Oh,
Chuck, are you talking to
Mesa?
us?
Mesa,
No, that was me, Blue Steel. Sterling P.
Oh, Blue. When you said
Yeah,
about
that
the
was
go
me
get a
talking.
haircut, you said
Yeah.
about go get a haircut.
Well, y'all were talking about Oklahoma and how he runs the risk several times of getting shot. And
Yeah.
I said if you go to the barbershop enough, you'll get a haircut.
Yeah, but I don't think that. I think Floyd right now he has the
No,
police.
they just pulled guns on Chuck Bronson the other day. That shit was crazy for no fucking reason. We all seen it.
Chuck,
Yeah.
Yep.
get out of here. I missed that. See, listen, Chuck. What
Yeah.
YouTube does, YouTube has taken, like, say, I've been on this panel, right? So yesterday I went to sleep. But anyway, when I woke up this morning, my whole list of usual people that I watched was totally changed. And I think YouTube does that to me.
Yeah, they do. I don't get it. It doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. It's the same for me. I just don't understand it.
Let me follow who I want to follow. Let me sub to who I want to sub. Let me have a notification to who I want to have a notification. Why you got to turn my shit off, yo? Like,
yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Like, it's about the what you call it, the rhythm. What's the rhythm, y'all?
Algorithm.
The
Yeah,
algorithm.
and it's like, what's the point in having 100,000 subscribers if I go live or post a video if they don't notify 100,000 fucking people? It does me no good.
It still helps the damn channel. I mean, I'm sorry. It still helps your channel, but it still helps YouTube as well. Duh.
That's right.
Anyway,
I don't know. Over my head.
Here. I'll be listening, okay, guys?
Yep.
Going for my walk. It's sunny outside.
Well, show us some sights, okay?
I will. I'll do a video.
Chuck,
Enjoy the trees.
Chuck Bronson, you should open a channel. You should open a channel on sharing people's videos. You've got a big enough name to like now with your original channel. We'll try to open a new one.
I mean, if people send me stuff, I'll do it.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's hard, you know. It's hard to. I'd have to just sit around watching videos nonstop to find good stuff, you know. So
yeah. People should send it to you. Yeah, you're right.
If people send it to me and it's good, I'll share it. I'll do it right too, and I'll send them to your channel and that kind of thing. You know, I'm not just going to rob it.
I was thinking about you this morning, Slow. I was thinking about you this morning. You know why I was thinking about you, Slow? Because of the conversation we had yesterday about now, Chuck. I have to ask you this right here with Slow, and I love him, but I have to ask you this. Is it true? Is it true that the only way you get played on your videos is if you're tough?
Ask that again. You're saying like by YouTube?
No, other auditors. So say if I wasn't aggressive, I was mild mannered, polite, and everything in my video.
I don't believe that for 1 second. No, look at whatchamacallit, the auditor there, Long Island.
The one they still trying to sabotage. You talking about the one auditor that they still trying to sabotage after 7 months? If you look at videos from the 28th, maybe back a couple of days, you still got auditors trying to sabotage this man for being kind, for being friendly.
All right, yo, let me finish the conversation with Chuck real quick, guys. Nice, man. So everybody heard it, guys. If you guys want something shared, you guys got to send it to Chuck Bronson, and he'll be kind enough to share it.
55@gmail.com. Chuck Bronson 55@gmail.com.
Can one of the mods post that in the chat? Yeah, that'd be great. I'm trying to talk to bigger channels to if we get an email for a video to be shared, it totally gives us permission to share it. So if anybody tries to fuck with you in the long run, then you have the proof to prove it, right? I think bigger channels should help. Huh?
So my point.
I would like to make a disclaimer.
I think bigger channels. I think bigger channels should start.
I asked the question. So
hold on, Sheila. I'm trying to finish my sentence. It's just I'm trying to think about it at the same time. I think bigger channels should start helping smaller channels, to improve them so they have backup, so they're not alone out there. Because a lot of people start auditing, but then they get arrested. They have no support, and then they just quit. They just don't want to audit anymore because they didn't get the support they deserve, right?
That's sort of why I don't want to do it.
Exactly, because it's taking chances when you don't have the support. Like when you're on your own, you go out there, you have no support, nobody calling on your behalf. Trust me, it hurts.
So that's what my question was to Chuck is, do we support all auditors that are trying to get out there, or do we pick and choose? Oh, if you're not tough enough, or if your video is not.
Support them all.
Right,
Support them all.
exactly. So that's what
Well,
I'm saying. But you have
obviously, you're gonna need a good video. You know, you don't come up. Everybody's different, you know, but
right.
E-
it's
Everyone's
always
different. Right.
better to show good content than boring content. You know
Every
what I mean?
camera
No,
counts.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Like I said, like they saying, Long Island audit. He got his numbers are doing just fine by him being mild mannered, kind, professional, and not being crazy. His numbers are doing fine, and people are trying to sabotage him now because his numbers are doing fine. You
I'm
understand
not.
what I'm
I didn't
saying?
say that. I didn't say that.
You're
What I'm saying
saying
is that when you're auditing and you're told to move and then you move and little things like that, you know, when you stand up to the cop and you follow that, you know, you have rights. You know, if you don't ID
yeah,
when
but
you're asked to
being
ID, you
respectful.
don't ID, you refuse it. I'm talking about that type of content. Send them a good video so they're able to help you
Mm,
grow. You know, if you
I
send them a boring video, people are not gonna come subscribe to your ass. It's just the way it is.
Hey,
It's the
no.
I would
internet
like to say
world.
It should
something.
now and
hold
I'm
on. Let me say
disagreeing that
something.
it
Ah,
shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that because everybody's not the same. So I shouldn't be who I'm not, just like Long Island. I shouldn't be who I'm not because if I'm who I'm not, then you're not gonna like my video. But by me being who I am, that's not acceptable. Come on now, help me
is Long
understand.
Island
Hey,
is
hey,
Long Island
Chuck.
the one? Is the Long Island the one with fighting with legalized drugs?
Yes.
He's not, no,
Fuck
he's
that
not
idiot.
fighting.
Well, he's
No,
not
excuse
fighting.
me.
You
He's
Excuse
know
not
me.
what?
fighting.
Excuse
No,
me.
I don't.
Can I answer the
He wrote
question?
an
I've been
apology
trying to ask a
letter.
question for a while, but I can't get anything out here.
He wrote an apology
Oh
letter to
my
the cops. So
God.
really,
Oh my
he's fake as
God.
fuck.
Here we go with the letter.
It
Here
was
we go with the
proven. It
letter.
was
If
proven.
y'all look at the police set the young auditor up to go against the community, to go against the West Coast, East Coast, West Coast. They did it with Tupac and Biggie. They did it to set Long Island up
What?
with the other auditors. They
So
made him do that.
how did they set him up? Can you tell me?
They sent out a press release. They did a press conference. That was a setup right there. They did a
That he
press
wrote an
conference.
apology letter.
Who
Are you
else?
saying legalized drugs didn't say that then?
Listen, they doing right now. They are trying to sabotage Long Island audit with this letter again. This
He
letter was
admitted.
talked about. This
What are
letter
you
was
talking
talked
about? Long
about.
Island admitted that he wrote that
Can
apology letter. He
can
said
I
it.
finish? Can I finish? Joe Cool, please. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead,
Thank
Joku.
you. Thank you. So what I'm saying is the police found a young, fresh auditor. They knew exactly what they were doing. They proposed this with this $10,000 that he had to pay his lawyer, knowing that the lawyers and the cops work together, or the judges, whoever, all of them other crooked motherfuckers work together, right? So they caught this young auditor and they put the pressure on him, making him, look, if you don't do this, this is what's going to happen to you. If you don't write this apology letter, you either write this apology letter or your ass take this little ride.
If
So
you know you're not guilty and you haven't broken the law, they could shove
he
that
was
apology
5
letter
months.
up their fucking ass.
He was 5 months in. He didn't know, and he was listen. He has to explain. He has to get $10,000. So he has to explain his behavior to whoever he might have to get this money from. Okay, so he might have to kiss a little ass to get this money to get him out of trouble. He might have to sign this motherfucking letter to get him out of trouble. He might have to apologize to get him out of trouble. People have done it. Y'all can't say you have never kissed ass or did something to get you
Not
out
once.
of trouble. Well,
Not with the police. Not with the police.
I
Not
have.
with
I'm
the
scared of the
police.
police. I'm scared of the police. I have. I'm telling you reality. I'm scared of the police. So I have kissed ass, licked boots, and damn near swallowed the whole entire boot to get
Listen,
out of trouble.
Sheila. Listen, Sly. Listen. I've been arrested fucking 14 times.
That's
and beat
you.
all 13 times, and
That's
not
you.
once that I
Everybody's
fucking
not
bent
the
over.
same.
It's not once that I bent over and gave them my fucking ass for them to fucking rape me. All right? No. That's not the point of auditing. Like, the point of auditing is to show you that we have rights. Not to fucking suck a cop's ass or not to fucking write apology letters. We just don't do that.
Cannot get out there and audit like you can, okay? Because the cops have a way of putting fear into black folks, okay? So y'all need to know
That's not an excuse. He's not black.
It is, and it's, man, yo, you don't understand. You don't live, you can't walk in somebody else's shoes. You can't. Ain't no way in the world you can walk in that man's shoes.
Michigan Constitutional, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, my brother. Ain't no way in the world you could walk in that man's shoes and know what he was going through.
What do you think about writing apology letters, Michigan?
To who?
To the cops.
Fuck that.
In any sort of way possible, even if they blackmail you, even if they threaten you with jail, are you gonna write a goddamn fucking apology letter?
That's y'all.
There you go.
That's y'all.
I thought I was crazy for saying fuck that too, but I guess not.
Okay, you can have your opinion. You can have your opinion, right? But that's you. That's what you wouldn't do. You cannot walk in somebody else's shoes and say what they shouldn't do. You can't. You're a man and he's a man. What he has to do for his family and his lifestyle and him being not caged is what he had to do. You can't knock him for what he had to do. You know what I mean? Because another auditor the next day. Wait,
can you let other people talk, Sheila? You're going on a Rambo trip there.
All right, Joe Cool. I just want to get this.
Breathe. Take a breather for a
I just want to get this last statement out, please. Another auditor of that community, another auditor apologized or took a plea the next day, and they fist pumped him. Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
I ain't fucking playing with you. What I'm saying is that I would never fucking do it. And I don't believe.
I'm only talking.
I don't believe in that, and that's all. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I'm allowed to my opinion. It is what it is. You believe something else, believe it. But let's let Michigan Constitutional talk for a second.
Okay, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I'm just having a debate, like, that's what we do on panels. We debate.
Nobody's mad. What are you talking about? You're the one that's going off. I'm not mad.
I'm not going off. I'm just expressing I'm not going off. See?
MCC, how you doing, brother? Okay, just stop it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, y'all didn't. Is it because what is it? What am I doing wrong?
You ain't doing nothing wrong,
You're not letting anybody else speak. That's what's going on.
Okay, but I'm saying don't be rude. But don't be rude to me. I'm only having a debate.
No one's being rude.
Nobody's being rude.
You are. You telling me just stop. Come on, man. Talk to me with some respect.
Because hey, listen. How long ago was it when I asked to speak? I asked to speak 5 minutes ago, and you haven't stopped.
Okay, but you don't gotta yell at me and start.
So what do you call what you're doing? Is that not being rude? When do I gotta speak up and start being, say, hey, like I want to say something too?
I'm not trying to be
yelling at you.
I'm just having a debate.
No, but now you're trying to play the victim. Like, don't play the victim either.
I'm not trying to play the victim. I'm just saying I'm not being rude.
Don't be rude. No one's being rude to you. We're trying to tell you to stop talking. Let someone else talk. Can we stop it now, please? Someone else start talking. Jesus, fuck.
Sheila, we're not mad. We're just having a conversation, and that's it. Myron, how you doing, brother?
We can't have a conversation with one person.
How you doing, Myron?
Good, you?
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Slasha, we all love you, man. Just let everyone. There's what 2, 4, 6. There's like 7 people on panel. We all need time to talk.
Sweetheart, I appreciate that. Now I apologize, but just like natural feelings, y'all touched on a subject that I debated about, and that's all I was
leave the feelings at the door, and let's have a discussion about it.
In debate, you gotta let the
debate.
other
that's all it is. It's a debate.
Okay, then, but you gotta let the other team have time to talk once in a while, like the other side. you when you get wound
You're
up.
going on 5-10 minutes on rant. Like it's not just like you're just a quick 1 minute. Like no, you're going on for like other people
all right,
want to
guys.
talk too.
All right, guys. Let's just drop it. Michigan, man. How you been, brother? I see you've been putting out work out there.
Yeah, a little here and there.
Yeah, you're out every day. Fuck yeah. That's sick.
Yeah, you'll probably see a live stream later today.
Nice. Putting out some work.
But on that whole apology letter thing,
yeah.
I mean, I personally, I would rather take the Chargers all the way to the Supreme Court and fuck that fake apology. But I can see how other people, maybe they don't have the funds or the backing to do that. And if they write that fake apology letter, they get off scot-free. I can see why they would do that. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
So I can see both sides of the coin, but me personally, fuck that.
Well, exactly right. It's rather you're in. It's rather you're in or you're out.
In for a penny,
in this movement, it's rather you're in or you're out, because the cops are gonna hate you for life. They're gonna try to fuck you for life after that. You know, it's just the way it is. This, like I said, this movement is not for everybody. And if you can't take it, then don't fucking do it.
Right.
That's what I say. You can't do your time. Don't. If you can't do the time, don't try to.
Don't do the crime.
But he did it.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the crime part. I'm trying to say don't flex your right. If you can't do your time, don't flex your rights, because you know what, you're gonna end up doing time.
There you go. Well said. Unless you're Chuck Bronson.
What?
Unless you're Chuck Bronson.
Chuck Bronson, you know, he got lucky. He's never been arrested, you know. But I know for a fact Chuck Bronson was.
Hey,
can I ask
I'd
a
like
question?
to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Blue Steel.
You know, I'd just like to say a couple things, and then then everybody can make comments.
All right, so let's let him finish talk. Go ahead.
On the first thing, I would like to say there is not really an established code of conduct, on how to conduct your affairs. When you're compromised by the police, because you don't really expect to get arrested by the police, so you're kind of flying by the seat of your pants. And like, I'm just gonna say, like Sheila was talking, there's this help yourself program that a lot of people take advantage of, and in the criminal world, it's not. I know lots of people that are taking advantage of this self-help program, the help yourself program they have, in the penal system. But that being said, there's still not even a code of conduct there, So, long story short, what I'm saying, there's not really a written way how to conduct yourself, And Epic, I admire your integrity. I admire your integrity that you've never, compromised yourself with the police. And I know others that have, but there's no written rule, to abide by. And so I really don't understand, what all the animosity is. I understand that how people feel about it, but I really don't understand, like why that subject keeps coming up. And I'm done.
I think it's a trust issue.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Sheila.
All right. When you say trust issue, I understand that, but like the question was posed to me before, do I think he did anything wrong to the community? And once again, I say, what community? Because if y'all can't stick together on just agreeing that people fighting a good fight for a reason, then why are y'all like saying you're for the 1A and you're for the, you're for the Constitution and stuff like that. But if you don't agree with somebody, they're talking too long, or they're saying something that you don't, you know what I mean? You want to shut them down. And that's what I'm talking about. If I can't come to if I can't come to your panel and have a good debate without getting shut down because you don't agree with me, then it's no need for me to be here. I appreciate having a debate and disagreeing. If we can't agree to disagree, then why am I here?
Well, I'm gonna answer the Blue Steel quickly. Blue Steel, everybody has their own choice.
Right.
All I was saying is that I would never do it because the whole point of cop watching and auditing in my thoughts, okay, guys, in my thoughts, is you never fucking back down. How can I say it so people understand?
Clearly understand.
If a cop would ever ask me to take 2 minutes of my fucking life to write an apology letter because I did not break the fucking law. I did not break the law, okay? And they're false charging me. You understand? False charging me. There's no way in hell that I'm gonna turn around and write a fucking apology letter. If I am guilty, no, hold on. I didn't cut you off, so don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. So, if I didn't break the law and I'm being falsely charged, you goddamn fucking right. I'm gonna stand for my rights, and I'm gonna fight all the way, even if I have to sit in jail. All right. Now, if I'm guilty to the charge that I've done, and I know I've broken the law, then guess what? Then it is what it is. You do what you got to do. All right. And that's what I said from the beginning. Okay. And now to answer to you, Sheila. Fuck, I forgot your question. But what was your question again?
Can you judge someone else by you wouldn't write an apology, you wouldn't back down to the police, you wouldn't do a lot of things. That's you. That's the person you are. But how can you tell somebody else what they shouldn't do and how they shouldn't be for their life? Like, I can't have another grown person tell me what I should do for my life. You understand what I'm saying? Even though, say I reach out to you like Billy, I reach out and I say, I'm an alcoholic, I don't want to die, and I want you to help me. Then I see you reaching out, okay? But I don't see you, reaching out to help me. I want you to reach out to help me, not reach out and say, oh, I wouldn't do that. That's wrong. They shouldn't have did that shit. They should have went to jail. Fuck that, ride or die. You can't say that about everybody's life because you don't know what his life. He might have had a baby. Anything could have been going on in his life that he had to make that decision for him. He didn't make it for the community. He had to lick boots, suck ass, do whatever he had to do to get out of that situation. But he's doing fine now, and now people are still trying to sabotage.
Yes, I understand, Sheila. I understand all that fucking shit. But when you cop watch and you audit, it's not a game. All right, this is not a game. You don't come in here thinking, hold on, I let you finish. Let me finish. When you come in here, it's not a game. Every time you step foot out there and you turn on your goddamn camera, you gotta expect to go to jail. You gotta expect that police is gonna come in and they're gonna come. Fuck, man.
I'm sorry, but I don't expect to go to jail every time I film the police. No, I don't.
Well, that's something maybe you should start putting in your mind, that every time you probably go out, you probably do get arrested, because that's what I do, just to be ready. So like that, I know that I'm not gonna sit there and start talking on other people and start making apology letters. I know as soon as I step out my front door, what I'm putting myself into. I know exactly what I'm putting myself into, and I get ready for it, which any other auditor or cop watcher should be doing. Because you know what? They've been arresting everybody around the fucking world about it.
True.
A lot of auditors are going out there, they're getting charged, and they're going to jail, and they're doing their fucking time. Because when you step out there, you're going to fight against a government. They're not going to take it easy on you, Sheila. Just saying. So when you do pick up your camera and you do step out your front door, just be ready to be arrested.
That's why I'm not doing it, because they're going to kidnap me and my dogs.
Well, they will. One day they will. And they won't care about your dogs or they won't care about you. Just saying.
Listen, I understand all that, and I'm not getting serious. I'm just having a debate. I want y'all to know I respect everybody on this panel, right? I do. I just like having these debates because they're healthy. There's nothing wrong with having a healthy debate.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure, 100%. Yeah.
You know, and if I don't agree with you, then that's okay. We could be friends and still love each other, and I don't agree. You know what I mean? But that don't mean, oh, that bitch Sheila, she can't come on this panel no more because
You're
she
always,
likes.
you are
understand?
always
No, but if we
welcome, no
got,
matter
if
what,
we got,
Sheila. You are always
if we got,
welcome.
if we got 7, 8 people on the panel, see, I still haven't talked in all this time, and I was shut up, and you just kept talking and talking and talking. Like there's other people on the panel.
Just like AZ said right now, anytime I go out with a camera, I expect to get arrested.
It's a fucking war out here. That's what it is. It's a motherfucking war.
Exactly. It's no joke. Like, it's no joke to start writing apology letters. There's no time for that, guys. There's no time to try to work with the police because the police ain't gonna work with you. They're gonna backstab you. You do your fucking shit. You audit, you cop watch, get ready to go to jail. That's how it is. That's how it fucking is, and that's how it is.
And I respect that, like everybody. I respect that. You know what I mean? Slow. I mean,
What's going on?
Good morning, everyone. What's up?
What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anybody else have something to say on this conversation, guys? Because we're about to change the conversation.
100% epic. You have
Go ahead,
to
Neil.
be,
You just came in. Go ahead.
You have to know what you're getting into before you get into it. If you think you're going out there and it is a game, or you think that, you know, you're going to be able to just whiz by, especially if you're by yourself, you got another thing coming. You better be prepared, you know, and think twice about what you're doing, because it ain't no game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a
These
war.
cops got egos.
Oh yeah, yeah. And that's why I always said, you know, like, if it's not for everybody, this movement is not for everybody. If you can't do the time, then don't even get involved. You know, support instead of, you know, don't pick up that camera because you will end up getting arrested. Chuck Bronson is like one of the many. I haven't heard of any other auditors not getting arrested. The only one was Chuck Bronson, straight up, and that's why I asked him that question earlier.
You got to kind of do it with a live free or die mindset, right? You do it when you understand that there's a real problem and you're willing to do whatever it takes to solve that, including go behind bars because you see that you're kind of already in a cage anyway.
Yeah.
Well, he's doing it now. Just to let y'all know, he's doing it now. So.
Yeah, but he, you know what's the worst too, Sheila? He has the most support than any auditors out here.
And that's why they hating on him.
He has 100, almost 200,000 subscribers. So don't tell me there's no excuse to that apology letter.
No, I'm saying he just got that after all of the chaos about the letter. That's afterwards. He got all of those subscribers after those 5 months. It's been about 6 months ago that letter came up. That's when he got all of those subscribers right after that. And now they trying to discredit him again with this letter popping up in the last couple of days. Discredit him again so his numbers can drop. But it ain't, he's doing good. If you check out his videos, he's doing exactly what y'all want him to do, but he's just not being crazy. He's just not being wild. He's just being calm, cool, and collected. That's all he's doing. And the tyrants are coming out at him.
So what does that tell you?
That he's doing what the community taught him.
Yeah, but about the results. See, it don't matter, right? Doesn't matter the approach or whatnot. Tyrant, they're going to be a tyrant either way.
Yeah, and they have been.
That's right. And that's never going to stop until people step up a little bit further.
Oh, fuck. What did I just do?
That's what people are still a little bit nervous to do, but, you know, once more momentum happens and people kind of get the hang of the idea of maybe banding together a little more, that, you know, there's more power in numbers, and things will
I
start to
reached
get a
out
little better.
to a couple of auditors in my area. And because because they don't like this person that I support, they haven't gotten back to me.
It's too many personality conflicts, I think.
Yeah, it's very preliminary still, right? And people are still kind of working it out. It's still very new. There's a lot of tribulations that people are going through, and finding out. There's a lot of new waters people are treading at right now.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I think people don't respect it. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think
What,
with
auditing?
a job, when you go to a job and you get paid, you respect that job.
Yeah.
Right? You're not gonna fuck up. You're not gonna do stupid things. You're not gonna pick fights with your coworkers. Yada yada yada. But these people are I just don't think they respect the community. I think they think it's a joke. It's just here for drama.
There's certainly
Some
an aspect to
auditors
that.
are.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
some
All right,
are
y'all,
trying to
I'm
get a
out of here.
paycheck out of it.
Thanks for coming, Chuck. It was good seeing you, man. Good talking to you.
Who?
Chuck
Peace
Bronson.
out, Chuck Bronson.
I think that was Blue Steel saying that. Was that?
No, that was MCC.
Oh, MCC. Okay.
Oh, MCC, take care, man. Thanks for
All right,
coming.
man.
See
Catch
you
y'all
later.
later. Yep.
MCC, be good, man. I'll be on your live stream when you go live. Peace.
Any skunks today?
So guys,
Nice
here's
talking
my
to you.
last question. Here's my last question, and then I'm gonna shut up.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not drunk either. I'm not drunk either, slow burner.
No hard feelings, Sheila. We're
I'm
just,
just messing with you, baby.
this
Listen,
is just
I
a situation. This is
I
just
love
a
you,
situation.
Sheila.
This is just a situation that has to be talked about. That's all.
Right. And that's all I'm doing. The last time I discussed it, it happened just like this on a panel, and we got into the no letters, no, and I said, well, let's not talk about it, and somebody said, no, let's talk about it. So we did, and my thing is, everybody keeps saying about this community. Where's the rule book? Where's the set of rules? Where's the, who's in charge? Like,
It's called morals. Do what's right. That's what they are. Let's do what's right.
It's attempting to be a we the people for a change. Nobody's in charge. We're all in charge.
Who sets
the
the
difference?
There is
Don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself, more or less, right?
Right. Okay. And I understand that, right?
So those are the rules.
So
we have
if
people breaking those fucking rules.
Who wrote those rules? Give me the law. Give me the penal code.
Nature wrote those rules. There is
no rule.
Do no harm to another man. Like it's common sense.
Yeah. Listen, if you can't stand on your 2 feet and fight all the way, there's a thing about cop watching and auditing. You get hated by attorneys, you get hated by cops, you get hated by your own goddamn fucking lawyer, you get hated by judges. So if you're not strong enough to stand and face all these people, then I'm sorry, but maybe you should think twice.
Check out his videos.
You might even get hated by the people in your own community, your own town. Dan's got that situation right now. Almost everybody there knows him for the wrong reasons.
Even Justin is going through it, y'all. Justin Pullman, whatever his name is. He's going through it.
Yeah. But that's because most people are sheep, right? So if you're going to do it, you got to have thick skin and stick to the principle behind it.
Fight. Like I said, right? If you get falsely charged, which most auditors, all auditors get it. You can't get charged for fucking filming in public. All right, it's your free fucking press. Everybody has free press. Canadians have it. The states have it. So
there's no more logicalness to that than getting charged for holding too many toothpicks in your hand.
Exactly.
Made up bullshit.
Yeah. And Buddy should have known. He's been in the game for a while. He knows how it is.
But what do you think about what's happening now to him? That legalized drugs writes a letter to the Crown Attorney.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. These are the things that they're trying to do because of his numbers. You see his numbers on his channel. So now let's try to sabotage this guy because his numbers are freaking going up crazy. So he's getting too much support from, you know, his watchers or his subbers. So
Yeah,
let's
but
try
we
to
all,
sabotage him.
That's
we
I'm
all,
Cold
against
War.
the press. I'm against the press. Same thing. Keep it cool. Gets the point across.
Long Island Audits tried to backstab free drugs first, you know, so he turned around and did it. Should he have done it? No, you know, maybe he should have just let it go. But you know,
What do
it
you
works
mean
two ways,
he
right?
What do you
I
mean he
didn't
tried?
know. What did he do to him?
Yeah. What did he?
Supposedly he ratted or something. That's what he came out with first, and then legalized drugs came out after. After Long Island came out with saying that he was ratting or whatever, and
Watch the
I don't
video.
believe that to be true, man.
Yeah, I watched
so
the
who
video.
who came on my panel saying that legalized drugs ratted and wrote a letter? Who came on my panel and said that?
I forget. Someone did, but
It wasn't
Did you?
Long Island.
Did you? I'm not going to pinpoint fingers, but did you forget, Slow?
Yeah, I forgot.
Oh. Okay. So, anyways, that came out, and then legalized drugs came out after Long Island audits, and said that he wrote an apology letters to the police.
Yeah, but do you know how long ago this letter and stuff had started?
Yeah, but
this stuff
the
started.
apology letter had nothing to do with legalized drugs.
Right, it didn't. You know who? I'm gonna tell y'all.
No,
Come on,
but
man. Y'all,
Long Island audits came out with a video exposing legalized drugs, right?
No. He came out with a video saying about what legalized drugs did to him. That's
There
what
you
he
go. There you go. That's what I said 8 times in the chat. That's what I said 8 times just now, and you guys said no.
No, you're not getting it right. He came out with a video saying about the letter that legalized drugs sent the Crown Attorney about Long Island audits.
Exactly.
This is the video Long
So
Island
then what are we
came
arguing about then?
We're saying Long Island came up with this video after legalized drugs started this thing about this letter again. This thing about the letter again is recently surfacing. It started several months ago. Okay.
Oh yeah, wow,
and
long
now
time ago.
because his numbers are going up, y'all. They are trying to sabotage him again by bringing up this letter again.
Okay, so let me get it straight. Hold on. So Long Island audits, whatever his fucking name is, came out and exposed legalized drugs, right?
No.
Who did it first?
Legalized
he didn't expose. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry, babe. Legalized drugs came out with the letter again recently.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You guys are still not listening to me.
Okay, Long Island. Listen. Long Island audits wrote a letter apologizing about himself to the police, trying to lick some boots. That's what he was doing. It had nothing to do with legalized drugs.
Okay.
Exactly.
Legalized drugs.
So that was the first video made.
Legalized drugs sent a letter to the Crown Attorney about Long Island audits.
Mm-hmm.
And Long Island audits, he had nothing to do with this guy before this. Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Out of the blue, this guy did this, Epic. Out of the blue, just for no reason.
So
I would like to hear his reason. Actually, I would love to have him on the panel and have him tell us why he did that.
I'm raising my hand. All right, so you know people are paying people to do shit nowadays, right? Y'all know people are paying people to do stuff nowadays, right?
Now who? Supporters or trolls or police?
Auditors or cop watchers or whatever you want to call them. You know that they paying people to do stuff for them nowadays, right?
So let me say something. They're both in the fucking wrong. They both shouldn't have fucked with each other.
You're still not getting it, Epic. You're not getting it. Long Island did not fuck with legalized drugs. He did not. That had nothing to do with them.
Yeah, that whole situation. I don't even care about that whole situation anymore. I'm just saying they're both fucking idiots for ratting each other out. And you know what? For him to write an apology letter, he's a fucking idiot. And legalize drugs for writing a letter to the fucking crown attorney, he's a fucking idiot too. So there you go.
So both of them are fucking idiots. All right,
Yeah,
shit.
you know what I mean? Fuck it, bro. I'm not taking anybody's side. I think they're both idiots for doing that. That's it.
And you know what? You're entitled to your goddamn opinion.
Exactly.
Everyone's a fucking idiot.
Welcome to the Idiot Show, guys.
Is that Lake Ontario?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm still jamming to that. Everyone's a fucking idiot.
That's a nice view, though.
Yeah, we got the CN Tower over there.
Which lake is that?
Ontario.
We talk about
Ontario
shit.
Lake,
We
man.
just get along. I love it.
Point towards the United States. We're on the other side.
Don't go into the water.
This is as far south in Toronto as you can get.
What's across from there?
Oh, I've been there. I've been across that body of water to Rochester.
Rochester,
New
yeah.
York?
Yeah.
New York? Nice.
Looks like a nice day.
Oh, it's gorgeous, yeah. Sun's out. Look, there's a tent over there. Someone's fucking sleeping on the beach.
Nice. Smart guy.
I want to go fishing.
Yeah, you'd want to go out in the middle of the lake here. I don't know if you'd want to eat anything. You might catch a fucking
I wouldn't.
an arm or a leg or something.
I would
Don't
never
be a-
eat from there.
Don't be a fish tyrant. Be nice to animals.
I would never eat from there.
Don't be a murderer.
I was texting you in a chat. Slow burn.
Oh, I'm not looking at chat, brother. I'm walking. I got a 100-pound dog in my hand.
I know he's such a monster, but he don't pull that hard.
Well, he's got a prong collar on, brother.
Right.
He's not stupid. That shit hurts when he pulls.
Okay, I got a question.
Spit it
Why
out.
do y'all put them on y'all pit bulls? Why do y'all put them on y'all dogs?
So they behave. So they don't pull. Yeah.
Put what?
Mine will pull your arm right out of your
These
stocking.
collars.
Bet you might check if it won't. Or you'll let
Listen,
go.
listen. If I gave you my dog, Sly Shy, if I gave you my dog, you would be. If I said don't let go, you would be dragged on your stomach. You'd get road rash, chin rash. Like I'm not joking. Like the dog would pull you.
Listen, a boob rash.
Yeah.
Slow burner.
Yeah, it's no joke. Like I'm a 240-pound man. This guy's pulling me down the street when he wants.
Slow.
Like, yeah.
You need to hook Dirty Mike to that leash and bring him out for a walk to get some fresh air, bro. I'm just reading the comment that any fan put out. Put him on that leash. This thing. That's what any fan says.
Crafty cat about to run into you.
We need
I
to.
have lots of different collars for Ruckus. When I take him out, I dress him up. I got a nice collar with his name on it and stuff.
Jen Wild sent me some nice coats for my dogs.
I got coats for Ruckus, but he won't wear them. If anyone's got a big dog that wants jackets, I got them.
Send them to Becky O.
They're nice too.
I agree.
Send
I
them
agree with.
to Becky O.
I agree with you, 5Dan. But listen, man, we gotta stand strong together. You know, we can't backstab each other. You know, we gotta stay strong against our government, or else we'll never fucking break free. If we break down and ask them for freedom, then you know we'll never get a breakthrough. We gotta fight it.
The way the community is going at each other, they watching it. The police are watching. They seeing how the community is going after each other just by the shit that they starting. You know what I mean? And they don't care. Look, they want to shut the community down. They want the First Amendment auditors to stop filming them so they can continue to violate people's rights. And they don't want you to, you know, they want to start the friction in the community. So y'all can start fighting amongst each other and stop being out on the street filming them.
Yes, they do. And they're good at it. They've been practicing that for millennia and a half, probably.
And it's still working.
Yeah, because people with their egos, they gotta get their shit together. But it's still in its infancy, right? So there's these tribulations people are gonna get over. They get knocked down, get a knee scrape, put a Band-Aid on it, get back up, keep going again, right?
Look at his numbers. His numbers show it.
Yep. Persistence. Just keep moving.
Right. There you go. There you go. I fell down. I bumped my head. I wrote a dumbass letter. I apologized. All right. Well, now we're going to keep it moving and look at my numbers now.
And learn from mistakes. This whole freedom stuff that I talk about and the lifestyle that I live, I didn't pick it all up in one day. It took a long time to get to that point. And there's a lot of things I had to bump my knees into to get there. So just the way it works. But it's worth it.
I had to do drugs. I had to shoot drugs and shit to get to where I'm at. So listen, I'm grateful for the bumps and the bruises I got.
Lake Isabella. Lake Isabella is almost dry on the lake bed water, but the river is still flowing.
It's kind of better that it's not too easy, because it'd be way too easy to get arrogant with it and get knocked on your ass, and a lot of people would give up that way. I like the momentum. I think it's the pace it's not too fast. I think it's going in the right direction, my opinion.
Look at him against the press. He's the calmest, coolest dude out there. He don't get arrested.
Another good auditor.
Yes.
He's never been arrested?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I don't think so either.
Maybe
I believe
detained.
he was, actually. And I believe
he won a lawsuit for that one, didn't he?
Yeah, and I believe he's doing another one now too, actually. He was rare to actually go that route, and I saw him one time. He made a big thing about making an exception to it.
Yeah, he says he tells you I'm not here to try to get no case or sue you and stuff like that. He said, but don't violate my rights.
I can't make you look bad. You can only make yourself look bad.
Exactly.
I'm wondering what happened to all the Canadians.
Sorry, repeat yourself. You broke up.
So I'm wondering what happened to all the Canadians.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they're not so silent.
Maybe just fed up with the drama.
There's a few of them there for a bit.
Who? With who?
Canadian Rights and E.T. and all these guys, they're gone.
Yeah, E.T.'s doing a big construction on his house too right now, so.
Yeah, but you're not doing it 24 hours a day.
It's not for everybody. Like
that guy, he accumulated a lot of charges, so I can understand why he's wanting to lay low.
He's gonna lay low, beat his charges, get his lawsuits on, and then he'll come back. He's not done. He said it. He's not done.
A lot of them laid low. Freaking media had laid low for a little while. A lot of them started.
Epic's laying low.
Yeah, a lot of them laid low.
They got it because the
police are compiling.
It's like a stall tactic.
Exactly.
It is a stall tactic. That's exactly what it is.
Because they're gonna come out strong in this next spring. The auditors are gonna be out in full force. I believe it.
Yep. The longer they can silence you, the more they can get away with their shit. That's all it is.
And that's what they're trying to do. They know that the auditors are coming out strong. It's more of y'all every day on the streets. And that's what they're afraid of. They cannot violate. They can't search your car illegally if 4 guys are standing right there with cameras. So let's try to bully one, or let's try to start shit with one and get them to argue with us so we can arrest them. That's what they do. They try to push y'all buttons and say that y'all trying to interfere with them. No,
Yeah.
they want to
Oh, yeah.
push your button so they can lock you up and say
They
that you
lie through their fucking teeth.
right. Like the directly said, they are trying to compile a case against the auditors so they could take it to the Supreme Court and say the auditors are interfering with their work.
Yeah. They're not in the business of public servantry.
No.
They're in the
And
business
I've
of
always
tyranny.
said since I started watching auditing and any activism on the YouTube, why don't they start a class action lawsuit against the police nationally because they have enough evidence? Oh, they had enough evidence 4 years ago, overwhelming evidence.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. There's enough videos out here to show what the fuck they're doing.
The thing about that is, for the accountability part, it really won't make much difference. Because you're still trying to get remedy in the same system. It's like asking the criminals to hold themselves accountable when you're using their own system. You're using the tyrannical system, right?
I understand that, Nude, from your perspective, and you're right. When you're
Hey, no, come on. Sorry, guys.
Go on, Blue Steel. I want to hear your response to that, man.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. I mean, that's reducing it to the ridiculous. Like we're expecting a not real situation in a not real world to change. It's not of the world. I understand where you're going. I concur.
Yeah, so it's just being real about it, right? And to get real remedy that way, what we would have to do is just set up our own court and handle it that way. It's ridiculous that we don't have that. We don't have our own We the People affairs, After all this time watching the tyrants, doing what they're doing, we still just stand there and, don't even have our own, what do you call that? Administrative remedy process as well. We just always we always give it back to them to deal with.
If we don't give it to them, they're gonna take it, Guru.
No, we're the boss. That's what you need to learn. We're the boss. They're our employers, right? They just turned on us. They abused our trust, and they're still taking our money from us because we're just. I'm just speaking for people in general, because people aren't putting their foot down to it.
They take until you say something. They're gonna keep taking.
That's it. It's just like letting a kid run rampant over your house. You're the parent of the child. You have to step your foot down, otherwise they're going to be the parent.
Oh my God.
We created government. They're our children, not the other way around. Any perceived authority they have, which they don't have any, it's authorization, very important to get that straight, is only because we gave it to them. So how could we not already have any authority to begin with? They couldn't have gotten it from anywhere else. So we already have that authority, right?
Right.
So of course we just have to organize and actually do that. And the conversation needs to start with conversation, and that's my purpose here. I'm trying to bring that up, so people catch wind of it. And nobody can do that on their own. We have to do it together.
But I told you, Guru, the FBI is listening.
That's great. I invite them. Come over. Let's have a talk. I ain't scared.
Maybe they could team up.
No fear.
Get away from this bullshit.
I'll tell you one thing. If we don't do what the types of things that we're talking about here, then there's a reason to be scared.
Yeah.
It's only going
to get worse and get worse and worse. Soon you won't be able to do anything.
Yeah.
Right. Too much confidence.
I'm scared to say, Guru, I'm with you, right? And I'll stand right behind you.
You're righteous to do that. I concur within your means. That's the way it should be. It's
Yes.
that the people who have the ability, they should be on the front lines or whatnot. That's just common logical sense.
And that's what you was talking about the means, you having the means.
Right. You wouldn't put a 4-year-old child in the front line, that would make sense.
Right.
Together, though, we have an incredible means. Especially because we got numbers on our side. And that's one thing that people should don't forget. We outnumber them by hundreds of millions, even billions.
So how do you go about getting them together?
Excellent question. You start with yourself. You have to walk the walk. What's that?
Right? You keep saying that, yeah.
Yes. Now, for example, what would give anybody the reason to be interested in about the things that I talk about? What would be the first reason?
Freedom.
Well, yeah, but why is it when I talk about that, there's actually some merit to it that would give somebody even the slightest bit of notion to give attention to it when I'm speaking?
Hope.
But why? Why me and not somebody else?
Because everybody else has been infiltrated or killed.
What am I doing maybe a little differently? This is kind of my point here.
You're not out in the open?
Not quite. I'll give you the answer. I'm walking the walk. I've been doing it for 23 years.
Right.
So there's some relevance to what I'm saying. There's credibility, there's testimony, right? And I can give actual case examples and experience. I can talk from experience. So people are willing to listen to that a little more than just theoretical. So guess what happens when you guys take that understanding and start little by little putting little seeds for yourself and implementing that and seeing how this works and having some success and catching a win. All of a sudden now there's 5 people who are talking from experience, and then a group, and then little groups, and just like the Monday community itself. That's how it starts.
But that's what I'm saying. It started like that in Tulsa. They came and burned Tulsa down.
You're a little quiet. I think it's
said it
because of the wind.
Yeah, it happened like that in Tulsa with the African Americans, and they came and burnt Tulsa down because these people were organized. They had their own everything, and the government didn't like it, so they came and burnt it down.
All right. Now, is that a good enough reason not to continue with what's crucially important?
I guess fear of dying, fear of getting killed by the government.
Because what's going to happen if we don't do that?
They're going to still have control.
And what are they going to do with that control? What have they
Rule
been doing?
the world.
And have they been slaughtering us and killing us and being tyrannical and throwing us in cages for no reason and ruling all over us?
Yes.
So what's more important, standing up to that or just letting that happen?
Somebody else answer that question. I'm high.
Right. See, I don't
I'll take you there.
I don't attest that there's been some, hardships, and that's the way that it goes, right? That's part of the battlefield. The problem is, you have to come to terms with the war aspect of it. There's these people who have decided for whatever reason to turn against us morale righteous people. That's an act of tyranny, which is a sugar-coated word for war. They're an aggressor against us. They're a bully. They're an aggressor. They're violent towards us. They're violating us all the time.
But it's been happening before your. But it's been happening before your time, though, Guru.
Absolutely. And at the same time, this is my time now. I wasn't there then, so this is my time, and it's my time to actually have an opportunity to do something about that. So I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Can I to begin with?
I understand it's a hard reality and a hard pill to swallow, but because the reality is what it is, coming to terms and accepting it, I'm not afraid to die. All right, we're going to die anyways at some point. We all have an expiry here. I'm not interested in hurrying up the process, but at the same time, if I got an attacker coming at me and I don't do something about that, I am hurrying up the process then.
Well, if I go out and fight, I'm going to lose my insurance.
Well, maybe that's not something you should be depending on. Maybe think of something else.
No. I'm talking about when I do die, I have to have insurance to make sure I'm taken care of properly. So you know what I mean.
So it says what, a clause in there that if you're an activist or whatever, that and you die in activism.
I think that's committing suicide. Being on the front line and saying, "Bitch, you want to get shot."
I wouldn't doubt it for a second.
Clause.
It need to be one.
I wouldn't doubt it for 1 second that there'd be some twisty thing they put in there for that.
And I think a lot of people would feel that they're losing out on investments in life. They went out and up to the front lines and you'd say.
Melvin, can you repeat that a bit? You're cutting in and out a little bit there.
I was just saying, I think people are afraid to be losing their investments in life.
Yeah, that's very true.
They spent all their lives investing in a home, cars, family, all this stuff, you know.
Right.
They don't.
That's all the more reason why we need to band together. That's another thing on top of it, because if you don't, you know, look what they do. They don't pay 5 cents in tax, and they come and they take, you know, half of everything you own, if not everything. What the hell's that bullshit, right?
Yeah, but it's really difficult to do when you got so many different types of personalities and lifestyles and everything, right? Beliefs.
I agree. And it's not going to happen overnight. So that's why, you know, we're doing what we're doing. You got to start somewhere. You got to get a momentum.
I think we got to start to learn more about tolerance.
Still cutting out there, man. You were good for a
No,
minute. But
get in a better spot for your signal.
No, it's just that I'm getting some weird feedback. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Yeah, there's a bit of whoop sound or something. I don't know where it's coming from.
I don't know. Well, there was a saying, I think we learn more tolerance for one another. You know,
And that's the key. It's us together. Like, you know, when you start talking about forming organizations or you know, trying to get together, you got some strong-minded people that want to just fight for themselves. They don't want to fight for others.
That's correct. But that's still not. Well, I'll pose the question: is that yet a good enough reason to not carry forth with standing up to tyranny and doing what we need to do? Because one thing is inevitable: if we don't do that, if we don't succeed in doing that, we're done. So there's only 2 ways to fail in life. First is you give up, and second is you don't learn from your mistakes.
So if I got out on the front line and fought and got wait, I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just joking, all right? So if I got out on the front line and took a bullet for you, Guru, right? What will I gain?
It's part of the it's just part of the way it is, you know. It's not about gaining anything. It's just how we have to deal with it, right? We're in a war. Part of war means that people are going to get hurt. I don't like it. I wish it wasn't that way, but we have to be real about it, you know.
Collateral damage.
When you talk, Sly Shy is making sounds, but weird noises come out of her thing. But when she talks, it's clear, and it's making shitty noises when I'm talking too.
Sly Shy, are you maybe you're on your phone? Are you pressing buttons on it at the same time or anything? It almost sounds like maybe something like that. I'm not sure.
No, sir. I ain't touching my phone. It's been the same way since.
That's
My
weird.
signal is up.
I don't hear anything, bro. I don't hear nothing.
Music or TV. How about everybody mute? Just let Sly Shy.
Here, no, everybody unmute, and I'll unmute one by one, so I have control of it. Or actually, go ahead, but here, I'll mute. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Is it me? All right, I'll turn mine off.
No, sounds fine now when we are all muted.
It was epic.
It was epic.
It wasn't me because I've been unmuted this whole time.
No.
Yeah, because
there's back.
I haven't muted, so I know it wasn't me.
It's the Bluetooth. Like when you lose that Bluetooth connection, and then turn it back on, it starts sounding distorted. That's what Billy did to me the other night. When he went to the door, his Bluetooth disconnected, and when he came back and put it on, I sounded distorted. Even though I might sound distorted, y'all, sometime I be high.
Oh yeah.
The noise.
Hey.
Yeah, the noise is still coming.
Maybe we just revert to muting until it's our turn to talk.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
gonna say something.
Go ahead.
Oh, when I'm sorry. When Slow Burner went outside, that was a nice walk that you got there for your dog. That's nice that you got an area like that. The only reason we got an area like that is because of the fucking University of Florida. You know, that's the only reason out here there's an extension, of the bike path that I walk on. That's nice that y'all got that.
Yeah, he's got a big forest back there. Got a whole forest back there. You guys still hear it?
No, it seems good now, doing it that way.
Yeah, but now it's too fucking quiet.
Well, Melvin was trying to say things earlier. I wanted to hear what he was, his points there. So, Melvin, you got the floor if you want, man.
Oh, I can't remember what I was saying now.
Had a feeling.
Smoke another one.
I haven't gone to sleep yet, so.
We were talking about the whole band together thing. It was right after Sly Shy was saying the thing if she was on the front line and whatnot.
Oh, I just remember saying something that we need to learn more tolerance.
Right. Oh yes, with being together and whatnot. Yeah.
More tolerance, and then there's trust issues too.
Preach.
Yeah, there is, and then there's the ego factor, and people having different reasons for doing it and whatnot. But push come to shove, when you're actually confronted and faced with the actual tyranny in action, that's when you got to drop all that, and that's all there is to it. There just has to be some people aren't. There's still going to be a level of people who are going to be off in La La Land doing what they're going to do. But as long as there's enough people on every account to stand together, who has their head on their shoulders, and there certainly is enough people to do that, even with all the bullshit ones. The bullshit ones are just going to kind of go to the sidelines or whatever and do their thing. So that's not really a problem when push comes to shove. Once we got the numbers.
Yeah, the number.
I want your phone number, Guru, so when the FBI come and snatch me out of my crib and take all my devices, I want to make sure that no, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, because that would make me a snitch. No, I don't need your phone number. I'm sorry. I will go down fighting for you, Guru.
Well, I'm all in as well, you know. I have been for quite some time. I'm surprised I haven't had to go further than I had to, actually, with the kind of stuff that you do, you know. And that's the thing about it, is the what if factor. You can always sit there and think about the what if this happens to me and what if this happens to me, and there is a lot of that all the time, but at least on my account, and I can't say that it's going to be the same for everybody else, and it can turn in 2 seconds. That's the way life goes. It's unpredictable, but it's more often than not going to be the what if that you probably thought it was going to be. And I was quite surprised, you know, how much I was able to maneuver with a lot less resistance than I thought I would have to be up against, living this kind of way that I do. Doesn't mean there isn't challenges, though, and in different areas, you know, different scenarios, there are going to be challenges, especially as more momentum picks up and these tyrants start really recognizing that they are losing their grip hold. They're not just going to go down and be silent. They're going to put up a fuss, you know. That's inevitable.
Yeah,
What
I don't
about
know.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I'd say predictability.
Yeah, you have to kind of expect the unexpected and be prepared. But we've got a lot of advantages, you know. The Matrix the movie kind of makes the statement, and it's true. The agents, right, which is the tyrants, look at it that way, they have rules that they have to operate. They only have like training that goes so far to handle public backlash on them. But we don't have to sit there and wait for like a command or whatnot. We don't have any of that kind of stuff. We have just our own to speak for. So we not only do we outnumber them, but when we're outside of the box, we can surround the box very, very easily. And they can't really go outside of that, because all they have is their training to fall back on. And when that fails, it's either die for them or submit and join us. And that's a pretty interesting scenario. We'll have to see what happens when it gets to that point.
Well, conquering armies used to absorb the armies that they conquered.
I think that whomping sound was coming from you, Blue Steel, when you just... I could hardly hear you there, actually.
I was just saying, conquering armies used to absorb conquered armies. Like if one force, if the blue force captured the red force would be absorbed into the blue force. You know, that's how the Romans used to do it, and the Greeks. Everybody used to do that.
Right.
Hordes, everybody.
Until they run out of resources.
Then they retreat and start all over again.
I'll make my airborne objective though I be the lone survivor. Retreat is not in my creed. Surrender is not in my creed.
That's the other part of the reality, is a lot of them have that die for the cause type of mindset as well, even though the cause they're dying for is not a moral one. They don't care. If they did, they wouldn't be doing what they were doing, right?
Order takers.
That's right.
Okay. You got some people. I was watching a video a while back ago. Direct D and all of those guys were out. And you have some people that think what filming is not a job. They think because you're out filming that you don't have a job, that you're not a productive member of society. Why is that?
Indoctrination.
Well, I'm going to say like this here. A lot of people, you can shame them by that. You know, you can your speech has prolific power. You know, you can inject thought bombs. Hey, motherfucker, why don't you go get a goddamn job instead of bothering me while I'm at mine? That's what the police mindset is. So
I got
I have no problem telling them that I'm disabled.
yeah. How about why get a job when I can own the business?
That's what D said. That's what Direct D said.
They're just using that language as ammo.
It's just sandbox verbiage, right? That's all it is.
And one of my encounters with the police, I was sitting out there with my sign at Holly Heights, and I sat out there with it. And when they accosted me, they sat there and said, you know, why are you disabled? You're not disabled, you know, all this, that, and the third, you know. They started, you know, trying to fracture my ethos and stuff like that, you know, and that happens all the time. You know, you hear it, you see it, you know, by their actions of intimidation and stuff like that. But if you're going to commit to something, you know, like Epic said, if you're going to, and this has been resonating, you know, I've been processing these thoughts, and it's different to hear somebody say something like Epic said, you know, and he knows the, you know, ramifications of going all the way. Like me, I was cultured all the way whenever I was a youngin', you know, in the airborne. Not so much the Army, but whenever I went airborne, we had a creed and such. And I told you that one line of it was, you know, I will meet my airborne objective though I beat a lone survivor. Anyway, a lot of people can't beat a lone survivor, you know, and they do the best they can and they flail, you know, and anybody's going to wiggle when the police puts the cuffs on you, you know, and that's just figurative. And I'm going to say like this here. I don't know what it would be like to be arrested. It has never happened to me in a long time. And some of y'all weren't born when that happened. But anyway, a long story short, you take what we're doing, it is like war. It is. You know, to go out there with 6 armed people, you know, or 5 armed people, or however many they call on a camera, it's crazy. Like Chuck Bronson just last week had a weapon oriented in his direction from 2 angles. That's crazy for having a camera. But you kind of got to really stop and think about what you're doing. You're fucking with armed people. You wouldn't go in the hood and fuck with, you know, the gang that occupies that territory, but you'll go and fuck with the police because they're supposed to act one way, and they don't ever act any way that they're supposed to.
Because they're hired psychopaths. That's literally, by definition, that's what they are. They are psychopaths, and because they are being paid, the actions that they're doing are not in line with morale, so that makes them a mercenary. And that's what we're up against. We're up against mercenary psychopaths, not police. They are not a police force. They are not a public servantry. They just call themselves that to fool we the people, to give themselves legitimacy, because they don't have legitimacy. And they don't have authority. It's just a dog and pony show and a scam.
Yeah, supposedly we have something called the Dirty 30 here in town.
Oh, yes.
Try it now, Sly. Open your mic.
Yeah.
Is everything good? No, because you were echoing for a sec. I just fixed you. You're good.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, Guru. The mercenaries, right? So I was thinking about mercenaries because my neighbors, they were mercenaries, and I listened to what you said, and I said, well, Dag, is that why they send mercenaries to places like Africa and stuff to trick those people into taking medications or, you know, stuff like that?
Yeah, well, if you understand what the definition of a mercenary is, you see that almost every single bit of capitalism is a mercenary. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole rulership aspect of things. Everybody's being paid without a level of morale or a yellow caution flag to go alongside with their actions of what they're doing. Yeah, for the almighty dollar right there, right? For a freaking piece of paper. You throw it right out the window when all of a sudden you smell that little bit of green stuff. And that's what they're doing.
Well, I won't sell my soul to the devil, and I ain't selling my. I ain't flashing for the panel either.
I would almost be willing to bet that every single person on this panel has been a mercenary at some time or another in their life without realizing it, including
Yeah, he's
myself.
going sleep right now.
I used to work at McDonald's. You damn right I was a mercenary. I didn't even think at all about the morale about what I was doing. I do now. I wish I never worked there.
You was dropping the buns on the floor and picking them up and blowing them off.
That was Johnny behind me. You know, I was trying to get him in trouble for doing that. But yeah, I seen it all. I did see that. No joke.
It seems like people nowadays are just clawing and scraping to secure their futures. And then they're stepping on anybody they, doesn't matter who they step on to get there.
That's right. And that's because the way that this conceptual society, so to speak, is running is through the capitalistic way. There's not enough to go around for everybody. So by design, somebody has to lose in order for you to win this little game. So it's compete mentality, not cooperate. And that's the root of the cancer right there.
Yeah, and it's all based on the reward system, basically, right? You do work and you get rewarded for it. How do we get around that?
By getting back to nature, because nature has abundance for all of us. And capitalism is scarcity mentality sugar-coated with those rewards. So if you do a little better and outnumber your neighbor, you get a little bit extra of the slice of the cake there.
Okay, when you said nature, I don't really understand the nature abundance for us.
Yeah, like for example, if you go in the forest, you'll see and know what to look for. There is food everywhere. It's ridiculous how much food is there. Most people have no idea what real food even is. And when you learn that, you just go, oh my God, I can't believe how deluded people are by what they think they can and cannot eat. That's just one aspect of it. Also resources. There's so many other natural options that we could be using for housing, for heating. Nature provides for all of us. It's just the problem is we're not living in unison with that nature anymore. We're living in this segregated, congested people farm mentality where we're doing this capitalism thing and living in scarcity. So we all try and make it to the store at the end of the week, and hopefully we have enough left over to, have our 5 minutes of our video games. That's bullshit. That's not the way nature works.
Yeah.
Do you know? I'm sorry. Do you
grasping that?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's difficult because it's not something that you were raised with. It's not something that you were, you didn't experience very much of that. And it's certainly not something that's taught in the schools at all. How much abundance there really is out there. You're taught that no, you need to be dependent. The only way you're going to make it and get by is to get a job. They don't even teach you about self-employment, barely touch on that topic these days, how to be self-sufficient.
Okay, let Blue Steel say something.
Yep.
Hey, when you was talking about mercenaries, y'all, that's exactly where I went. That's terrible, isn't it? That's terrible when you equate your service to fucking like now,
Mercenary. Yeah.
you know, after the veil's been lifted, yeah, as a fucking mercenary, as a piece of shit, with no honor, no integrity. It's fucked up when you think about it. Not when you're young, when you're doing it. But, I mean, yeah, they could get me to be a soldier today, and probably a lot of y'all. But it's something that you would, you know, wiggle out of because of the loss of integrity. Because when you get older, you know about integrity and ethics and morals and all that. Anyway, it's awful that when, you know, you think about, you know, your service to your country or whatever you did, you know, patriotic that you feel about, and then you think about it like he's just a fucking mercenary. That's all I wanted to say.
But they brainwash you. You know what I mean? When you young, Blue Steel, they brainwash you. Really, they don't. They snatch you up at the age of 18. They want to brainwash you so you won't know no better. So when you get older, you'll be all fucked up and in their system and running things the way they want you to run them.
Oh, I understand. The military was not my primary income, if you know what I mean. Anyway, but it just felt like something I was compelled to do. You know, I felt a compulsion. But I never thought about, you know, how wrong we were, you know, or anything like that until I got older. Even whenever I seen, now a lot of people have never seen death like this, but like between Iraq and Kuwait, the highway of death, you know, we had to go down through that. And, that nobody's ever seen anything like that. You know? That's like the distance between Orlando and Daytona with the whole Iraqi army on it, you know, pretty much. Anyway, dead. You know, dogs eating them and all that shit. But anyway, yeah, you never equate any of that stuff, you know, and you never, and then, you know, like when you think about what you're doing out there with the police, when people go out the door, they don't think of their body getting a whole magazine dumped into it, you know, of 40 caliber, you know, Smith and Wesson. But it happens, you know, and I mean, or the potential's there, you know, because they orient their weapons at you and such in different scenarios. But when you think about what you're doing in that whole scenario, I'm telling you, I'm more scared to jump. I'm more scared to go out there and fuck with the police than I am to jump out of an airplane right now. If you said, "Come on, let's go," I'd be more scared to go fuck with the police. If two people showed up and said, "Well, you can either go jump out of an airplane or you can go audit the police station. You know, we're gonna help you out. We're gonna go down there to that sheriff's department you're scared of," and I would be like, "Let's just go jump out of an airplane." That's fucked up, but that's
And
the way it is.
I'm the same way, Blue. Hey, Guru, I'm the same way, man. Like, listen, I live in Philadelphia. The cops here are dangerous, man. They will send somebody to my house. They will watch me and send somebody to my house because I live by myself. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. If I had some backup like that, you know, no problem. But it's just me by myself. I'm 5'2", 120 pounds, man. They just listen. I'll be coming home from a party one night and get kidnapped.
Yeah. That's why I think make sure everybody, don't get me wrong. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am not suggesting for anybody to go get a rifle and walk down to their local corner cop shop and start shooting random bullets point blank all over the place. That is not what I'm suggesting. You have to be methodical about this, and yes, you have to be, you know, to take things to the next step. You can't do it by yourself. That would be a stupid move. Even the cop watching move. If it is a very dangerous area, if the cop's more aggressive, another scenario. I completely concur with what you're saying, Sheila. To do that in an area like what you're talking about by yourself would be ludicrous. That's practically suicide, and no point in doing that. You're not making any progress, right?
And then too, my neighbors are so mean. I ain't got nobody to back me up, yo. Look,
Yeah.
listen, the cops snatch me up, and my neighbor will go in the house and close the door.
Yeah, again, it comes back down to that within your means thing again, right? So at this point, it wouldn't be within your means, but it doesn't mean that perhaps that couldn't be achievable. It's just that the current situation, it might not be, but it could
Hey,
be
look
achieved
here.
potentially with some work and effort, maybe, you know?
I'll tell you about another combat veteran. He's volunteered. He's actually took me down there with all my gear and dumped me off, you know, in front of the courthouse where I was standing out there for a whole month. Anyway, and some other times. And he's a Vietnam veteran, a jarhead. Anyway, but I guarantee you all the money I got in the bank and my check just hit today, that he wouldn't go stand out there with me. Not that he doesn't agree about the principles of the matter, but because he knows what the fuck will happen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And yeah, it's scary. You know, it's a lot of you know, you're fucking, like you said, you call them psychopaths. I say there's a few psychopaths in there, but most of them are sociopathic. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And definitely IQs of 100 or lower. You can see because none of them wear their sidearm on their left side. So that means they're not left-handed. Because you have that option as a cop. I just wanted to go there. If you ever have to talk to them, find a lefty. Anyway, on top of that, these people histrionically fuck people up. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, you know, you never know what you're going to get. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's a science. And you're testing your hypothesis. And you're looking for repeatable results. But you never get the same result. You know, the result's supposed to be cookie cutter because it's in black and white. It's like Boolean algebra for them. If this situation is happening, if this, then that. But they can't follow that. They go all off script, out of even out of order of operations or sequence of events on the arrest procedures, you know, and detainment and all this, that, and the third. And these people are just,
writing
you
a
know,
report.
Yeah, they're just, and they lie, you know, they got, you know, truth issues and stuff like that. It's just like when you step out there to do, you know, to do business with them, you know, in the capacity of being, you know, an activist, it's just like you don't know what the fuck you're gonna get, you know. It's unpredictable.
The element of surprise is the tyrant's number 2 tool. The first one is propaganda and fear. The second one is the element of surprise. You got to know the enemy, right?
They've been doing that all my life, though, Guru, with the fear and the what's the other word you used?
Propaganda.
Propaganda. Yeah, I've been seeing that all my life. That's all the government and the police and, you know, older folks. That's all they do is push the propaganda. They know nothing about real life circumstances.
I agree. Now, equate that to how that's a factor with what we're talking about. You have a reason for saying that. I'm not sure I understand what it is.
Just who you call them older folks, too. Not me?
No, not you, Myron. I'm just saying, I'm talking about people that are stuck in their ways.
You got
That's
new
what I'm
video?
talking
Yeah, any fan?
Say it again.
Any fan says he's got a new video out.
So how is that a factor? Because I agree with you, of course, that's obvious. Most of the people are living a very brainwashed, indoctrinated lifestyle. But what are you seeing? What was the basis behind? How is that relevant to what they're saying? To what we're talking about?
It's because people are selfish, and everyone is not on the same page as wanting change.
Yes.
So, right. So when I go out my door, I might have that thing. I have that same spirit you have, right? And I
Yes.
want to get 5 people to feel, or oh, wait, it's not about feelings. I want 5 people to want to experience the same thing I'm experiencing, or the same lifestyle that I experience. But people just don't want to step outside their comfort zone.
I would agree. A majority of people don't, but that doesn't mean that there are some that do. Because you're an example of one. I'm an example of one. Most of the people around here are examples of one. So that's the answer, is to have the proper expectations. If you have an expectation like everybody on your street corner is going to turn around in their mindset just because you said so, you're done. That's a fallacy and ridiculous thing to think about. So that's not the way to be looking about how to accomplish the objective here. And it's not going to happen with just a snap of the finger and everybody all of a sudden that, we're not going to have the numbers in 2 seconds. It's got to have what we're doing right now, have these conversations. Other people will talk to their friends, people will catch wind of it when it's starting to click and make sense. People start testing the waters a bit more. They get a confidence about it. It happens a little more gradually, but once that momentum really starts to reach a kind of a critical mass point, look out, it's going to take off, because then we're going to have a basis formula, so to speak, not a set cookie cutter formula, but there's going to be an obvious pattern at some point that, hey, listen, this works, this is successful, we just have to do it. Yes, there's repercussions, people are going to get hurt and whatnot, but in the end, we're going to be able to accomplish the objective by choosing to go down this path. I can see that distance right now because I've experienced a lot of success that most people never get to have. So I can speak with that conviction and that confidence. And that's my objective, is to give that wisdom as much as I can to help empower you guys and everybody else to have that same thing, so you can in turn do it for other people who are ready and willing to step up too.
Myron, I want a little dog like that. I want a lap dog. She looks like she's so nice and peaceful and loving. Look at her. She know I'm talking about her. Look at her. She know I'm talking about her. Oh, well, he know I'm talking about him. He laid on daddy's chest like, yeah, I'm loving.
I could get, anytime I want him to do that, all I gotta do is go like this.
Uh-huh. Oh.
There's going to be a lot of interesting surprises when on their end too, the tyrants end. It's just like we know, of course, there's going to be some people who are ready to fight tooth and nail. They're so brainwashed to defend their little tyranny and whatnot. There's also going to be a lot of people that they're all talk, they're all tough, but when it comes down to it, if they're really up against that gun to their head or whatever, if their life is really on the line, they will draw a line to themselves. Nobody really wants to die, and nobody really wants to get hurt. So if they're up against being outnumbered and whatnot, there's going to be a lot of people, you'd be surprised, I'm sure, that'll back down more often than not, and having that on video camera now and being able to show that, spreading that virally, wow, that's going to be powerful.
People will get out and protest if somebody got shot in another state by police, but if somebody shoot the little child in the neighborhood, everybody want to turn their head.
I'm not sure I'm following you. This is something that happened. A child got shot, and everybody just kind of turned a blind eye to it, or not, or something like that.
Wait. over the past 2 years, you know all the stuff that's been going on, right? All the protests and stuff about George Floyd and everything.
A little bit, actually. I don't really focus a lot on that. So just what I hear, bits and pieces.
Oh, okay. Well, we had a lot of it's been a lot of, like, even in my state, Walter Wallace Jr. was murdered by police. He had mental issues, and 2 rookies shot him 10 times.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is we have a lot of that kind of stuff going on. We'll get protests about that kind of stuff, about police killing people, but we won't do protests about people in our own community killing each other.
Oh yeah, I concur with that too. So that's a whole nother level of things, right? When we start to merge and stop blurring the lines of, separating this thing of, blue shirt wearers as if they're not people themselves and one of us, then yes, we need to look at that too, right? A tyrant doesn't just have to be wearing a uniform. A tyrant is right in our community too. A tyrant is somebody who's not moralistic in principle and is willing to do something to cause harm to somebody. That's all a tyrant is. So yeah, we're responsible for that too. It never was a mercenary's responsibility to actually deal and handle with that. And because we've lost sight of that and kept giving that responsibility and power away to somebody, a fictional thing, that's why the problem has become so rampant, because we're not attending to their problem. Same thing with the tyrants themselves with the collars. It's one and the same, really. So yes, we have to attend to that too. The lack of responsibility of doing that is a huge problem that needs to be dealt with. I think most. I'll yield to you. You go ahead.
No, I was just getting ready to say the reason why I'm quiet. I'm separating change, but I'm listening.
Okay, so in addition to that, I do see this is I don't know factually, but as far as I can see, from what I can tell, most crime is actually coming from systemic crime, from tyrants. There is, if you take away all of that, there's probably a lot less percentage of the whole picture of crime that's coming from just communal crime. Yes, there's domestic disputes and violence and gang violence and whatnot. Of course, I see all that too. But most of it, I see a lot more problems coming from government than I do from the community itself. So I think that's where it really needs to not to ignore the focus at all, that or neglect it, that it needs to be done in the communities. It's definitely one and the same, but because the source seems to be more rampant in the uniform wearers, I think that's where the focus needs to be kind of prioritized as we speak. And maybe as we get a more sense of unity and success with handling that, we'll also have a better sense of how to successfully handle those things within community as well. That's my opinion.
What you showing, Blue Steel?
Hey, Blue, where did this happen? You're muted, buddy.
That's in Gainesville about 6 years ago. That's a bunch of black people, a few white people, and a fuckload of cops. And they look like it looks like you would imagine like slavers. If you ask me what it looks like, if you ever listen to it, it's on my 1A section on my site. But I was just, putting that up there to show you how wild cops are. And all it was a man and a woman cop seeing a man with a stroke, and his arm was stuck, and they wrestled him to the ground and tried to, you know, straighten his arm and put him in handcuffs. And about 30, 40 cops showed up. And they chased the people around with shotguns. It really looks bad. It's badder than I can describe it, because, and that's how Gainesville is. They try and put off a nice, innocent motif, but it's fucking horrible. I didn't record that. Somebody named Tazy recorded that. She recorded it first person. And you would be surprised. There's no views of that. There's no views of that shit. It never got out. It never got published. It doesn't matter, you know, like one of my videos John Felix did for me, it's got like 70,000 views, you know. 2 other videos San Joaquin did for me, they got like 100,000 views together, you know. Anyway, it's like we sit here and we talk about all this, you know, and how to make a functionality out of it, you know, and it's like crazy because we're starting from the dirt. Even though, like Guru says, he's, you know, been in, you know, activism for 25 years, and I'm sure all the rest of y'all, you know, I'm a newbie, I'm a cherry, but it's like, man, and there's videos that come out every day, at least 3 to 5 videos every day, new, not something that somebody's, you know, rerun, you know. And it's like things don't change though. Oh, you see a little change, you know. And we spend a lot of effort, you know, just like right now. Not only are we just here and as a, you know, social, but we're here kind of fraternally, because, you know, it's cop watching activism that brought us here, you know. And even Guru, I'm just picking with you, Guru. But, you know, it's like all the effort that we expend, and just sitting here listening to all the effort and seeing shit just from 6 years ago, and then seeing how the cops treated me a year and a half ago, it's just like, I don't think things get better. I would love to go out and cop watch. I really would. But they don't have the combined call center here is digitized, so you can't modulate your frequency and listen to it. All of them are. The University of Florida, the Santa Fe State College, the Gainesville Police Department, and the Alachua County Sheriff's Department. So you don't have, you know, a scanner that you can listen to on your phone to follow them.
Need to get a hacker to decrypt.
I don't know what kind of time that carries, but I would be interested.
Hey.
I'm quite confident there's people with the expertise to do that. It's really just a matter of finding the encryption that they're using and cracking that code. People live for that shit for sure. Of course, they can change it every once in a while, but you know.
Yeah. In the Army, this is whenever I was in, we had a thing called a Vincent. It was a frequency hopper, and you put a new fill in it twice a day. You know what I'm saying? And it's impossible to, I'm not saying impossible, but field expediently, it's impossible to decipher it. I'm sure, you know, back in the rear area, they had technology and technicians available, but that's kind of like what they have here is like that kind of frequency hopping type modulated system. That's what's been explained.
Right, that makes sense, and that just showcases more. What the hell? Why are they so concerned with hiding? What are they trying to hide?
Listen, brother, the Santa Fe College, which is the community college that turned into state college, it's pretty big for one of those kind of colleges. They had to pay over $1 million out of their budget this year extra that they didn't foresee or budget for to stay in connection with the combined call center here in Alachua County. It's expensive too, isn't it? $1 million, that's just for one of the entities.
Right.
I don't know the exact cost, but it's in the millions per year. Per year.
Right. Ridiculous. For
Just
what?
to talk.
Just to talk, yeah. Well, that's
What makes them so special? What makes them so special?
Nothing. Just they're actually just doing the free will thing or the freedom thing. When you think about it, they're doing what I'm talking about. They're just doing it in a negative way.
Y'all know what an MRAP is? That's like a mine-resistant armored personnel carrier. Well, they got one that's a Bearcat. And you know they pulled somebody over and gave them a ticket while they were in an armored personnel carrier for supposedly he flipped them off. But they said that he was getting oral sex going down the road. It was like crazy funny, but anyway.
And so what if he was?
Right?
So
and you
what?
got a high point of elevation, and you know that them guys was, if that was really, they would have whipped out their phone. This was a SWAT team.
Right.
They had recording devices.
Yeah, that would have made headline news for sure.
Right. They would have talked about that, for a week in their briefings.
Yeah, and yeah, high five. They're just sour grapes, if anything. They wanted the prize in the car. They're probably jealous or something.
What the boy did was flip him off, and he was a veteran. That's where I was going out with that too. He was a Navy vet, and they were like, jostling him, about his service and shit, and it's just pathetic how the fuck the motherfuckers are. And that's right here in liberal ass Gainesville, Florida. This is where Tom Petty's from. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. This is his, point of origin.
Right.
This is 441. When he sings about it in a song, this is 441.
We ought to start taking a little bit of lesson from their tactics and start putting together our own formulas for that. Like they like to do this kind of throw monkey wrench seeds and infiltrate, our movements and communities and whatnot. Why don't we come up with ideas like that? The one thing they're going to be, can you imagine how scared those people are? Literally, they're a mafia. So there's no morale in there. There's no at any given time somebody can off somebody else just for
right. There's no honor in the mob. I don't care what anybody says. I lived outside of Rochester and I grew up in Florida, and I watched them milk all them hotels. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And there's no honor in organized crime. You're right.
Right. So we ought to be talking about tactics to cull their herd. Right? Throw monkey wrenches into their herd with their weaknesses and get them to start doing what they want us to do. They want us to beat each other for to do their dirty work for them. Well, why don't we pull the same shit on them and get them to do that? So, it makes it easier for us to do what we need to do.
Because we're not as devious as them.
I don't look at that as being devious. I look at that as being clever, right? We're just getting them to implode on themselves. If we can figure out, how to throw a seed to make that happen, we're just.
I saw it done a couple of times with protests. 2 years ago, they planned protests. Well, they posted where the protest was going to be, so the cops or so the troublemakers can show up there, but they had the protests in other places. They would post it here, but they would have it someplace else to throw the cops and stuff off.
Right, stuff like that. Also, stuff like getting the tyrants to backstab each other, because they're not, you know, they're a brotherhood, but I guarantee you there's a lot of people, just like in any other organization, that don't like each other and would love just to, like, you know, not have to be working with that idiot over there and whatnot, you know.
Well, look
You know
here.
they can't go against each other.
I put out some snippets, videos, short 15-second videos, right? And then after I did that, some were about the sheriff's department, and then the other were about the Gainesville Police Department, both of which I have interest in because of my situation. And then later on that day, my neighbors and I seen the police union rep pull in. You know what I'm saying? So will people throw themselves under the bus like that? I don't know, but that's what I'd like. You know, it's funny that you went there, Guru, because that's what I'd like to see is like two of these guys that didn't have so much involvement, but they were guilty by their presence and no action taken, still action was taken. You know what I'm saying? If you take no action, then action was still taken. Anyway, long story short, I would like to see them, you know, kind of offer up some testimony on each other. But none of this is official, you know what I'm saying? Because they won't, none of them will tell on each other. I went to the district attorney's office to file charges, and that's, you know, a whole other issue, you know. That's why I have the district attorney's name in there, you know, just bar that cocksucking cabal bit. But anyway, I just, you know, when I have a very deviant mind, you know what I'm saying? I mean, and so I just, you know, that's like all you can hope for. You know what I'm saying? Is shaming, you know, showing their trash, and you know, rubbing their nose in their shit because they're dogs. You know, I mean, but that's all you can do, basically, with a video. You can't get no goddamn legal representation. I have some, and it's garbage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, honestly, in all sincerity, I wouldn't wipe my ass with it, you know?
Lawyers are mercenaries too.
Yeah,
right?
it's junk.
But yeah, I think we ought to, if we can get clever enough, you know, there isn't any code of ethic or code at all that is infallible. Everybody's got a breaking point somewhere. So perhaps if we can just figure out how to be a little clever and push the buttons to some degree to make that breaking point happen, that would help to break down the system, their system on its own. You know, this is the first time I'm kind of pondering it, so I don't, you know, maybe people like Blue Steel and people who've been a little bit more on the inside might have bit more ideas of how to do that, but I think it's definitely worth something to look at.
That's what the cameras are doing.
For sure. For sure.
Well, how many gigabytes or what's the terabytes? That's the biggest one I know. How many terabytes of motherfucking evidence, you know, factual evidence that is in black and white and color too? How much do you need to show that there's no merit in these situations and change needs to occur? Nothing, you know, nothing.
Yeah.
I feel you.
I don't care. All the people that's been televised that's died, you know, there's no change, you know. I mean, there's no relief been yielded. You know what I'm saying? From all these actions, there's no relief, because that's what we're seeking is relief, and there's been no relief yielded, you know. And so they go after them professionally now, you know, and that's, you know, now they're going to court and wanting to outlaw, you know, what is called auditing, you know. I mean, it's like crazy. And that's the First Amendment, you know, a violation, you know. It's just, you know, artful expression or however you want to term it, you know. But it's just, it's so pitiful how these motherfuckers have evolved, you know. And with our interests, you know, our tax, our money, our blood, our sweat, our tears, you know, and they cause a lot of tears. I mean, one's too many, you know? One's too many. And look how they are here. Oh my God. You watch some of the shit and how they act, they're fucking just, you can see it, you know?
And what kills me is it's so many, like you say in Blue Steel, it is so many of them. It is so many recorded that don't know the law. They don't know the law at all, and they violate people's, I call it, they use the Terry v. Ohio handbook. Everybody's suspicion, you're suspected of anything, and you're a criminal until we prove you not.
Now, the only thing that I disagree with anything that anybody ever says in the counter argument to their professionalism is I believe in my military mind, beyond a reason of a doubt, that they have a full understanding of the common law because they yield them a certificate and they got to show cause. If you pulled their exams, which I've never done, but, you know, and I don't know how, you know, I have acquired all the credit card records for Alachua County, I will say that. But anyway, for the last 3 months. Anyway, and the manual on how it gets deciphered. But anyway, long story short, that wasn't my idea, but I did it. Anyway, long story short, it's just got to be a way that you can get at these motherfuckers, you know? And it has to be a way that you don't get harmed in, you know? There's got to be some kind of think tank working on these, you know, lofty ideas, I guess, you know, but there's got to be another way, you know, a back door, you know, like in the military, they go in and take out all your, you know, you got to rule the sky before you come in, right? Anyway, long story short, somebody's got to come up with a methodology that's more effective than getting your ass locked up when you shouldn't, and all the things that come with that, you know, or getting shot. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's got to be a better way to this, you know, a better mousetrap. And I see the mousetraps. I do. I mean, I know who Chuck Bronson is. You know, I know about the bait car. You know, I've seen other. I don't know if y'all ever watched Samantha Panda and Myrtle Beach. If that ain't a setup, and they got the cop, his name is K. Dick.
Yeah, we should start looking at other tactics too. Like, yes, infiltrating them from within, but also like they're heavily dependent on technology too. So why don't we try and go for the weaknesses there, like scrambling their systems, scrambling their technology, cutting down their satellite, even to the degree of burning their building, you know, however far we want to take it. There's lots of things to consider.
They blamed it on us, Guru. Did the buildings got burnt last year or the year before last, and they blamed it on Black Lives Matter.
Sly shot.
Okay, I want to make a statement before we go any further talking about things, you know. I am pretty much a ward of the Veterans Administration. I have a handler, a social worker, and all that, you know, and they meet with me on whenever I fuck with the law, they meet with me a lot. But I just want to say I have no ill will. It's in all my videos. But you know, I just want to make that declaration. But you know, outside, I understand what you're saying. You know, interference and such, and they have some bad technology. They have stingrays and all that shit that they're not supposed to have. I do know this. But anyway, you know, there's got to be something within the bounds of the law, but the law don't work. So something else to end all this shit, you know. The best way to fight a war is to end it like quickly. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I don't condone hurting anybody. I've seen war. It's ugly. You could not even imagine and I got a award for that says I achieved freedom over tyranny. You know, so I know you know that word pretty well too, tyranny. And anyway, I just don't see. I can't, I mean, you can pick apart someone's psyche or their social infrastructure and stuff like that, like winning the hearts and minds concept. But actually, that's not real. You know what I'm saying? That's just something that you make somebody do. It's like I quit making you do drugs for a day. You're gonna go right back to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that behavior is addictive. Believe me. Trust and believe. Their behaviors are addictive.
Yes.
Just like standing out there with a camera, they get in an adrenaline rush and all that. There's a lot of functionality occurring there, Anyway,
Right.
I don't think I can come up with an idea, and I'm pretty smart, innovative wise, but I don't, really, there needs to be a fucking think tank. How, besides going out there and blowing something like a brown note and making them shit themselves, with some sonic disruption or something. I didn't say any of that, okay? But anyway.
I'm taking notes, but I'm not putting names beside them.
I'm listening too, right?
This is think tank, but yeah, go on.
But I just, there's got to be some kind of methodology that can be created or infused or whatever, to end this shit, because really, when you think about it, and I'm not being funny and discounting Guru, and he's not the onlyest one that ever says things like this either, but a lot of the minds, and I'm not saying that's all yours goes to, Guru, but we know you go a lot of levels beyond the rest of how high our cards shuffle. But anyway, when you look at how all this is going, a lot of people, they resort to, arms. I'm just going to say arms, called arms. But that's not, really, it might be the American way. I know we've established this past practice, but that's not really the way to do things, And I just think that there's got to be some kind of, I mean, like if you want to do the traveling salesman problem, I know y'all probably know what that is, right? Anyway, like Eulerizing, Euler, the mathematician. Anyway, there's got to be some kind of circuit that we can complete, to finish this, because it's definitely started, and there's even casualties. I mean, you look at Eric Brandt, people like that, but we got to figure something out, a modality of attack. I don't even want to use attack. A modality of solution or something,
right. A compromise.
Like
yeah, it's not about going on the offensive. It's a response to aggression is what we're talking about here. How to appropriately handle this that's been going on for so long and gotten to this point of rampantness, and how to do it. Our morale doesn't want to be in conflict. We want to do it with the least amount of harm that has to be caused as possible. We want to be as methodical as possible. And I completely agree. That's why we got to have these discussions. This is these think tanks. And Slash, I went to your thing earlier. I'm going to repeat to what happened when they tried burning down the buildings and whatnot. Is that enough of a reason not to continue carrying forward with taking care of what we need to take care of? Again, there's going to be some tribulations and setbacks and learning experiences and whatnot, but that doesn't mean we need to cower away from what needs to be done, because that happened, right? We have to be willing to come to terms with that and accept that and do our best to try and mitigate that, avoid that. That's why we're talking about these things right now, and not just like having a reactive situation and going out there and being kind of ridiculous and doing those things without being methodical,
Right. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, how can you do that without being that way? Like, could there be a way, like you said, organization, but Could it be done in a way where there's no violence?
I don't think none, in my opinion. And if anybody has an answer that's foolproof, let's talk about that first. But in my opinion, from my observation and deep thinking about that, no, because violence has already occurred. So we're responding to that, and unfortunately, we're up against, as we were saying earlier, there are some people who are willing to stand to whatever means, including to the death, to defend those violent acts, right? That's just the reality. So yeah, but it doesn't mean, I think we need to talk about, as in my opinion, we need to look at all the possibilities of how to mitigate it and maybe work out a solution of how to delegate a balanced approach with all of that, starting with anything that we can do that's the least violent, so to speak, in methodology and how to what's going to cause the least amount of casualties, if at all possible. And I can only go so far. That's why I want to have these discussions, and I love that this discussion is happening, because there's people like Blue Steel and other people who have been in situations and have more real experience and hands-on. I don't have all the answers by no means when it comes to that. I just have ideas.
Me neither.
Yeah. But I'm sure there's other people, there's people that are, let's do that. Let's use our cleverness. This is what banding together is all about, right? Let's come up with, and again, just from logic and reason perspective, standing in truthful fact, what's going to logically be a productive solution, not just, arguments and debates over, ego ridiculousness and whatnot. What we're doing right now is probably one of the most meaningful conversations I've seen in my life.
See, what I see with the penal system is such a large machine now, it just needs to be fed.
It is. It's the beast. I've heard people, I can actually quote a couple sources I heard where the cops have actually referred to their actions as in such reference to, I got to feed the beast. It's, that's what I was doing. I had to feed the beast. That's why I committed these actions. And if it's a violation of policy, then, I'm guilty. But I was just trying to feed the beast. I've heard that in some of these interrogations with internal affairs and stuff that they've made public, and they probably don't catch their little iota of a blooper, but it's there. And once it's said, it's the intention. It was more than an electrical chemical impulse, a feeling and a verbiage. It was something that was innate, a behavior that was instilled. And that's why he made the utterance under pressure. I'm feeding the beast, and that's exactly what it is. And in America, we have privatized that, It's
they don't want to have to pay for empty cells.
Right. Or they operate that shit like a business and they turn a profit. You can't tell me. Look at the goddamn phone system that they got and all that. I hear Ellie talking about how you got to pay. I had a little incident back in '96 in a place and I had to make phone calls and they were like $250 a piece back then, and that it's only, it's way worse now. And who would victimize? I mean, let's face it, I got a degree in human service. Okay. So I know that 80% of the penal system in America is a mental health problem, breakdown with the mental health system. I see you, sis. But when you attack them in the pockets, that's what we do. That's our only remedy, but how do you stop all that shit? They just had a baby in the fucking jail where I'm at, Alachua County, right here, about 3 weeks ago. They went and served a warrant on a lady for a probation violation. One of them was resisting arrest. So you know it was some concocted bullshit. I don't know the rest, but anyway, you can look it up. I'm not perfect, so don't quote me exactly to what I said. But I know this event occurred, and all day long they denied her, any kind of help or anything, any medical, anything like that. She had the baby in the cell and had it was not stillborn, but it died before they left the jail. And now Ben Crump standing on their neck, and we just got a black sheriff. I mean, Gainesville's fucked up. People don't realize in the South, how fucked up things still are. And Gainesville's not no different, But long story short, we got us a black sheriff, and that shit's still happening. It don't change. It don't change. Hell, I seen 2 black law enforcement officers. One of them was the sheriff of the county, and one of his cronies, and another one. Now I didn't see his skin color, but I'm proceed to be in on a roll there. So we'll just go ahead and conclude to the fact. Take a black man that was conducting an audit and fucking physically handle him and tell him to get his black ass out of there. Now, if it don't change with that and other things, there's no change coming, I mean, really, there's no change coming.
Like when they can pepper spray a lieutenant for doing absolutely nothing wrong with his hand sticking out of his truck window and trying to comply, and they pepper sprayed him for no reason.
Terrible. Fucking terrible. In fucking uniform. That's fucking terrible. But it happens.
It does.
Crazy.
That may be leading into another thing about, the whole system itself, of course, is just, it really just isn't in line with any kind of natural and ethical way of functioning at all, especially as a society, so to speak. So that's really, and that's why it's breaking down. Evidently, that's why all utopias break down after a certain time, because nothing that's not in line with nature sustains anything. You have to be in line with nature to be sustainable. That's the only way that it works, right?
Our Pax Americana can't break down. Our Pax Americana has to stay together, and it'll probably stay together if we just leave things alone, and because it's been going all this time, and if we change things, it could get better or it could get worse. It's it's an unknown variable, Change could fucking, we could all be, goose stepping tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? With bootlaces hanging out our lips.
Right. Well, if you look at more now on a holistic basis of everything that's kind of going on with the economy, with the Cooties 19 thing, and where the value of the dollar's heading, inflation, hyperinflation, and all these things. With tribulation comes the potential for great change. That's actually one of the most opportune times, especially when, and I said it before, I guess I'll state it again, especially when people are kind of in a state of being desperate. That's why I actually applaud, and encourage, and I would like to help propel the sinking of the petrol dollar and petrol itself raising to like $500 a gallon and whatnot, because that puts people into a position where they have to start looking for self-sufficient means once again, where they were able to ride a coattail and not have to do that in the comforts of the government is going to take care of us and live in the capitalist utopian society and kind of get away with not having to be responsible about, our actions with nature. And that's why we got pollution is so rampant, because that's not our problem. We're just consumers, the corporations produce all that, they got regulations that are supposed to handle that. And it's all bullshit. You know, you see the results of it. Eventually it comes to a head and it breaks down. And so that's what is going on, and it's getting faster and faster. And that means we can use that to our advantage as well. The more we can help individuals with the stuff that I'm talking about, that's another thing that is motivating me to put things together and talk to you guys about this. The more people who have information about how to be self-sufficient once again, the less the chaos is going to be, and the more people are going to transition smoothly to a more peaceful option that has always been there all along. If that information isn't there, you got nothing left but just chaos, rioting, and looting until there's nothing left to riot and loot anymore. Everybody just kills each other. But nobody really wants to do that. So in a time where, like, let's say if you were to go to your grocery store and there's nothing but a few loaves of bread there or whatnot, well, people are going to be in a panic and they're going to be very scared. And they're going to be very confused and not know what to do. It would be
happened already.
Right. It would be very, very nice to have a calm, sensible individual in the midst of that can talk to people who are willing to listen, which is not going to be all of them, but to whoever's willing to listen, to come with them and say, hey, listen, I can show you there's food over here. We just have to go out and get it, and we don't have to pay for it. It's actually growing right now. And we can use these other resources and whatnot, and they're there at our disposal if we so wish. We never had to rely on the system to begin with. They're going to be much more willing to be receptive to that, I'm sure. Some people to some degree than they would have before, you know?
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're going back to that nature thing. So how is nature going to feed the planet?
Well, it already is.
Well, yeah, no, it's a lot to do. Do you consider farming nature?
Yeah, that's would be one aspect of working with nature.
We have giant farms, equipment, and all that. Is that aligned with nature?
No, because the way that the farms are being done is totally out of the cycle of the way that nature works without any interference.
You want us to go back to small farming?
That would be closer to it, but even further than that, you know, the best thing is to just forage with the forest. You actually don't really need to do much if you're in an environment where things are working out that way. It's when you kind of get further out of your element that you got to do a little bit more to that.
Understand, that's not realistic for the planet. Some places you can't forge out of sand.
I agree.
Okay,
Yeah, that's why.
Let's not get caught on the dynamics and individual tidbits. We're just working on how to get a thickness of a fingernail there. You know.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm just trying to understand more of his align. He keeps saying aligned.
You know, he'd have to sit down and
understand
itemize all that. I know he would have to sit down and itemize all that. You know, kind of like
that's all I'm trying to understand. Is he keeps saying aligned with nature. So I'm trying to understand where he's going with that.
It is a long conversation, and I guess you know, to sum it up, the best thing I could say in a nutshell is I've lived off the grid. I've lived and I've lived in different levels of that, whether it's some self-sufficiency,
other people have too.
And other people have
live
too.
off the grid.
Yes.
You know, there's a whole fucking crowd of people that live off the grid. You know,
I live off the grid.
You can't really expect the whole planet.
I don't want to do it, but
able to do it.
Well, as I just said earlier, I'm not expecting that. As I just said, there's going to be.
Guru, I'm not poking at you. I'm not poking you.
No, not you, Blue Steel. Melvin just said I can't expect the whole planet to do that. I don't.
Oh, right.
I don't at all. I'm talking about.
We're just trying to get a fucking foot out the door, you know.
I'll reiterate what I just said a moment ago. There's going to be what I'm seeing with the way that things are going is that there's going to definitely be more people in a predicament that is going to push them towards having to be open-minded to these things more so than they would have before. And to me, that smells opportunity to an encouraging opportunity to give more information to individuals who are looking for that. I never once said what I'm talking about would be a landslide solution if everybody would do that. But I never once said that that's what I'm expecting to happen or whatnot. I'm simply just talking about focusing on
He's talking
individuals
about it
who,
in the
who
most
are.
perfect sense. Yeah. Guru's talking about in the end game, you know, the perfect sense. But we're just trying to get a foot out the door, and that's all we're really trying to get focused on, you know, is not the end, is just getting started.
The few, right? Like the majority of the people won't be able to do this. Go commune with nature. So it'd be a small minority, really.
No, I don't know. It's you can't really put a guess as to how many. It's the ultimate is whoever wants to.
Well, I'm trying to look at like a worldwide thing. So how many people are on this planet, right?
Yeah, like 7.5 billion or so they say, or something like that, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I can't see the majority of them being able to just go live off nature, forage, you know, gather, you know, farming, because not everybody's suited for those things.
Well, what's going to happen when that system that you're dependent on is no longer there?
Well, what will happen will be chaos.
Exactly. So that's my point.
Exactly.
So in the midst of that, which is what I can see happening, that's what we're moving towards right now. It seems to be pretty inevitable. That also pushes the issue to individuals who maybe don't want to be stuck. There's going to be some people who are going to be in a dilemma and push to be more open. And so that to me smells opportunity.
Self-efficiency and all that kind of stuff, but that's still going to be a minority of people. It's going to be
well, it doesn't matter. Even if it's just one person, to me, it's worth the effort.
Yeah, but
again, I'm not posing that that everybody is going to
majority. They all just die. What happens to the majority? You think it's just going to be chaos?
As I stated earlier,
death.
Yeah.
History will repeat itself. History will repeat itself.
Well, yeah, because all of
civilizations, like in Western civilization 1 and 2 in college, they learn you all civilizations will cease to exist at one time because they were born.
So far,
anyway. So like, and they give Pax Romana, you know, that era. Now the United States has not lived that long, but they call it Pax Americana. Anyway, a lot of that's like, you know, every even Greece, every place. I'm just trying to think of something, you know, modern. Even Greece today, and like if you want to go to I don't know, let's go to the Caribbean. You know, you see the islands falling apart right now. You know, Haiti and Dominican Republic, you know, are really fucked up. They're falling apart. A lot of other economies are falling apart. And yes, it's utter fucking chaos. Usually someone gets bombed, you know, and there's large loss of life or something to that effect, or people get run over in a square by tanks or something to that effect. Yes, it's catastrophic. And so, and prior to that, we need to make an in-flight correction. You know, we can already hear the bombs whistling. So we need to, you know, do something, not end game, pre-first play, you know. We need to figure out some kind of mechanism, you know, or facilitation to, and have a steering committee and all that, and figure out, you know, what the point of resolve is here, you know, and try and take some action to steer at that point, you know, because, you know, questioning each other on, you know, this, that, and the third, on, you know, some schematic that none of us have seen, you know, long story short, that's going, you know, that's what I'm trying to say. We've taken all this action and effort, even the dialogue we're having right here with the people that we're having. I mean, this is, you know, something that I haven't heard on most panels, you know, but this ain't most panels. And we need to figure out some kind of way to impede what we see. You know, what we all agree with is injustice and some kind of bureaucracy that's taken a hold of places that it shouldn't have. And we see the effects of it, you know, and we're unhappy. That's why we're all here. We've all had a Sentinel event that's changed our realities, you know, to thinking counter to the culture, you know, of where we're from. Because, you know, most people are, you know, red, white, and blue patriotic. And to be anti-government is, you know, counter to the psyche and social structure of how we're built, you know. Anyway,
for norms.
we got to get, you know, we got to get some kind of thought plan, you know, I don't know, you know, like maybe splice together a bunch of little ideas, you know, to make one outcome. I don't know, because I don't know how to do what we're trying to do, you know, except I'm a sponge and I'll learn quick, and I watched, you know, and I seen, and when I needed to do what I needed to do, except for the first video.
I don't know if
with the cops.
It's
Except
difficult.
for the first video with cops. But everything after then, I learned from everybody on YouTube. And that's how, you know, I knew what I wanted to do. So I walked into the back side of a police station and I showed what fucking they're like redneck lynch mob, you know. Anyway, I'm probably the only person on the whole YouTube ever that's called cops to their face. Fucking. Anyway. I don't want to
I'm
be
going to
racist.
use.
I didn't use the N-word, just trust and believe. It has nothing to do with that. I called them white supremacists. But
I'm going to use.
In a word called Peckerwood. I called them
It'd be very, very difficult to get if not impossible to get a for all.
Yeah,
I missed the last part. Impossible to get what?
You know?
I think it's like very difficult, if not impossible, to get a good result for everybody.
Well, yeah, that's not really a constructive outlook to have. So I will use an example of that. Billy the Kid, okay? And sorry, Billy, I just met you. I love you. I don't judge you, but you will be a good example to hold here for this. He's struggling with alcohol and he knows it. And he's even come to terms with that. He's honest with himself about it, but he's not honest enough to actually turn the tide of events before it's too late. Some people are going to be the same when it comes to this catastrophe that we're headed for. That's just the reality. And again, as I stated earlier, those that don't align with nature will be left behind. Nature leaves behind at some point that which doesn't ultimately, there's a lot of breathing room and a lot of tolerance that nature has. That's what we got the room to fuck up and make mistakes so we can learn from that, right? But at some point, nature has like a rubber band snapback and says that's enough, because you're not going to get to be God and override nature itself. That's the way it works. And people in their arrogance like to think, no, I can overcome that and this and that. No, you can't. There's a submission that needs to happen. And when you do, it's a beautiful thing. When you actually submerge yourself back to your natural self, eating food that's healthy and grown from the wild, and breathing the oxygen that's fresh over there and whatnot, magic happens. That doesn't happen when you're cut off from all that. You're suffocated when you live in these people farms from all of your potential. You're a shriveled up flower that barely gets to even see its rose petals, if it even does, you know. So yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people are going to have to die, and they are dying. That's just the reality of this situation. I'm almost done, and then I'll yield it to you. But it doesn't have to all be tragic, because there are people like me that know from experience there is another option. And so all we can do is, for those who want it, for however many it happens to be, I feel a moral obligation, in a sense, even a calling, to share that knowledge and wisdom with people so that they can have at least a chance that they weren't aware of before.
So how do you convey the information to all these people, tell them that basically you're going to be dead?
I don't even need to. What would be the point?
Well, if you're gonna get the message out to try to, get everybody to align with nature.
No, I'm just putting the information out that it's sharing the option like others have before my time from experience, so that people who want that information can have access to it.
You want to be able to share with other people like-minded to do these things, right?
Right. So and also, and
as many people as you can, but at the same time, you're informing people that, hey, you're just going to die.
Yeah, I'm a realist, right?
Yeah.
I'm speak the truth, right? Without sugarcoat. So yeah. And people are dying right now. People are dying left, right, and center because they're not aligned with nature. That's why. That's the root of all disease right there.
I look here like this.
Yeah, it's going to be a
when we evaluate the situation, the final outcome is always death and misery, or the combination of one or the two, a mix. We know that. But what we need to do is take some kind of in-flight correction, like not to, ditch ourselves, not oversteer either, but just, keep us on course of existence. Because when you see idiots like those ones, now I know I offend a lot of people because I'm not political, but when you see idiots like that go take the Capitol, that's a good idea of like what happens, So we don't want that, or I'll say I don't want to see that, but I want to see some kind of reform, about, government. Because if you ever watch my videos, I'm not, pitching my side, I don't care. Because the right people have already seen them. But if you're not
form a broken system.
Right. If you watch my videos, it's evident from my first person experience. I documented everything. That's all I want to say. But when I realize this and I see it, I could walk away from this tomorrow. I get a check from the government. I'm on Section 8. I get unlimited health care at the VA. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have a stake in the game because I'm not affected anymore. I've righted my, my wrong. But something compulses me, not because I'm a mean and evil and wicked, nasty person, that I want to cause people to get arrested and all kinds of, charges against them and shit. And there's a lot of people in this, but it's because it's the right thing to do. Now, they might say that's somebody, with, boundary issues or bipolar or something like that, or over the top, but no, it's the right thing to do. It's not because I want to sit out there in front of the courthouse in 90+ degree weather, with a sign like the Village Idiot. I want to rub your nose in your shit. I know I can't hit you. I know I can't take up arms against you, but I learned that I have these rights and I have the power to lead the people. I have people behind me and in front of me helping me. And it's sickening though that I got to go through all that bullshit just to see the light that nobody really cares. Bureaucrats are bureaucrats, and that's all they serve. They're self-serving. Just like the police, they're self-serving, even though they serve the bureaucrat.
Most are self-serving.
I would like to eradicate.
Show me one that's not.
Political thing.
Well, I think we all are self-serving at a certain point, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
We have to be.
Right.
That's right. We do. But there's room for all of us. That's the part that people overlook, because the way that you have to function in a people farm society is you have to step over each other, compete, and it doesn't look like there's room. It's crowded. Everybody's within inches and getting on each other's nerves, and it's terrible.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a correct way to function at all. Look at the results. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, see, something I didn't really get about society either is we're all relying on growth all the time. So what happens when we do run out of room?
Right. It's not a
That's
sustainable
called the
thing at all.
critical mass theory. That's called the critical mass theory. They use
There
it
are
in atomic technology, like in nuclear propulsion and stuff like that. But you can apply it to social stratification and all that.
cities and towns are just getting larger and larger. Like, where does it stop? Right?
They're
We just
pushing people out. They're pushing people out. That's what
So
COVID did. COVID pushed people out. You know how many all these numbers that they say people died? COVID pushed people out so these new people can come in, and that's why all these big buildings are being built and stuff like that. Because they're really trying to change the dynamic of the universe.
Are you guys, I'm sure some of you have heard of it, but are you guys really familiar with what the ultimate agenda of, the objective, sorry, of Agenda 21 and Agenda 30 is?
No, I've heard of them though.
All right. So these agendas come from the United Nations, which is in the public eye, so to speak, the head national state that gives the directives down to all the CEOs of every other nation, so to speak, all the way down to the tyrannical level to Joe Blow in the corner store. That's how the hierarchy works. And in their minutes, a long time ago, in their own minutes, they don't hide anything about what their objectives are or what they're up to. They're very bold and very blunt. They stated a long time ago that they want to reduce the population count down from almost 8 billion where it is down to 500 million. And I believe the timeline for that is 2030.
Guidestones or something.
I think that's where it might have come from or something, but it's written on there too, yeah.
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones.
But the agendas are the detailed plans of how they've been carrying out their function to execute this thing. It's not a conspiracy or anything like that. They literally are telling you how they were going to do it, and they're just fulfilling their agenda. So for anybody who's been following that, it was very easy to see this coming. I saw this coming 20 years ago when I learned about that.
The mic, I was getting ready to say that. You took the words right out of my mouth. I started seeing it about 25 years ago, buddy. Yes. That's when I started waking up, y'all. That's when I stopped using drugs. But go ahead, Guru. Drop the mic. I dropped the mic for you.
Their primary weapon, so to speak, to infiltrate this is none other than a vaccine. Starting with the obese, the stupid, and the old. This was stated decades ago in their own agenda minutes.
I'm dropping the mic a couple of times. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just dropping the mic on Guru. Guru, just go ahead, Guru. Go ahead, Guru.
So you mentioned the jab, right? You were talking about the jab.
I'm talking about the jab, yeah.
Okay, so what is the purpose of the jab? What is going to do to the people?
That's their main tool to accomplish this objective.
Like you're saying the jab,
correct.
Make everybody
calling a spade a spade, it's a mass genocide is what it is. That's what's going on right now in front of your eyes. And some people are aware of it, some people aren't.
Yeah, well, it's hard to really say anything about that. It hasn't quite happened yet. So it's sort of a conspiracy theory.
Melvin, hold on. So I don't mean to cut you off. You're cutting in and out then. Again, can't hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll try to talk slower. Usually works better when I talk slower.
Yeah,
well,
that's better.
What we're talking about is sort of a conspiracy theory because it hasn't come to hasn't come true yet.
Except
it's not a conspiracy theory.
Except they're telling you they're doing it in their own minutes, and they're the ones who give the directive orders to all the nations, and they're the ones who said that we're going to use the vaccine to implement it, and they're the ones who have decided to go ahead with it. It's their vaccine. The whole thing is coming from them.
Drop the mic.
Yeah, but like I said, you're figuring the vax is going to end up genociding everybody, right?
It's not my words, it's theirs.
Yeah. Okay, their words. They're saying it's going to genocide, but it hasn't really come to fruition yet.
Did you say that? It
What?
hasn't. You don't see you. Oh, that's right. Y'all don't watch the news. I forgot.
Well,
I
I don't.
agree with you
I
so
don't see millions
far.
dropping. I don't see millions dropping.
Yeah, let's
Mi-
call it for what it
Millions
is at
done
the
dropped
moment.
already.
What the hell are we talking about? I'm talking about the vax.
Okay, so COVID, I think COVID was a part of it too.
Perhaps if that's even real, which
COVID
is
was a
another
test.
topic.
I believe COVID was a test.
But he's saying that they purposely trying to vax us to genocide us. But I haven't, like I said, we're not there yet. I haven't seen the millions drop yet.
Right. Now you have to think a little more methodically when it comes to implementing that. They're not just going to be able to like look at how they had to take things in steps. And it was pretty interesting how the steps were rather quickly, you know.
Okay, you're like long term or like 100 years. Over the next 100 years, we might see a big drop in population over the vax.
Their goal is to achieve 500 million by the latest 2030.
Yeah, so start seeing millions drop.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah, well.
But I do see the implementation of them, right? I do see them continuing to carry forth with their agenda. And that's just one part of the whole thing. There's a whole big thing. I definitely suggest it's worth a read. Do the research on it. And it'll put a lot of things into perspective of why things have occurred the way they have with the economies everywhere and the nation wars and all that kind of stuff, you know?
I tried to understand the RNA technology, but I just don't really get it. I know there's a messenger, and I believe that what it's doing is hijacking your cell to reproduce protein spikes.
Yeah, so they say.
Yeah, so that's just what I've been able to gather around on the internet, basically. So
yeah, the actual things though, right? It's all hearsay. So I don't know. I don't have the technical things. I didn't do it. They've done it. I even posed the question. I still to this day have not seen one shred of hard factual proof that COVID itself is actually nothing more than a fallacy.
yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one too. Because way back when this first started, I got sick that I never got sick before.
Fair enough.
Fell ill.
But you know,
having breathing problems, so I might have got COVID. I don't even know.
Well, the thing is, before you can go to the next step of stating whether it is something, this is the problem that I have with people. They're not using that caution yellow flag in their critical thinking at all. Before you can get to a term, to a step to deem that this is such and such, 1 + 1 is 2, you have to first say this is even real to begin with. And that hasn't been proven. So people are way horse before the cart here, way after the fact. It's just the total typical believe what somebody else, he said, she said crap. That's what everybody's going on. It's the epitome of indoctrination and brainwashing at a rapid scale. I've never seen such a mass scale of the propaganda that just took everybody over the wool over their eyes.
It's a suppression of stuff. So anybody that spoke out against the virus or the vax and all that kind of stuff tend to be silenced, right?
Yeah.
Misinformation.
Right.
Information and stuff. But
on a reverse token, interestingly enough, a conundrum actually was achieved. It's pretty much impossible to disprove or prove a negative. Something that isn't real is because you can't. It's not real. That's your proof that it isn't. However, there was an individual, and I have the video. It's on BitChute. It's a great length video who has a shitload of scientifically verifiable proof that COVID is an impossibility to be real.
Yeah, so I said, how do you fool the whole world, though?
Same way they've been doing it all along. They've got the media at their disposal. They've got
like, how do you silence everybody?
Fear.
Well, yeah, I know, but there's got to be somebody up there, saying something, right?
Well, I think there is. Actually, there is. I've seen a lot of.
Just
a
like
lot
you
of people.
shoot or whatever you were just mentioning, right?
Yeah, a lot of people are. You're just not going to see it, and this is where people go sideways. They're always expecting to see it on their trusted source of information, which for most people is mainstream media still to this day. And mainstream media is grip hold by the same corporate empire that's infiltrating this crap. So that's why they're just not. Most people are not looking for it in the right places, but it is there if you know where to look.
Yeah, so we got the majority that are basically propagandized, or whatever you want to call that. The majority of people are already.
Slow, if you're there, Sly Shy's in the basement, if you can hear me. Go on. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, yeah, the majority of the people are already brainwashed. You guess you can say that, right?
Yeah.
Or misinformed or supposedly informed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't see how any way to really change any of that. And like I said, how do you fool a whole planet of people into believing that the COVID's real if it's not?
Well, they did.
See, I believe COVID is a real thing.
Well, that's a belief, so
yeah,
we can talk about that,
but
right?
The way I see it and the way it's panning out, I believe it is a real thing. You know.
And we can do that. An individual can operate on a belief basis. I would prefer not to. And that's the difference between, somebody who's...
Well, just like you say, if you don't believe it's real, you do believe it's real. It's still both beliefs.
Except it's been scientifically proven at the same time. And if you watch that video, it'll drop your jaw. But even before that, because there wasn't any factual, provable, verifiable, replicatable evidence that the thing wasn't just a hoax and made up, I'm not going to sit there and just go along with the narrative just because other people are. That's a stupid thing to do. Yet most people, that's exactly what they do. So I'm saying, yes, most people are stupid. Just calling a spade a spade. That's the reality of the scenario. If they weren't, we wouldn't have the problems that we have right now.
Yeah, too many people believe too many different things.
Right. And too gullible, too easily believe just straightforward without question at all. As soon as it gets presented on that beloved mainstream media, it's all of a sudden factual just because that's the source that it's coming from. Mainstream media never lies. Our government never lies. They always have our best interest in heart. They wouldn't do anything bad to us. Never.
Well, look here. I think the whole mistrust of government really started with the hippies in the 60s. And if you look at it all through then, even the other generations that followed, I'm not talking about like Generation X. I'm talking about each segment of the hippies, after then as they maturated into what they are now, the baby boomers and old people. Anyway, long story short, they were the ones that seen the discourse and disdain, and that's why they became activists, and that's not just one demographic. That was pretty much all of the youth of the whole country.
Yeah, they're trying to find a different path to go down.
Even Cesar Chavez, if y'all remember him and such, all cultures were bucking the system. All cultures were bucking the system here since the 60s. I mean, look at all the race riots, the 65 Detroit riots, where they had to call the fucking 82nd Airborne Division in, to quell the city of Detroit. I mean, that's just, that's 3 years before I was born. I mean, it's been, and it only happened in the 60s. It only started in the 60s.
Yeah, I'm not very good with history.
Sly
Well, that's
Shy,
gonna
I sent a message to Slow, so hopefully he gets it. If there's anybody else in the basement, we'll just wait for Slow to get the message. Just hang tight.
Sorcerer says coronavirus has been around for years as a common cold. They mixed it with SARS and what does that say? Smogan else to try to enhance it, but it failed.
I mean, they got all kinds of shit. They got ricin. They got all kinds of stuff that the average person would never even be exposed to, you know, to help make shit like that. You know, they got like, and why do you even keep nasty shit like that around? You know,
So
I mean, I
you think
understand
it
science,
was
but-
genetically altered or man-made or whatever you want to call it?
Hell yeah, they said it. They've said it in the open, in the clear, on the news. They call it the China virus. Not all of them, but enough of them.
Because that's been a big debate too, if it was natural or man-made.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They dropped a bomb on us, you know? And it's their responsibility not to make something like that. They got Fauci in there with the NIHC and things like that. Names that the ordinary American would have never heard in a fucking lifetime.
Here's the thing with government. They tend to have this left-right paradigm always. The left hand is doing, you choose between the left or the right. One of them's right, one of them's wrong, blah,
Well,
blah,
there's
blah.
great
I don't think so.
examples of that. Oliver North was a great example of that. You know, so you don't have to, you know, stake your case any further with me. I understand, like, the claim that you're making is like the right don't know what the left's doing, supposedly. I mean, there you got Oliver North in the open, you know?
Well, here's what I'm going to state with that. Yes. And that's their age-old technique is, you know, one hand thinks that the other one's doing a magician trick. The reality is both of them are bullshit. That's what people got to wake up to. So this same thing, I think the same narrative, both of them are bullshit in my opinion, except I've seen scientific proof now to go along with it. So I think it's a little more than opinion at this point. It's not real. It was just a hoax. And the government is notorious for coming up with hoaxes and scams to convince people on a mass scale to go along with their narrative and rule the shit out of them.
Well, I'm going to say it like this here. I've been through, you know, they had the first one, which was the swine flu. Remember that one? Then they had
H1N1. I had that.
The bird flu.
I
Then
coughed
they had the bird flu.
straight. I couldn't hardly sleep or anything from all the coughing.
And then they had the bird flu. And then they had one after then. And in between them, they had the Legionnaire's disease and all this, that, and the third, you know. And tuberculosis is still rampant. I don't care what anybody says. It's still rampant. That's why whenever they put you in a jail, I just found this out. When they put you in a jail, they give you a TB time test. Anyway, so it's still rampant. Long story short, you know, COVID, as like you said, I'm not no scientist or nothing like that, but COVID, that species of organism has been around forever, you know. It's part of our world that we can't, just like there's ORSA, MRSA, VRE, you know, there's vancomycin resistant streptococcus on your body that there's no cure for.
It's a dopey. I think we are a debt society now.
But we don't get, you know, ORSA, MRSA, or VRE till we get, you know, an open incision and then it gets inserted in that portal entry. But what I'm saying though is a little disease has made a big fuss. It's not even a disease. It's like a fucking cold.
I'm gonna put another perspective on this that people totally overlook, okay? Let's look at what it would actually take if this thing was actually real to eradicate it. It's been identified in animals now At first, it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve, right? And from there till now, we can go through a whole shitload of bullshit things that I'm sure everybody has witnessed. And if they don't see, at least have gotten to have questions at this point. Putting that aside, if it was real, it's now supposedly in animals, in insects. It jumps feet in the air. It has a time thing to it. After a certain time, it's okay to not wear a mask, all this bullshit, okay? But if it's now in animals and insects, that means we have to vaccinate every single animal in the wild, every single insect around the planet, every single fish in the sea, and every single molecule of bacteria in the air in order to eradicate this thing.
Not going to happen.
Right. Otherwise, it'd be a global killer. You're right.
So what are we even beating ourselves up for? Drop the frickin' thing. It's bullshit. If that was real, if there was something really capable of doing that, it would have done it already, and it would be God.
I think this is just a big compliance test.
It is.
To see how well we would comply. If disease or not, if I'm just going to assume that there is, because we have different opinions on that, but whatever. I'm going to assume that it's real, right? But it's minor. But they're making it out to a big deal to do the test to see how it would spread around the planet, who it would attack, right?
Right.
And then see how well we would comply.
Yeah, for sure. Let's even go with that narrative that it's real. Fair enough. Okay.
Unfortunately, compliance is the norm, right? It's the majority of the people right now.
Yes, it is. And let's entertain that notion. Let's go along with that narrative that it's real. Fair enough. At first, again, back to the bullshit stuff. First, it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. First, it was only old people that were susceptible. We need to, do the good thing, as if government has ever cared about anything like that. But we got to do our part, right? And then it went to, what was it after that? I forget. It was, obese people. Ooh, surprise, surprise, right? And now it's all the way down to, like, if we don't get it, we're the cause. We're the reason why, there's going to be new strains and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Yet we have this vaccine that is somehow magically appeared in a very short period of time. Yet there was all this time before that. There needed to have been, like, at least, 10 years mandatory testing just to have some senses of a scientific safety measure.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about that.
Right. Some kind of, at least there was some rationale behind that for a change, But we're just going to obliterate that because, after all, it's a crisis emergency and we're all probably going to die from it or whatever. So that goes out the window. That just seems like a logical thing to do. So we could just die from this risk. That's worth it to take. But now we've deemed it that it's totally safe because, everybody's not dying from it. And it's working, so to speak. Yet there's this heavy mandate for some reason out of nowhere that's being pushed on everybody to get it regardless, for the fear that people who have already gotten are what? Going to get it? Well, if this freaking vaccine was so effective, like you stated, let those at the very least that are really hell-bent on getting it get the damn thing and relax. And leave the saner folks like us alone. Because as you stated, the thing was safe and effective to begin with. So you have nothing to worry about for those who decide they don't want to get it. Let us take the risk then, at the very least.
Yeah, it
Hey, boys and girls.
Definitely should be personal choice.
Right. Yet it's not. So why are they pushing so hard for this narrative when there's no logical basis behind it? Obviously, there's another agenda of some kind.
Hey, listen to this. When I come back from 1990, 91 Gulf War, right? Now, I want to state my blood type is AB positive, right? But where I went to, whenever I come back, and I always donated plasma and blood products to the maternity ward, that's where I'd have to go to, or pediatrics in the Army hospital. They would call for me and other AB positives and negatives to come in because there's certain things they can get straight from us that helps babies. Anyway, long story short, when I come back from the Gulf War, even on active duty, I was not allowed to donate any kind of bloodborne pathogen to, anymore. And then, bloodborne product anymore. And then for like 10 years, they wouldn't take any stuff from us. Now, they never actually said why,
Possible contamination of something.
But we had shots, the anthrax shot over there that was special that most human beings in the world never had. And we took PB pills, which were supposed to put a coating around our cells. So when we got attacked with nerve agent, like G nerve and B nerve, not blister agent, but nerve agent. When we were supposed to be attacked, it wouldn't be so bad, and our 2-PAM chloride and atropine injectors would have more effect on us.
Right.
And that could have been, or we could have, we could have had, we had shots like Tylenol 50 and stuff like that. They weren't Tylenol 50, okay, but things like that. But it was for shipping flu and stuff like that, So because when you put a lot of people together, they get sick, Anyway, kind of like kennel cough with dogs. Anyway, but we couldn't donate no bloodborne pathogens. No bloodborne products. I can go right now and go donate my, my blood or, any product of that.
And where were you?
I'm in Gainesville.
No, what country were you in the 90s where you were deployed?
Saudi Arabia then and Iraq.
So they could have been worried about radiation too.
Or I don't know, but I couldn't donate,
because what I heard something as to over in Iran and stuff, in Iraq and things, they used a lot of ammunition that was
yeah. But they didn't know about that till later. You talk about depleted uranium and such. Yeah. Hell, I was at El Al Sharia. We pulled security on the CIA's mission to detonate all of the what they call the binary rounds that they found, Anyway, that was at El Al Sharia. But long story short, though, you could not donate any products. But I've had this shot now, and I can go right out right now if I so desired to go make a donation.
So there could have been reasons behind that, right?
Because I don't know.
They shot so much of that radioactive bullets there that there's a lot of ground that's contaminated. Villages are contaminated for life.
Well, right after we come back, before there was any, Gulf War syndrome or anything like that, they just wouldn't let us,
It's low levels, but you're going to get cancer in 40 years if you live in those villages, right? There's so much contaminated lead spread all over the place.
I'm sure them people got all kinds of health problems. You never hear about that over there, though. You never hear like the World Health Organization saying, in Iraq,
supposedly in Afghanistan, life expectancy is only 42, and there is. You look around, you won't see any disabled or elderly because that's so harsh.
That's because the World Health Organization has nothing to do with world health.
Right, I know that. I was just being facetious.
I'm sure you did. But for those who don't know, they're the right arm and right hand of the United Nations, and the same board of directors are on both. It's the same people.
But they're usually everywhere pointing their fucking finger at everything, but you don't see them over there pointing their finger, at, a lot of those towns that we had, a lot of munitions expended on and such. Because one depleted uranium rod, it lasts forever. It doesn't go away, just like nuclear rods that come out of the reactor. They don't go away. And every munition, every armor-piercing round in the modern inventory is of that substance.
In a few minutes, I'm just going to go out for a smoke.
Alrighty. I put a couple messages in /shy and anybody else is in the basement to Slowburner and Epic. So they usually during this time get them rather quick. I don't know what they're up to. If Slow nodded off, maybe. Sometimes he does in the afternoon.
Slowburner went on that long walk with Ruckus and come back and hit the hay.
Yeah, it's possible. For sure, for sure.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. It all pays the same.
Yeah, yeah. He wants me to yell.
But you know what I'm saying, Guru? We got to figure out, at a start point, like this is the start, and people are expending a lot of, if a lot of energy is being expended. And if you count, like all the terabytes and all the, just like right now and, all the effort and all the brainstorming, it doesn't matter if it's commercialized or not. In my eyes, to me, it doesn't matter. But a lot of efforts get made, and we got to figure out something better than what's occurring, and some kind of altruism that will, prevail. It's one thing to go out there and stand up, and it is a war. And I'm going to tell you, I'm scared. Like they've come out of that courthouse before, the guys, and they've, encountered me and stuff like that. It's scary being around them people because I know exactly what the fuck they are. You know what I'm saying? And it's scary. They got guns and they will use them. I got one guy in my video. He's got Blue Line magazine pouches. What does that say? You got the blue line on a magazine pouch? You could put that anywhere, but you put that on the projectiles on the magazine that you're going to dump in somebody's body. It's not there. It's not there as a visual deterrent. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's just crazy, and we pay them for that. They're paid for that.
Blue, do you have Slow's phone number? I just saw in private chat that earlier he was saying for you to text him. So if you have his phone, you can send him a text. That might wake him up.
Oh, okay.
Or give him a call even, if you want.
Oh, let's see. What do I got to do?
You give Slow a text or a call. Just ring his phone. Maybe that'll wake him up. Or there's a couple people on ASMRs in the basement now. Sly said she was cool, but she wanted to come up again. There might be other people. I don't know. I don't have any control. Nobody else has control of it, guys. So we're gonna sort that out, though. Since I'm on here a lot, we're gonna have Epic give both of us the ability to do that. I'll arrange for that today. So after today, we should be able to have both of us.
People gotta take weed naps. Damn it.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. One thing that I find fascinating, okay, there's a lot of factors in play, of course, and there's a lot of things that are really good positives to work with. And one of them is, as I was talking about earlier, the economy issue, the state of inflation. I see that as a very positive thing. And another reason why is because what's the blood of tyranny? What's the blood of government? What is it? What is the one thing that without that one thing, the whole thing would collapse in a heartbeat? In 1 second, it's over and it's done.
Well, I would say the rule of law, maybe, because that's the essence of creation and everything.
Blood. Even without that, without this,
blood.
that
blood.
I got you. The bloodline, the lifeline. What is it that keeps it going every day? And if it wasn't there, it would just be done.
Money?
Money. So what happens when hyperinflation takes effect and it becomes so rampant that money, so to speak, is so worthless? Yes, people are in trouble that are dependent on that. So they're going to have to look elsewhere. That's where we can give opportunity, as I stated earlier. But at the same time, you're not going to be very successful at getting an army working for you to perform your mercenary tyranny for free.
Okay, let's look at something here. I know this from experiential I went through it personally, first person. And I'm just going to use this reference because it was in my timeline. Okay. In 1989, the interest rate was 9.1% on a loan I could get for a home. When I went and came back from Desert Shield, Desert Storm, which, you know, clearly we had to be in a deficit income-wise because we spent a fucking fortune on that shit. Anyway, when I come back, the interest rate was like 2 and 3.9. It depended on how good your rating was. But I had an offer for 2.9. I remember that shit, you know. And now that was North Carolina, you know, it might have been, you know, incentive based or whatever. It was not a VA loan, but that was a standard HUD loan that I could, that I assumed for 2.9%. Anyway, that's what happened. And when you talk about the money and all that stuff, we should have lost money. The interest rate should have went higher, right? Because we spent all that money on the war, on the Gulf War, billions. Anyway, we spent all that money. The interest rate went down on home loans.
That was an attempt to circumvent, to mitigate that. But yes, go on.
And then another fast forward after that period, you know, 10 years, we're talking about the 2000s, right? Then you could get a loan for, I mean, we all know this is fact, but then you could get a loan for twice the value of your house, an adjustable rate mortgage, you know, or something like that. That's catastrophic to the lender, to the borrower. That's not good business to get an ARM or any kind of bullshit like that, balloon notes and all that. That's predatory. Anyway, long story short, we get that. Now, the whole industry, building, renovation, and home loans went under. And we bailed that out. And we just keep going from that point. You know, we had the 8 years of Bush, and we all know, and then 8 years of Barack Obama, who, I mean, you know, you can't take chicken shit and make chicken salad. You know? Anyway,
Right.
So
time out 1 sec. Have a good one, Carl. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks for coming out, man.
So when all that's said and done, here we bring us to today. We're upside down financially. We got this here supposed pandemic, or I don't know what kind of demic it is, to tell you the truth. It's an epidemic, a pandemic, I don't know, you know.
Scamdemic. That's what I see.
I hear a lot of new, I hear a lot of new verbiage on it. And it makes me wonder, you know, all this money, and we talk about government, like you say, you know, backing away, that's, you know, the utopian result of the plan, you know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, they spend all these resources to combat everything that makes sense about the shot. We should not give. Okay, if I'm running a budget, I don't care if it's my mission or not. It's a financial, you know, strategy to not spend. So if you don't want your shot, they should revel in the fact that they don't have to spend that funds. But it's everything is so backwards in this, you know. That's like I said, another backwards thing to me is when I look at it as the medicine. The medicine I got in the Gulf War, I come back, I couldn't donate. I get these shots, I can still donate, and they don't even know. You know, they had the anthrax shot around for a while, you know, before.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even if you didn't know about Agenda 21 at all, how many like hypocrisies like the ones you just have identified, and we can spend a couple weeks on that, then, you know, that I've seen for sure. Do you have to see before you got to come to terms with there's obviously an alternative agenda of some kind here?
You know, there's a saying in like when you're running corporate resolution, you know, like when we would have to do damage control at the hospital, there's a lot of sayings that go in situations like that. And too many accidents equals an incident. And that's like, you know, you look at all these things, all these events, each one in their own, they might stand alone.
Mm-hmm. It's huge. Each individual one is so substantially solid, pretty much, you know.
But it's like, what the fuck do we do to fix this? It's an established fact. There's something going on here that people don't agree with.
All you can really do is put the wisdom and the reminder out, and whoever can catch wind of it catches wind of it. What else could there really be that you can do? Because it's a bitch.
I mean,
but it has to be.
I'm just going to give an example. I stood
ahead.
out in front of the courthouse with an 8-foot sign. It was 10 foot, but I shaved some off of it. I stood out in front of the courthouse with a 10-foot sign for over 3 weeks. If you add days, over 21 days, you know, because of the weekends and stuff, I wasn't there. Anyway, I stood out there for a whole month. That's at the courthouse out front with these damning statements on this sign against the district attorney and all the law enforcement and the county, all that, the housing authority, all that on my sign. All them cars passed by. The cops passed by me. The judge come up and talked to me. I stood out, and the judge come back up and talked to me again at the park, the Bo Diddley Park, because I sat up there and did a couple night protests. All these videos, because they're damning, you can't even look, you know, you can look and see them on the, you know, like when you Google, my shit comes up front, you know. Anyway, all this, and I have not had one iota of anybody trying to right the wrong. The VA, they told me to put in my FOIA request again, you know, and I'm done. It's a one-shot deal. You got every chance to get it right that first time. You know what I'm saying with me? I'm not a second chance kind of guy with them. In the county, nobody's run me down, you know, or anything like that. And it's like, because you know why? Because they've dealt with this so many times, they know how to treat this. You know what I'm saying? And the silence is the treatment.
Right.
The absurdity of it all is the silence is how they whoop my fucking ass. And I'm not bragging on me, but you know, I'm not an easy adversary. I'll just leave it like that. And there ain't shit I won't do if I feel compelled to. And really, I mean, without me getting physical, really, they have beat my ass with the fucking silent treatment. And that's their methodology. That's their doctrine. They won't tell on each other. They won't even, look, I called the FBI and tried to talk to them, and they played that shit off. I've called my congressperson. She's told me that she'd get up with me and all this. It's been months. She's actually acknowledged me in the open over her telephonic talk show, you know, where she meets the citizens like a town hall. I've done everything except go to Washington, because that's what I've done is I'm a whistleblower. Anyway, all this and each one of these entities has played a part in it. It might be, you know, from a different event, but it was all stemmed from one Sentinel event. And that's fraud. You know, what I'm talking about is fraud, you know, actual money theft and misappropriation, malfeasance, all kinds of shit. Color law violations, blah, 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 dot, dot, dot. I got all the videographic evidence. It's on my YouTube channel. They see it. That's what my videos are. And still, no compliance, because they can whoop you with science. was silenced. Now, I actually have a veteran. I played the video earlier whenever we were talking. He's the one getting on the bus that they left there that was incontinent. And I videotaped that just, to show cause, just actually how derelict the VA is. And from the director, not of the hospital, but of the whole North Florida, South Georgia VA system, sent a word to me by my social worker in the middle of the night, come to my house and told me that that was not their patient, that they had released like that, discharged like that. And I went to both the hospitals, made a video about that. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I called the health department. If it's not blood and bones, it doesn't concern them. You know what I'm saying? I've got medical experience because I work in a hospital, sanitariums and all that. I've got a degree in human service, which ain't much, but that is my forte, my discipline, and like social work.
Right.
And none of this, and it's all actual and factual. It's black and white. If it isn't black and white, it's hearsay. It doesn't exist. And I have all this, and I've went on the congressperson's Facebook page and said, oh, none of these situations that I've sent to you and posted to you and solicited to you for matter, and obviously you're not moved or compelled by any of this shit, and then I show up in her chat, on her TV, town hall, and she acknowledges I'm there and everything and says, give me a call, sends me an email, another blow off, you know what I'm saying, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's a whole box of fuckery. It's all it is.
It's exactly what it is.
All of it is. And we got to do something,
It's a distraction to keep you looking in a direction that you think you're going to get remedy that you're never going to, because it's designed to just prevent you from getting it, but to keep you thinking that that's the direction to keep trying to go to.
Okay, and fighting, and the physicality of fighting, you always have to have a firm footing, right? You always have to be grounded. In other words, you want to have 3 points of contact with the ground when fighting, but if you can't, so you can't be thrown or counter moved and such. So if you can't, you want to always have 2 points of contact whenever you make contact. Anyway, what is the contact that we have? What are we grounded in? This is rudimentary, physics and I'm kind of going the combat way with it, but that's physics too, it's leverage and all that. What are we grounded in, to even do anything, one guy, Turner versus Driver. That's it. Out of the movement, the modern movement that I see, occurring, that I'm going to become a student of and by observation and critically analyzing these events.
Yeah.
There's one, that's it, one. We're talking about people dying like George Floyd, and because this is all part of the movement too.
Mm-hmm.
One situation, that's it. One situation. Turner versus Driver. There's nothing else. Oh, and Colorado just removed their immunity. That's another thing.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Melvin. That's the thing is wrong place to be looking for where the remedy is.
I'm trying to know my enemy,
Yes.
On my YouTube channel, when I make my presentation, I state, my methodology, know your enemy. So I learned all about who Bradford Banner was. I learned all about who the Gainesville Housing Authority, who Mary Ellen Wheeler was, blah, 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 dot, dot, dot. Anyway.
Welcome back.
That's all the government, And so about the government is what we have a problem with. But like you keep saying, it's not really the problem. It's just an apparition of the problem.
We are the problem.
Yeah.
Because without our participation, the government's nothing.
I was just thinking of something when I was outside. So basically, you be spreading your message of communing with nature will be for the minority, but the majority at the same time, the message to the majority is most of you are gonna pass away.
I wish you weren't cutting out so much. I got about 80% of that, Melvin.
Damn.
Go ahead and repeat it, though.
I'll try. So you're trying to send a message to commune with nature more, but that's just going to the minority of most people, but the majority are basically going to pass. So you're basically sending a message to both sides, the minority to go commune with nature, and the majority that are going to pass, you're sending them a message too, telling them they're going to pass. So wouldn't it be in their best interest to reinforce this system to prop it up as long as they can?
No, because the system itself is not aligned with nature, and it's the cancer.
I understand that, but it would be more beneficial for the majority to prop up the system to keep alive.
Nature's going to do what it's going to do. There's nothing.
Yeah, I understand that, but you get what I'm trying to get at. Like the majority is going to try to keep the system going as long as possible.
Yes, you're looking at it through the eyes of for them. I can see where.
Because I'm going to be one of those dead people. I have to look at it that way.
Sorry to say, but being objective, a cancer is not a benefit. Everybody wants to look at the whole. So.
Yeah, because that's what we try to do in human nature. We want to try to take care of the tribe. We want to try to take care of everyone.
Yes, and unfortunately, unfortunately, the tribe has decided to be a tyrant.
Well, yes, you're talking about the governments again, but
actually, I'm talking about we the people.
You're like your little philosophy of life, or communing back to nature, leaning more towards nature, right? But that's only going to be for the minority of people.
It's going to be for whoever wants it to be, whether it's a minority or not. I don't know. It has yet to be seen. It's a message of.
Well, I just can't
reminder, right?
Over 7 billion people being able to just, straight to nature.
Right.
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 Yeah. Look, I'm the voice of truth here.
I see like a minority of people, not everybody, but it might be a good chunk, like say a third.
Right.
Be able to go and live your life. But the other half, with the majority of people, it would be in their best interest to keep the system going and everything is to stay alive.
Their instinct is going to perpetuate or propagate that anyways.
Yeah, and they're most likely system because that's what they're more familiar with.
Right. So nobody's going to sit there and twiddle their thumbs and just rot. Right. There's going to be chaos. Some people are going to be open and some people aren't. They're just going to be, for whatever reason, still deadlocked into, the ludicrousness of, free food that just grows in the wild, even though it's right there in front of them. That's just how some people tick. People, when they're confronted with reality, even though it's right in front of their face, still, when you're in denial is the epitome of cognitive dissonance.
So, like, basically, in my mind, all I'm hoping for is if there's some kind of reasonable stability in the system until I die. Right?
Not possible, because the system itself is not aligned with nature, and that's why it's never been stable, and it never will.
Yeah, but what has brought us to this point? Like, we've lived better lives now than anybody in ever history. In all our history.
That's an opinion. I would beg to differ on that one.
Oh, well, we live longer.
That's another opinion that I'd beg to differ on.
Access to more different types of foods, not just localized.
I would beg to differ on all of that. Truthfully, looking at it objectively, I've never seen and I've lived only 45 years, but compared to when I was younger, there's way less health. There's way less people with self-sustenance. There's way less people with a head on their shoulders.
It depends
The
how far back in history you go here. Say
Well,
what?
I'm only going back even as far as I've been alive, but I'm also talking about people who have
I'm
told
thinking
me from
all the way back. Like we only used to live to like 30 years old or so, something like that.
now you're talking about hearsay.
Oh, you don't know for sure.
Right. That's just somebody said so, right?
Oh yeah, well, it's just like somebody says the moon's round, right?
Sure. And that's the point here. So siding with what we can see, what I've seen since I've been alive and from what other people who have been alive before me concur, it's been the opposite. We're not moving forward. We're regressing because we're not in line with nature. Health is declining. There's more and more disease, more and more poverty, more and more social unrest, more and more oppression, more and more tyranny, more and more fighting, more and more wars. Yet we have this giant technological advancement that is doing nothing but keeping people distracted and getting more and more dependent on that same system and forgetting about how to be self-sufficient. To me, it's obvious. The writing is on the wall what the problem is.
See, far back as I can think is we've been warring with each other forever. That's just
Don't know. I haven't been there.
Seems like it's part of our nature to go
They would
to
like
war.
they would like to have you think that, but that's a nice excuse to get you to like just go along with the narrative when you think about it, right? Because none of us have been there to actually see it. How do we know? And we know that they are very notorious for before our time.
Yeah, it's history's made by the victors kind of thing, right?
Exactly. Just like all of your textbooks in school. Who is it written by? You got to consider the source, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. But
when I say, I'm sorry.
Go for it.
When I say I have, it's only because I was born in 1963.
Right. So Sly Shy, you're older than all of us, as far as I know. So how about your concurrence on that? Do you see a decline in health or an improvement on a
Definitely
general scale?
I definitely see a decline in health. I had a discussion like this with someone about 10 years ago, and he kept saying, no, people are getting healthier, and I was like, no, if you look at science, people are not getting healthier. Medication is one of the things that's making people sicker.
And what about knowledge of self-sufficiency, decline or better?
Decline, because people are getting lazy and people are depending on other things like these newer things to live by, instead of, like you said, using our resources, like going to the market, cooking your own dinner, you know what I mean, so you can grow.
Growing your own food.
Yeah, that too. But we lazy though, like we don't want to do the stuff like that. Our minds tell us, oh well, they giving it to us, let's take it.
There is a lot of different types of ways that you can function very nicely. I'm not even talking about bushcraft skills. That's a whole different topic. I'm talking about literally thriving incredibly using the natural elements, cob houses, straw bale houses, for heat if you're in a place where you need that, using I forget what they're called, but it's the same elements for that as well. The resources are really right there. A bamboo is an incredible resource. You can use it for almost anything. Some of it grows 4 feet a day.
Like fire for heat?
Yes, fire for heat, electricity is something that, this is a luxury. I actually beg to pose the thing that electricity is a very dangerous thing for us to be using because we're so dependent on that now. That's kind of where it all started. We got very,
Yeah.
very spoiled with that, and we don't even know how to function without it anymore.
You're seeing all the cracks in our armor.
Well, you know, that's like the Romans with their aqueducts. You know, they made their plumbing out of lead. And so they made themselves smaller in physical stature and more health defects, you know, birth defects and such, you know, through not knowing the size of the metal, you know, that they were working.
Do y'all know we still got asbestos in a lot of our apartment buildings, the old apartment buildings?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
This is the first place that I've moved into. Most of the time I've been a homeowner, but this is the first place since I've been renting. This is the first place I've moved into that didn't have lead-based paint and asbestos. And this place, I remember, used to be a hotel whenever I was a kid, literally. Same buildings. It's just been remodeled. Like one hotel room is now, I mean, 2 hotel rooms is now 1 apartment. And there's like over 100 units here. But anyway, yeah, this is the first place. And you talk about all those contaminants. Remember in the 90s, Sheila, they were talking about you babies going to school in fucked up schoolhouses, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's everywhere. It's like, yeah, we live in a contaminated environment.
Do y'all know how much asbestos that was in the Twin Towers before they fell?
Oh God, couldn't imagine.
99 million dollars worth of repair to remove the asbestos.
Nasty.
Wow, I never even thought about that whenever that fell. Not only all the contaminants, but asbestos.
Right. All them firefighters and everything.
That's the ones do you know, if you look it up, they are in court. Somebody, a movie star or somebody just fought for them to get money or something because of them still being unhealthy due to all the stuff that, you know, got in their lungs at 9/11.
Exposure. There was a lot of dust that day. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yep. And a movie star or somebody that was really, really important went to court and fought for the firefighters and the policemen and all of them that's still sick and they wasn't receiving their money.
See, I don't even live in the States over that.
Yeah, a lot of man, it's a lot of you could do a lot of research and find some truth about 9/11.
Oh God, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
Right. I feel you.
Nice.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the nature thing here.
I'd like to ask you, Blue Steel, 2 questions back to back if I can. And Melvin, I'd like to make a comment just before I do that. That something you stated earlier. You stated almost like as if it was indefinitely inevitable that you're going to be one of those people that are still caught between the cracks and have to be part of the society that goes down. I would pose you to consider the opposite. I mean, there is nothing. I know time's not in our favor right now, and there's a lot to learn and whatnot, but there's still enough time. I don't know everything about your life and you know, if you're disabled or anything like that, and what challenges you might be up against and whatnot. Certainly that's a factor, but certainly there's still enough time to consider options and learn things and get things together so that when push comes to shove, and maybe even before, you're much more well off and have a good chance to have be out of harm's way, so to speak, as much as possible, you know. Just food for thought.
What is the law of nature?
Can you repeat? You're cutting out there again, man.
What is the law of nature?
The law of nature is freedom. Freedom is a principle of nature, but it's not freedom that's unlimited. It's freedom within your means and within nature's means.
What I'm trying to get at, but
okay, what do you mean? Sorry.
law of nature is kind of, to me, the strong survive, the weak die. So
Yeah, I would agree with that.
there you
Survival
go.
of the fittest type thing.
So I'm one
Yeah,
of, you can say I'm one of those weak.
maybe, but maybe it's not inevitable that you have to stay that way as we speak. You could already start to work, with the knowledge that we're talking about, and gain the strength. Most of the strength is actually just in the knowledge, the wisdom.
I have survival intendency, like I intend to survive. Like, I got that kind of thought in my head. I got a little bit of preps and stuff like that. But nothing, like I said, it won't be nothing significant to really do long term, I'd say. I don't think I get over that hump, that first hump. The first winter, it would be the toughest.
Right. Well, now you're gonna
get over that hump.
Yeah. So this is where we can get into, and I think it's an important discussion, the specifics of when we're talking about getting as close to aligning with your nature as possible. Now that you see, it's only because you've been spoiled that you've been able to get away with living in an environment such as Canada.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So the reality is maybe that wasn't the right place for your natural anatomy to be situated in to begin with. So maybe you have to start considering things that you may not have considered before.
Well, that would be waiting till total collapse and then my way south to get to
Possibly, sure, but at the very least, between now and then, you could learn what you need to, right? Because when push comes to shove, are you going to stand there, especially knowing what you know now? Are you going to be there in the crossfire? Or are you going to be like, shit, if I have to, I'm going to walk to where I'm not going to freeze in the winter?
Yeah. Once society collapses, that's what I'd walk. Walking. If I had to, I'd start walking south. Yeah.
Right. My advice.
Right now, with everything still running and up, I can't go nowhere.
Well, my advice, I don't want to tell anybody what to do. My advice from a wisdom place is don't wait till the last minute. But, to each their own, whatever you're going to do. But at least you can look into knowing what is potentially possible with nature and whatnot, whereas before, nobody may have been talking about that and you wouldn't even look at it.
Like I said, odds are that, I'll be one of the dead ones. I'm just looking at it statistically, sort of, there might be a chance. Yes, there might be a chance I'll survive, but most likely not.
Maybe your instinct is going to try and push you, though, at least. So, as far as you can go.
It's because I like to be comfortable. I like to be warm in the winter, right?
I think everybody does, but you know
I like
what?
to have running water. I like to have toilets. I like to have toilet paper. I like to have showers. I like
you
to
know
have.
What that's called? You know what that's called? Domestication.
Yeah, domesticated. Yeah, I'm a domesticated human.
Mm-hmm. So be it.
I can go to the bush and make a fire with a few sparks and shit like that, right?
Right.
I could do stuff like that, but full time all year round, I don't. I just don't think that'll work.
In a place like Canada, to do what we're talking about, you need to have been kind of set up beforehand for sure. It's too much to do in a short period of time. Yeah, so that's going to be a problem for a lot of people. But that's a topic I don't know. If I'd like to switch though.
This is the majority you're talking. The majority is going to be a big problem for her.
Yeah, especially in a place like Canada or Russia.
Just think of the masses in the world, right? Even for the majority, it's going to be a big deal.
It's going to be better for people who are obviously living in a place where they have more sense of self-sufficiency, in my opinion, places like the Latin countries and whatnot,
You see where I was getting at, like the majority of people are just going to pass, so they're going to want to try to reinforce the system as much as they can to let it last.
Yeah, well, everybody's doing that already.
Yeah, everybody's going.
Oh yeah, that's happening now.
Yeah, It's totally on its last legs. People are desperate and they're just hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, everybody's going into debt to try to prop it up.
Yeah.
So.
And also, in Philadelphia, right? Well, I believe this is in all states that you have to show proof of vaccination if you want to go to any places touring and stuff like that. You got to show proof of vaccination. So taxpayers today, if you ain't got vaccinated, you can't enjoy the fruits of life.
Right.
Yeah, they have restrictions on us up here too. We can't go to restaurants without Vax Pass or something like that on your phone.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't worry about it because I don't go to any of those places. So
See, this is the thing about, you know, the freedom aspect of things. It's a double-edged sword. You've got, in order to have that true duality, you have to have the ability to be stupid and ignorant and fuck up and commit suicide or whatever, right? You have to have that as well as the wisdom side of things, and that's just the way that it goes. So that leads into the two questions I was going to ask Blue Steel. Like, even if I were to have started doing what I'm doing right now, and other people too, which they have. This actually, everything that I'm talking about is not a new thing, by no means. A lot of people stated everything a long time ago. I just don't see it kind of all in one place. That's what I'm trying to do. Put it kind of in a hub for people, so to speak.
Right.
Right. To make it easier to, you know, so it doesn't take 20 years to get access to it all, like it did for me, you know.
Right.
So, Blue Steel, two questions. How many people do you think, for just hypothetically, from your experience being in the military and whatnot, in that whole kind of field, the military, police force and whatnot, how many people do you think in the back of their minds would actually love to know that this conversation is taking place right now?
I'm going to say like this here. When I was, and this is, I want y'all to understand, this is from a first person perspective. When I was in the military, what went on around me was not really a concern because you're so focused on your job because it's performance based and everything is a test. Every day waking up for PT and all that. But after I come out, I'm going to say like this here. Probably you would not find one American soldier who would take an M1 tank and run through a town under orders. You know what I'm saying? It just wouldn't happen, you know?
I hope you're right on that.
I mean, you might have National Guard at a demonstration to restore civil order, but you will never see soldiers from the American Army take a tank and run it through a town like this been done before, you know? And
right.
and to bolster my ethos on this statement, never before have you ever seen officers in any branch of service like you just seen in that little revolution in the Marine Corps there. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to say his name. But anyway, you've never seen that before. And social media was an instrument of that. And that's where I'm getting to. Social media is different. Things are different now that I'm a civilian. In the military, they have social media. And so they are probably apprised of exactly what First Amendment and all that is. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that they see it all the time, but it comes in your TikTok feeds, your Facebook feeds. You know, cops doing bad. That lieutenant that just fucking got his fucking punk card pulled by them fucking sorry ass redneck cops. That's another, you know, there's a lot of things that are eluding, you know, that lead you to the fact that soldiers today have a whole different, they got social media. They didn't have that then. So we never thought of it. You know what I'm saying? I remember when Clinton said it was okay to, you know, have the Queen berets, you know, that was on the news. That was the first time we ever heard about that. That shit had already been passed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, don't ask, don't tell. 6-8 months before we ever knew about it, you know? And by the time it come out on the news, it was already implemented, you know? And I'm just saying, I never seen anybody like that, but before I got out, but trust and believe, you know, they were already coming into circulation through, you know, don't ask, don't tell. And that's how slow it was in the military back then. Like I said, the law was enacted 6-8 months before we ever found out about it, you know?
So the reason for the question was because I'm thinking now mob mentality, you know, where people, even if they have morale, which I'm sure a lot of them do, some of them there's a percentage that went into it with noble intentions, but what happens is your hands get tied, right, through one means or another.
You can always turn your weapon around on your leadership.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll give you a Pat Tillman incident. You know what I'm saying? There was a famous person that, you know, shit happens. You know, they have 9mm change of command.
Yeah, well, doing anything, even if it's outside of your command, is always an option, but there's always consequence, and that's what people are afraid to do. Otherwise, people would be looking at, you know, calling tyranny for what it is, and, you know, the mob thing would have imploded a long time ago. It hasn't imploded because people are doing what you said earlier. They're going along with, you know, that little thing in the back of their heads. I know this is wrong, but I'm not going to dare say anything because I don't want to break that code, right?
Rock the boat.
Right. So their hands are tied that way. While that's going on, that's where I'm asking the question. Their hands are tied. Their loose lips sink ships. They can't say anything. But if they knew that now, how many of them would you think would just be praying for like people who are not in the mob to come to their senses and have a conversation like this?
Okay, let's just take a little survey of the dingbats that run into, you know, at the Trump rally whenever they run downtown. All right, let's just take a survey. There was cops in that shit, and there was fucking military, both on some type of duty still. Yeah, there was National Guard. There was, you know, and there was retirees. And so, no, I don't think the United States military would take a tank or any weapons and turn it on the American people. I don't.
What's going on, yo?
What's going on, ASMR?
Hello, hello.
Welcome,
What up,
welcome.
homie?
If I could finish the second question, and then I will yield because I took up some
I'm
time.
just chilling.
So my second question for you, Blue Steel, is about the the vaccines. So you took them both, if I understand. That's correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so if you were to go back to the before January, before you took them, not knowing what you know right now, that's not a factor. But if you could go back and before you made those decisions to take them, you came across myself saying the things that I'm saying today about it, and you hearing it kind of for the first time at that point, how much of a factor do you think that would have been in effectively enlightening you to actually have made a different decision?
Okay, so like this year, if it was not the month of January and I was getting my shots, right? If it is not the month of January and I was getting my shots, and they were calling me to get my shots today, I would not take them.
Okay, so that's a different thing though. So let's go back to January before you knew all this stuff that you learned after the fact. And let's go a little bit before January, let's say a couple weeks or a month even. And this is the first time you're hearing, we have a conversation. And now this is the first time you're hearing what we're talking about today at that point. So you didn't have all this information yet, but at that time, now you're starting to hear me talk about it or somebody else.
Just like the anti-government, information I received off of YouTube. And if I received the anti-shot medicine, anti-shot news, you know, information, no, I would not elect to have a shot.
And there's so you would state that if I were to have said those things, I would have been effective at actually piercing through the indoctrination at that time, and just by the information that we're talking about today, this conversation perhaps would have been enough.
Yeah, I would have had, you would have injected a thought bomb, and then I would have digressed on that, and processed those thoughts for a while, and I would have yielded the conclusion I just mentioned a minute ago that I would have opted out of the shots. I'd have been like, nope, thank you.
That's great. That makes me more optimistic than ever, because.
See, for me, it was different. I felt that I was sick, so I didn't think the need because I was going to allow my natural immunity to handle it.
Well, I didn't even think about any of that.
Because
I
just before the
I felt that it was the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? And none of this anti-shot information was out there or anything.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's a different scenarios, right?
I thought the Trump vaccine was a miracle.
Uninformed, and you wouldn't get it now being informed. But I decided I'm not going to bother because if I got sick already from it, I don't really need that stupid shot.
Yeah, for sure. So you
yeah,
think?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Hey,
you think Blue Steel that your ethics at that time wouldn't have overrode because your belief was you were doing the right thing? You don't think it still would have overridden the information
that would have challenged my systematic beliefs?
Cool, interesting. Well,
have y'all
kudos
had any
to you for being very open-minded.
Have y'all had any family members die from the coof?
No, but I know people that have.
I had a friend die of it.
Yeah, man. We were waiting for FDA approval, so that way, if there's an issue, it would we could have a recourse.
42 years old.
ASMR, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, bro. I see you're still at it.
Yeah.
Living that nude life leaves you a lot of energy, don't it, man? You can step on these panels all day and night.
Yeah, I haven't rested since yesterday still.
How you doing, Sheila? How you doing, Melvin?
Good.
Hey, sweetheart.
What's up, Blue Steel? What's up, Slow Burner?
Oh, you back with us? Well, at least his avatar's with us in spirit.
I think Melvin had the best Halloween costume.
That's the only one I actually saw.
Were you were just behind the chair, right?
I wasn't there at all.
Well, who was that? Was that Cousin It?
Yeah, I put Cousin It in the chair and then I just stuck my arm in there once in a while.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, we need to hit the replay on that one, man. So,
you can see
man.
The glasses on it.
That was cool.
Well, it's just doing something weird for Halloween because I'm the weirdo, right?
No. Yeah, no, that was cool, man. Yeah, we had a bunch of happenings on the panels last night, man. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I was listening to a whole bunch of them, man. Like, holy fuck. Some of them,
I know, dude.
I didn't really want to post anything or get involved with it all. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
Yeah, I was over on yours for a bit.
Yeah, thanks for being part of the inaugural stream, bruh.
Well, we gotta find everybody first.
Welcome, Tongue Puncher. Welcome, Bud. How you guys doing?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell was going on in chat. Go read some.
Crafty's back with us. David Davids. C-Mac. Hello, everyone. Anyone else that I missed?
I don't know. We've been keeping this going for 5 hours now. That's not bad. Talking about what?
Good conversation.
Yep.
Very meaningful.
Definitely stimulating.
Yeah, see? Get that old boy.
I just want to put this out there. I really don't care so much for social interaction that I'm not lacking for friends, but it's good to be around people, that are like-minded, like on this panel. Sometimes I go to other panels and I don't ever talk, you know,
What's up,
because
D. Johns?
it's so challenging, you know.
I hear you, man.
Or ask questions.
Well, cool, man. I'm gonna hop down so somebody else can hop up, but man, we'll probably be around later. You guys be good or be good at it.
We're not at our limit, but if you want to go, that's cool.
Have a good
Yeah,
evening.
I've got to finish up a few things now. I'll be back here directly.
All right, man.
Rock on. Peace.
Take her easy.
Thanks for stopping in.
As always, good to see y'all.
See you on the next. Cheers. Hey, D. Johns, how are you? Welcome.
Bud Grower.
Yeah, I think it's Dab 30.
I think I've been over on Bud Grower's panel before too. A few times now.
I've seen him on the hippie.
Bud Grower, I'm pretty surprised for the amount of time to focus on these topics that actually hasn't happened yet, to be frank. But it hasn't.
The what now?
He was putting out a warning message, rightly so. You know, our topic is when we went into the one true fire no of screw Nazi tube that, you know, tends to put the block on people's channels, or the Cooties 19 topic, especially to the in-depth level that we did, you know.
We're in trouble now, eh?
Right. But we've done that before quite a number of times already, and that's what I was saying. I'm surprised there hasn't been any flack for that. Maybe because we're just not considered to have enough momentum at this point to really be a threat or something, you know?
Not enough subs?
Yeah, not enough subs, not enough watchers or whatever. We're just small fry, you know? What are we going to do?
You just got to say disclaimer that, just don't listen to us, or just total idiots.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we don't give medical advice. We don't give legal advice.
Just say no.
Just say for entertainment purposes only.
Right.
There
We're
you
just a
go.
bunch of conspiracy nut wings, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, sweetie.
How you doing? It's chilly now, huh? So, how you doing?
We're doing.
What's up, Crafty?
We still hanging.
Yeah, I just came back from the lake. You know what? I found this cool stone down there, slow burner. If you keep your eyes open, you'll
Slow
see some
is
really.
with us in spirit only at the moment with his avatar, I think.
Okay, well,
Slow
maybe I
burner
can
is
get
in a
to him with
perpetual loop now.
telepathy. Slow burner, wherever you are, there's really cool rocks down by the lake. Trust me, I pick up rocks for a living. Yeah, there's really cool ass rocks down by the lake because they're building. How you guys doing? Well, yeah, I figured I'd go down there and have a coffee. Check on our change, right?
Yeah, it sounds relaxing, enjoyable.
Well, no, I was showing Kylie, Nude, about the Wi-Fi that's coming towards like America and stuff, so they can understand what's going on.
The Wi-Fi? You mean the?
Are you in America or are you on our side?
I'm on your side.
Okay, so are you in Ontario?
BC.
5G.
Okay,
5G.
yeah, and I was just at a church. Okay, so I'm gonna upload what I've done. Yeah, well, come on. It's a lot of change going on over here, right? So it's important. Like you're in BC, it connects with us.
It connects everywhere.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you were saying about conspiracy theories, which I totally agree with you. It's just one of those like, let's get our shit together. By the way, I'm being talked about on the other stream. Notice this. Just so you know, I get talked about all the time because I'm a little bit. I don't deal with that shit. I go and I look at our world.
Which stream?
Oh, you know, the talking bullfrog over where Epic is. Like they're talking about me because I, like whatever.
I'm
Do you
not
want me
sure
to
if I know.
drop the link?
That's okay.
I
No,
don't want
because
to really drop the link, but I'll drop it to Slow Burner in a back chat because these people are just dumb.
yeah, because that would be a bump link. But
well, I just heard what you were saying about living off resources, right?
Yeah.
And being smart about it. So there's almost like two things going on. Either you're with these idiots, and I know you guys aren't. You're tired of it, or you want to move on, right?
Right. Yes.
And Nude, you want to move on. I know that you're like into the clean living and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's like an indigenous thing. When we want to look back at our roots, and it doesn't matter where you come from, it's about your ancestry. Goodness gracious. How's everybody in here anyways? Sly, how you doing?
Great, sweetie, great. I'm enjoying the panel, enjoying listening, and turning out to be a pretty good, relaxing day for me.
Well, I fly around and I find your trolls that are messing around with you guys, okay? Hi, Bud Grower. How goes it, brother?
They're just, I consider that to be free publicity, the free paparazzi.
I got your email too, brother.
Trolls?
Yeah, well, these people want to cause trouble, and you don't want trouble in your hen house.
There's people just waiting to... I was expecting it long before I decided to do this. And there's going to be people who are just waiting to knock this information out of the water, right? That's to be expected, but it's all right,
I found a really cool thing at the water. It's over by the coal, like where Slow Burner is. So it's funny how your water life, okay, if you look at it, it's really clean. So it's one of them things that's where our money has gone. So I'm watching these fools actually hold signs, and we're paying them. We're paying these people over here. And I'm like, look, they're actually holding a sign for $25 an hour. Right? Look, I'm seeing people. Well, it's one of them things. No. It's the construction workers.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Right?
Yeah, the flag people or whatever.
Yeah. So I'm like, where's your mask? They're trying to push me through, and I'm like, where's your mask? Because I'm where Slow is. So it's one of them. Okay, let's go see where my money's going.
Right.
And it's about the pier and the water and connecting you all. Meantime, they're talking about us behind our back on, TV. It's like eyes everywhere.
Always.
I'm confused.
It's easy to be confused in this world, honey. It's just a matter of, some people will come and take you off your track. Don't let them do that.
Yep. And expect it.
Yeah. Like they'll come up and they'll be like, bam, and you'll go off whoa, what did you put me on my path? And then you get off the path. Right. It's one of those focus, because I came across the train too. It's one of them things, planes, trains, and automobiles right now.
Yeah, I've been challenged already with that a couple times, especially over the last few days.
Right. And I noticed that people will just continue across the track. I lived around the train over here. So it's one of them, like Kylie got a firsthand view of money and how an extra lot, here comes construction. It's like new money coming over here. Just whatever.
A lot of money coming into this town too.
Yeah. So it's one of those, like the East meet the West, and it's one of those. Why are we fighting over it?
Right? What is there to fight over?
What is there to fight over, Nude, when we can just plant seeds and grow a new? Right? That's what I'm on, the secret path.
Somebody's going to get greedy and want to take it all.
Well, this is like kind of, I
Taking
think,
is
a
an
Black
illusion, though.
Tuesday. Yeah, and I think of Black Tuesday with the PTSD and with Movember. It's Movember for these guys because of prostate cancer.
Kind
So
of look at
doing
it.
something good instead of doing something like poking the fire it's better, right, Newt?
Yeah, kind of look at it as in their minds, they already
Right.
have taken it all.
They've already ripped you off, so it's one of them. Let's start something new, and
Well,
that's where
guess
I
what?
stand.
Yeah, guess what? I'm gonna take some of it back
Right. You see, I
because
saved
I
my
said so
seeds.
for a change, right?
Well,
They
think
can say
about these
so, I
big
can too.
houses. These big houses that they build, guys, they're building inside their own grow rooms. That's what I was telling Kylie. Like, don't think that these guys are not having one room for like an actual sand on the floor. And these things you can look at online. It's just a big, huge house with a lot of more money to spend. That's
I
what
also
she
have
understood.
to put a little bit of light too on a lot more people that you guys don't realize that have figured out a lot of things that I'm talking about and have already long accomplished self-sufficiency. You're just not going to see them because they decided not to do something like I'm doing. Kind of, I decided to wait a second before I go there. I'm going to, I still care about people. I haven't written everybody off, but a lot of them have. Right, a lot of them have made their decision a long time ago. They went and they bailed already. They're in their little corners and they got their little communities. Some of them, and others are their little islands, their bunkers, and they already know they're all set up.
But written ourselves off already.
Well, I mean, like, sorry, I'm just reading the chat. My eyes are blurry.
At the same time, the information that was put out there that I learned from is still there. So there's all that, and there's also me putting it together in a hub. And people who have learned. There's also a whole slew of other people that you guys don't know about. I've been, as I stated earlier, I've been a silent, so to speak, or non-mainstream activist for 20 some odd years. Literally thousands of people I've consulted with and helped them out to be more self-sufficient in one way or another, whether it's health or financial independence or nature independence. And for some, all of them, it's just a matter of how far they wanted to take it, and other people have done that too. That option is still there. That's the beautiful part about it. So it's not game over by no means for anybody.
No, it's a game reset, actually. If you want to look at it that way, you get a whole new start.
Right.
So looking at this like, oh, this person's doing this and this person's doing that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, just ignore it and try to find the good.
There's another aspect too that motivates me
Mm-hmm.
to also, I think some of those bailouts guys, early bailout guys, preppers and whatnot, missed another aspect of things, and that's that these elite people that want to do this mass genocide and whatnot, they're doing it probably primarily because they're so afraid of our numbers beating them, that they know if what we're talking about catches